Tak zapneme i to. YouTubek. Jdu si ještě provodu. Možná si udělám rychlý kavčo. Tak, borci, kolik vás to je teďka? 44. Řeknu tu storku? Ještě ne, ještě ne. To je škoda, že tu nejlepší hru dali tak brzo. Že CFO FlyQuest jsou tak brzo, no. Ale to kvůli Americe, že sledují v Americe, no. Bude dnes po zápase hned losování playoff? Mělo by být. Aleši, včera jsem dostal pokutu 500 od vedoucího, že koukám na tebe a ne na Snapyho. Vedoucí tě očividně asi nemá rád. Co ti jebe? Co ti jebe? They're all against me. They all hate me. What did I do wrong? Ty, ale ta první série bude tak strašně dobrá a prostě, tyjo, je to ráno, no. Hodně lidí to v Česku neuvidí. Normálně. Já jsem spal dneska, řekl jsem si, že nebudu spát s klimatizací, protože já jsem zvyklý spát s klimatizací. Jo. Protože abych měl prostě třeba 19 stupňů v pokoji, nebo 20 stupňů, abych prostě, když mi je vedro, tak se špatně spí. A v mém bytě je většinou tak 24 stupňů, 25 stupňů. Řekl jsem si, že to vyzkouším, že nebudu spát s klimatizací. Ve 3 ráno, ve 3:33 ráno, přesně ve 3:33 ráno jsem si říkal, ty vole, alieni mě normálně dali nějakou sondu do prdele, že se zbudil ve 3:33 ráno. Úplně mega vedro, jak blázen, furt jsem se převaloval. Jo, ještě jsem včera jedl jídlo strašně pozdě, že jsem jedl tak 30 minut před spaním. A zbudím se a říkám, ty pičo, tak to ne, tady je vedro jako kokot. Otevřel jsem okno úplně do kořán, jakože úplně. Ne na ventilačku, ale úplně do kořán. A šel jsem si lehnout.
Welcome everyone to Worlds 2025, where it is the last day of the Swiss stage, meaning 3 matchups, all full of possibly huge heartbreak for one of the teams. I didn't time that because of this shot. I didn't know what was going to come first. It might be CFO,
Okay.
and for the other elation as they would be able to book their ticket to the
No a 6:30
quarterfinals. It
se
is the day with
zbudil a
the
říkám,
most
ty, to je
stakes.
zima
We'll
jak
see if
blázen.
Ben makes it over his brethren of the LPL in TES, or if Jackie Love will reign supreme. What beautiful fan art as well. Those are all of the questions in the matchups that we see today. And our very first match today will decide which region gets completely knocked out the first.
Azale's mental health for the remaining.
Tyjo. Já mám pocit, že 7.11. končí Worlds. Nebo 9.
We're great. We're here. Yeah.
You wanna delve into it?
No, we'll see. We're doing okay.
Give it some time and then we'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
take it deeper.
I can talk about my mental state. I'm doing great.
For T1?
I'm feeling good. Of course, there was a little bit of ups and downs, but come on, it's T1. I trust my team blindly, even though they have been, a little bit circusy. They've been doing that for the whole year.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You've still got some time.
It's
They
fine.
play Movistar Court for the last match of the day. But first, to let everyone catch their breath a little bit, of course, we've been celebrating 15 amazing years of League of Legends, and Riot has been posting a bracket of the most memorable plays from World's history. And this one, and we have DRX's Last Stand from 2022, and Tien's Lee Sin double kill from 2019.
TES. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King and the ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungle. Trying to go. T1's going for the base. They're going for the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingen comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do?
Flash misnul Kingen. Pojebal to. Ale nevadí.
Step up, a 30-minute Infernal could be very valuable. Dredge line is dodged away from as the Drake is secure, but now G2 are split.
G2 FPX, ever. Not like this, bro. G2 FPX, not like this.
LWX is on a rampage.
Cap spike mid,
is terrifying. There goes the teleporter. You beauty gets the double kill.
There we go. Here's the bracket. I know who I want to win, and luckily
Nout mid,
it
Pike mid, to bylo ještě v pořádku, midle ještě nebyly broken v té době.
I think it's so hard to beat DRX. That
Yes.
still is my
To byla
favorite
v
Worlds of
pořádku
all
meta.
time. The entirety of that storyline feels like it was custom written. If that was a movie, you'd be like, it's a little cheesy.
A little
I don't know.
unrealistic.
I don't know if we
Let's
can pull
tone it
that
down.
off.
This can't happen. I remember being in the room,
A to bylo
where it
Phoenix
happens,
Fly,
you
ne?
just
Jako
feel
World
it,
Song.
don't you? And you feel it when you see that clip again. I think it'll be very hard to beat. Perhaps maybe a Zero Shuffle versus that one.
Could be.
That could be indeed. So we have the Swiss stage coming to a close. It's the third time we had our Swiss
Už si to
stages.
řešil odchod Mikixe z Fnatic, jako
The groups and
stalo
the
se to
draw
tu.
and how everything's played
Ale
out.
jako
So
ty
we
vole,
put together a
neřešili
little
jsme
quiz
to.
to see if you mayhaps have remembered some of the iconic groups or iconic draws.
Za mě
So,
Mickey
guess
zrovna byl
the
nejchopný.
world's run.
Jeden
Which
z nejlepších
team
hráčů
drew
ve
these
Fnatic.
teams and did this? OG?
This was before my time.
Oh,
so I'm
so
gonna.
yeah,
By the way,
This is
SK,
way back.
This feels
This is
like-
SK
before my
bude v
time.
Doesn't
LEC
this feel like if
2026
OG's in
Wander
it, it
top
can only
lane.
be like 15
Leader
or
mid
16,
lane,
right?
Sven AD carry a
So-
Mickey
Yeah,
support.
Right?
it's gotta be like
Klíčo.
2015 or 2016.
Well, especially
Ty,
because
se rozhodli, že
LGD
si
is
zahrajou
getting 2-0,
zase
so it has to
spolu.
be the
Oh,
run.
is it
The
that?
world's. It has to be that run.
Is that group?
It's
A
that
jim
group.
jedno, že budou hrát za SKčka.
T1.
T1? Let's see.
Katie.
Oh,
Že jim to, že jim dají 0 peněz.
They're mauling backstage. Okay,
To
let's take a
cením.
look at the next one. That is actually looks pretty rough. Versus Rock Tigers 1-1, G2 1-1, CLG 2-0.
Oh, you got this. Free zeroed by H2K.
Yeah. Albus Nox Luna. No?
No, because that's who they
No.
played in the. That's
Oh,
who they
right,
played in the
right.
knockouts.
That's true. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, because
it's the
it's the
the
run.
free
It's the
zero.
run,
Oh,
it's
it's
the run.
counting the
Yeah.
quarterfinals. I was thinking this was their
Yeah.
group stage. Yeah.
Never forget Albus Nox Luna. Let's go. That's just some far history. People may not be aware of
Yeah.
that. The world's run versus Mad, LNG.
Albus Nox Luna, to je H2K vyhrálo top 8, my jsme vyhráli top 8, že jsme dostali prostě rusáky
Oh, I know this one.
v čtvrtfinále.
I know this one.
To se budeme
I know
snažit
this one
teďka,
because of the
aby
loss to EDG. This
G2
is
dostal
Worlds
nějaký
2021. I think this
lehký
is Gen
tým.
G.
Gen G?
Because they
Ve
got
čtvrtfinále.
that EDG, what was it, semi-final was kind of a mess, and I know everyone was
Třeba
saying
té
that the
G2,
dumb one versus
když
T1.
by dostali prostě
I
fakt
think
nějaký
it's Gen
jakoby...
G 2021.
Komu může
Yeah,
dostat
there we
G2?
go.
Great job. What do you think?
Čtvrtfinále.
That seems doable. I think they dropped the ball there.
No, because EDG did win Worlds, so I
That's
didn't feel
true,
that
actually.
bad.
Good point, good point.
Because that was what I took away from that, because I was the dumb one fan back then, and my expectations weren't too high, and obviously that didn't end up coming through. So EDG did win.
Oh, I think this might be Mad Lions. Just because of the GAM one too. The GAM one too.
I think it is Mad Lions.
I was expecting a Mad Lions draw, but yeah. Unfortunately, last year around, they didn't make it.
I think we did pretty well as a team.
We did okay. Is that everything?
We did okay.
We did okay.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be that good at this, to be honest.
No, I thought it was going to be the draw of the group, actually.
I'm just happy that we skipped DK stamping tickets for everyone last year. I'm not over that yet.
But this is our Swiss stage and how everything is playing out. How do we feel about the matchups and how about the upside down draws from yesterday?
Yeah, really the main takeaway is obviously, for me, whether you're happy with this, is how do you feel about an LPL team kill? I think the other matchups, there is a lot there. I think both in terms of level of team, where you can really look at it either way when it comes to CFO Fly. T1 MKOI has a lot of history, but I think LPL fans, from my understanding, always just would have rather had the chance to get two teams out.
I don't know, I was in the room and I feel like there was an error of none of these teams deserve to go through. I gotta say, with the way they've been playing. And I gotta say, from the level of play itself, you know, it's not as evident, I think, that you would have all those teams in the knockouts. We'll see what happens, but we're going to start out with CFO versus FlyQuest. Let's start with Flying Oyster. They have been present at every single international tournament this year, and I feel like I'm really waiting for the next step, because they, similarly to Fly, Azale, have had good performances, even versus the East, but they need that final hurdle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think to take you from like an outside competitor, a dark horse, you have to win like a big series against one of these LCK LPL teams. You know, they went 5 against some really tough competition at MSI. You know, we saw them play really, really well. They won a best of 1 here against T1 as well. This team has been super impressive, but to make that leap to where you actually believe they could win a tournament, they have to get to quarters, and then they have to win against LPL or LCK in a best of 5. Then you can really start talking about, okay, how good is this team compared to the very best?
The tragedy is, as Azil was saying, getting close so many times will get you a lot of fans, will get you a lot of hype behind you, but unless you actually cash in on it, people will forget very quickly.
True.
Right? This was a breakout year for them. As you're highlighting, they got so close so many times, but an actual win, getting into quarters, would be such a big story for this team here today.
It seems like that's the path they're going on, but of course FlyQuest is also a difficult opponent, and the question is, will they get Sion?
I think they absolutely should not, and I wanted to talk about Sion because I think it's such an incredibly important pick for them as a team. Early on in the tournament, obviously it was getting a lot of picks, not as many bans. You know, towards the later stages of the tournament, it has been getting banned more and more and more and more. And it is actually the only champion with which they have a win at Worlds so far. All of their wins are with Sion. I feel like it is incredibly important for them, not just as far as how the top lane goes, but because some of their objective setups are a bit weaker, this allows them to retake space. You have an ultra tanky champion who can just walk in late to a fight, you know, soak damage. You can't really hard engage on Sion. It allows them to paper over, I think, a lot of the weaknesses and to create a ton of space for their carries, Hongq and Doggo, who have been absolutely stellar.
I feel like you would be full of despair if they let Sion
A potom od středy je to zase v 8, že? Už to nebude v 7 ráno.
Isaac, I'll go straight to you again. I'm sorry, Mo, because
you're good.
They didn't manage to win versus G2. In the post-game interview from Inspired, it basically came out of nowhere for him. They had full confidence. They didn't even think that would be a hurdle, right? What do you think that does to the psyche and the mental of this team?
I mean, it sounds a little bit rough when you're reading between the lines. And Inspired was obviously pissed. He was emotional after that loss. But we also had Masu, you know, giving this interview where he's saying it's really easy to lose confidence in not only yourself, but also your teammates, which is the part that I think a lot of people are like, oh, that doesn't sound good.
No.
Because when you lose faith in your teammates, it changes the way that you play. You no longer want them playing these hard-to-execute comps, these hard-to-execute picks. You don't even necessarily want to play towards them in game.
And for me, FlyQuest, it's going to be a test of how they can bounce back, because this is not the
Inspired.
team,
Lose confidence in his
teammates, that gave me nightmares last year at Worlds, right? And I think they are at the risk of kind of having the issue we talked about with CFO, where you can get close many times, but if you don't actually take that final step over the finish line, you're going to be looked at in a very different way.
And nothing matters, right? And it's up to the coaching staff to really get that team together. But we also have here, he's on screen right now, and earlier Lord was able to catch up with Bucio to get his thoughts in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Today's matchup, big day, but before we talk about this, I want to quickly follow up on the Inspired interview we had on broadcast last time. A lot of frustration on this side, but understandable. I feel, how did you talk about this with your teammates to make sure that you're all in the greatest mindset coming into today?
Mluvili o tom vůbec, podle mě vůbec.
Yeah, we all have pretty high expectations of ourselves, and in our last match, we did not meet those expectations, so it's very valid for him to be frustrated. and we all were very frustrated. So the only thing we could do is rewatch the games, and now we can prove that we improved.
Okay, good. And Masu was saying in an interview with Sheep Esports that when it comes to these moments at the end of the season, you can't really fix things. So it's more about like band-aids and the more urgent issues. What were the most urgent things that you guys had to fix coming into today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Masu's right about that. And probably one of the most urgent things is just when we're in the game, understanding what's important and what's a risk worth taking. And when it's not in the proper place, just to sit back and do the standard thing. So basically, we just have to read the game states better and make sure we're playing properly.
I think it's fair to say that you guys maybe, and you echoed that as well, right? That you haven't been playing at the expected level, especially thinking about what you guys have last year against Genji. What is going to be something you really want to focus on today when you think about CFO?
I just want to make sure we're focused on the game and not thinking too much. Just play naturally. Don't get excited. Also, don't be scared. Just play well. Yeah.
Okay, one player to keep your mind on.
On our team?
No. On the opposite team. Yeah, of course.
I don't know. Definitely, Doggo's been getting a lot of hype.
Okay.
But yeah, we shouldn't think too much about the enemies. Let's just think about ourselves and the champions in the game.
All right, focus on yourself. Thank you so much.
Má dobrý mindset, ty vole, má hodně dobrý mindset. Jakože z coach hlediska má hodně dobrý mindset. Důležitý věc, jako jsi říkal, že nemají být excited, že nepřemýšlí o enemy týmu, jakože o enemy hráčech, víš, že se jich jako nebojí. Myslíte, že to je 50-50 tenhle BO3?
On a similar tier, I think based on the games in the tournament, CFO is definitely better. I think you can't really argue that. FlyQuest has not shown up thus far, but when you talk about bright spots, Busio has been that for me. This guy has been stellar. This is some of FlyQuest's recent international history. A couple of the ones that really stand out, obviously, went 5 games against Genji, went 5 games against BLG, 3-0 against G2. Those were the kind of series that gave a lot of hope for North American fans that, hey, we're on the precipice of something great, but it's also very reminiscent of a similar run that TL was doing, where they were going, close series against T1,
že oni se dostanou do čtvrtfinále nebo do někam a pak najednou hrajou špatně.
You have to strike when the iron's hot because you don't get very long in modern League of Legends. Rosters break up, they don't last forever.
And for both teams, this might be the final opportunity, right? As you were highlighting, we don't know if the team's going to be able to stick together, if these players are going to play in the same configuration. And I think that even though what Busio was saying is what I think every player is aspiring for, right? You want to be in that flow state, you want to be able to trust blindly, you want to be able to follow up together without overplaying.
Jak vyprávěl z historku, takový znova, TLDR, rychle. Dneska jsem se rozhodl, já spím s klimatizací. Dneska jsem se rozhodl, že nebudu spát s klimatizací. A jedl jsem jídlo tak 30 minut před spaním. Většinou jim tak 4 hodiny před spaním. Že z TLDR nemohl jsem spát. Zbudil jsem se ve 3 ráno 33, přesně, 3 ráno 33. Myslel jsem si, že mě unáší alieni. Vysral jsem se na to, vedro jako kokot, otevřel jsem si okno do kořán, ne na ventilačku, do kořán. Šel jsem spát. Pak mi byla zima, jak kokot, ale spal jsem dál. 6:30, budík, bum, zima jak kokot, zavřu okno, zapínám stream. Takže teď mám topení na max.
So I prepared a lot for this. I went back, I watched the games, and I watched the games in 3 different ways. I'm going to give you my predictions. So first, I just watched the games. And based on the games I've seen at Worlds, let's be honest, it's a 2-0 for CFO. I didn't really like what I came away with. So then, I only watched Busio. I started to get a little bit more hyped. It's 2-1 Fly. Then I realized if I just don't watch the games at all, I can just say it's going to be 2-0 FlyQuest. Let's go!
Let's go! Woo!
Ještě jsem neusnul a ono už je voro, tak já jdu chlastat. Ten inspired úplně.
This is our last chance to qualify for the bracket stage. There's no more room for regrets. 以往我们赛区打世界赛都会打得绑手绑脚，然后被碾压的感觉。然后今年的CFO带给大家越来越晚，感觉都是军事的样子。
CFO
Faním CFO. Hrozně bych si přál, kdyby vyhráli celý Worlds.
At a point of no return. FlyQuest won't be leaving anything behind.
Genji made quick work of top esports. A lot of people will wonder, could this series have just been an email?
目前我们来说，现在成绩是2杠2吧，然后最后一把机会嘛，所以说我们最好把握好这个机会吧。
S13和 S14 BLG 都在瑞士轮打到了最后一场 BO3，最后都进入了8强，觉得今年也不例外。
Time to fucking lock in Jussi pro
我们会去成都拿到最後的冠軍。
我们的故事还没结束。
CFO FlyQuest nejlepší série v 7 ráno. Je mi to jedno. Kámo, doufám, že Oystři vyhrajou, doufám.
These worlds have been really challenging. It's the first worlds I really have a chance to win it all.
MKOI find themselves one series away from being able to make it to playoffs.
I want everyone to remember these worlds as the introduction of MKOI.
저희가 4시드부터 지금까지 많은 경기를 했는데 아직까지 좀 제대로 된 기량이 나오지 않은 것 같아서.
When we started, we were 0-2. Then we lit a fire.
These hounds are hungry! A triple for Elioya!
Now we are 1 win away from greatness.
엘리오야 선수 부정나다가 큰 코 다칩니다. 저희 예선은 올해 새겨져 있습니다.
T1, the winningest team in the history of the game, will not be stopped here.
Faker tam prostě
그리고
dropne.
저희의 여정이 끝나려면 아직 멀었습니다.
Okay. Tam natáčeli, když pršelo, a.k.a. jsou sick, proto T1 hrajou špatně, proto T1 teďka comebacknou a dají tom turbo stomp, protože už nebudou sick. A nebo prohrajou proti KOI, protože budou furt sick. Fandíme CFO, ano, ano. Já si rychle skočím pro kafe.
I'm glad that you are joining me today, Atlas, because this is an elimination series. It is elimination day, the final day of Swiss, and nobody is nervous at all.
Nope, no one's nervous. We're all safe. Everything is just fine as we introduce the teams. It's FlyQuest taking on CFO here to see who is going to make it to the top 8. It'll be historic on either side. But my heart, I'm sorry, Kobe. I feel like the Oysters have kind of stolen it this Worlds.
No need to apologize. I think a lot of fans will agree with you. The Flying Oysters, making every international event of the year, have really impressed and gained a lot of fans. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, they have built up so many expectations, and now is the time where they have to live up to them if they want to keep those hopes and those dreams alive.
Yeah, and things looked a little bit rocky the last time we saw them. It was theoretically a close series, but I was just kind of baffled during it. You know, normally I have pretty good attunement to the tempo vibes of the game. That one, 2 Barons, and then the game was over. And it was G2 that was heading to the top 8 and not FlyQuest. Feels a little bit like they could rectify some of that, but I think mentally it's going to take a lot.
Yeah, I really like the interview with Busio, you know, ahead of the match where he was talking about how they really have to clear their minds and how they think about the game, focus each game one at a time, and do not make any more mistakes. Both sides. I mean, the tension is always crazy on the last day of Swiss because the rewards are huge. You can see huge elation on stage when they win and they get to move on to quarterfinals, or your entire year coming to an end and you will be eliminated if you lose.
And also all of these teams are coming off the back of best of 3s.
Jako CFO jsou favoriti, ale FlyQuest má šanci vyhrát.
A lot more that you've had to prep for and be ready for in previous days, and then to immediately come back and do it all again. It is a big expectation, and it all starts in the draft, Kobe, because there have been some mishaps, perhaps, if we look towards the very first game that FlyQuest went into. when it comes to making sure they get rid of the pocket picks.
Are you perhaps
I was insinuating. I was
alluding to a certain Bard player's Bard that was let through by FlyQuest? Okay. Yes, FlyQuest, they let Bard go through to carry a cardinal sin. The question is, will they let Sion go through to CFO? Because I feel like that is almost equally as horrendous of a draft mistake.
Yeah.
So hopefully, you know, we'll see the respect given between these two teams. And for CFO themselves, they started the tournament with back-to-back wins, getting themselves up into the upper bracket there, and then having to play the best of threes versus AL and then HLE, and getting now knocked down to 2-2, and it all coming down to this final best of three really does bring the rest of the pressure home.
Yeah, and it is kind of difficult, right? Because it is the reverse sweep mentality. Once you get to that fifth game,
Mordeband, dobré, to se mi líbí ten Mordeband.
Let's see how this one's going to go as we get into the picks and
toho bych se taky bál, toho Mordeho.
This is
Sion Oriana. CFO nevyhráli bez Siona, jenom bych řekl.
Yeah, so Bwipo, again, you know, he showed early on in the tournament, he really likes Mordekaiser. He wants to pick it into people's Sions. So, since you blue side, ban that Mordekaiser. Atlas, all the North American fans breathing a sigh of relief as the Sion is then answer banned.
Kde dublinský šaman nezaplatil to tentokrát.
Their League of Legends, Kobe, and we get it right here. One more band to come on through, and then we'll see what's going to be left up. But there is a certain pigeon and a lady that does pirouettes with an orb, and I'm a little bit worried about. Never mind. No, she's still up.
Wukongos, Aurora Rise.
Aurora, though, and the Rise going to be a big deal, but instead, I think Pigeon Man might get snapped up here by Honky. We'll see where they do decide to go.
Pro Honky.
Yeah, the power
Je tam
of
Aurora
the
Rise
Azir is definitely worth investing in. It does mean that you have to play a little bit slower and invest in that Azir and get money into it. So I want to see if CFO want to grab that early and do a scaling composition around an Azir. It's definitely a tried and true strategy. Some teams have been hesitating a little bit if they want to do that, or maybe a more early game focused setup for themselves. But FlyQuest knowingly give that up to CFO. So this will be interesting to see the response here from FlyQuest. You know, what kind of counter do they have to the Azir? Typically, Quad will just answer with more control mages. He has not this year, you know, played like that Kali spicy pick into it.
Talia, Talia, Pantheon,
jo. Talia Pantheon up if they'd like to pick it. And I know Talia Pantheon, a thing in the past that we may have been waggling our finger at. But this is not a bot
prohraje jde domů. Tým, co postoupí top 8.
100%, and Inspired is really love that. There's also the Vi that also pairs really well.
Vi, Talia, okay, budou se snažit být strašně agresivní.
One of those combos, and the Vi does get locked
in.
So you have
do Azira, podle mě. Talia Vi. Hlavně trošku se bojím, že CFO budou hrát taky agresivně a budou to intit. Ale zase tady outskill. Jaký si myslíš, že bude výsledek? Jo, nevím tady. Tady nevím, ale myslím si, že FlyQuest mají větší šanci vyhrát, než si lidi myslí. Že lidi si myslí, že třeba 70%, že vyhraje CFO. Já bych řekl, že tak 60-40 možná. Možná i míň.
Well, they do it.
Rumble Zane, výborný front to back.
Výborný. So I need to be very careful. I'm going to stop doing that, Kobe, because I didn't really want to see it. But we do see it anyway in the end.
All right, well, this makes me think, is Bwipo just going to go the Ornn or the Galio then? Bwipo has preferred the Galio as far as those super common answers into the Rumble. But he could spice it up a little. You know, he always does have a very deep champion pool for counter picks. And because he has a deep pool for counter picks, he could actually let the pick for Bwipo drop all the way to 4-5 here.
I think Busio has been absolutely
tady bych pikoval top lane, víš? Nevím, proč bych tady nepiknul top lane, abych do Rumbleho. Liso, dobrý ránko, Rado, dobrý ránko.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here, and I think if there's ever a way to get back on the horse, or the cow, I guess, if we're going to stick with the metaphor, then this is the way to do it, right? Because he's been so reliable.
Get right back in there. Yeah, I mean, he has been a huge playmaker for this team. Really has been the star for the team, honestly, in summer, in the second half of the year. So, Alistar never likes playing into Poppy. Neither does Vi to some degree. So the Poppy ban is very well deserved. Support Poppy has really been crazy thus far at the tournament. For CFO, they could just ban the standard Rumble answers of the Ornn Galio that we talked about, and then force Bwipo to do something a little bit more creative.
I don't mind. I feel like the Galio is kind of awkward in the composition, so we'll see whether they do decide to take away the Ambessa first, and now we've got one more ban to come on down here. I think Kaiwing wants to play an engage support, because otherwise CFO aren't going to have very many reliable ways to start a fight.
Tak, Ambessa je dobrý bán, ještě něco na engage na top lane. Ale tyhle, ten Bwipo bude zahrát nějaký hovna.
So they don't need to worry as much about there being like a Siva Karma coming in on that bottom side of the map, and I think that that's pretty smart given the fact that they've already locked in the Alistar, which can leave your bottom lane a little bit susceptible. Caitlyn already...
Flaga staví uměla šanci.
100%. I mean, they definitely need something to keep people on a Rumble ultimate.
Yep.
And that's going to be Kaiwing's job.
It's Leona, isn't it?
Dogo Draven. Tady by to nebylo špatný, actually, ten Draven. Tady by to upřímně bylo mega good. Protože pikne ten Hexblade, experimentální Hexblade do Talia Vi, takže nedostane one shot.
I mean, whether we're electing to cook or whether we're just going to keep the kitchen clean.
I would prefer the Ornn because Ornn plus Vi plus Talia, has a lot of combination possibilities there. But Bwipo probably prefers something a little bit more mobile. K'Sante is more mobile. I know. K'Sante has not had a lot of success at the tournament thus far, though.
Pokud Bwipo nehraje svý hovna, tak podle mě bad.
Contentious there. And it doesn't really it's not a hard counter or anything to Rumble, so it's not it's not too much spice.
No, Draven. A do Alistara je dobrý Draven. Mu vždycky zrušíš kombo. Draven. Dogo, pěkný ho. Pěkný ho. Ke Leonu a přemýšlí, jestli toho Dravena pikne. Polská gůrom, lol. Nazdar otíku.
He's been playing very aggressively, and I really liked what I've seen from him.
Kurva, ne.
When he does have advantages, presses them really effectively.
Double equalizer comp. I know package isn't there anymore, but Valkyrie still kind of works. Buff since the removal of said package. It's all right. Pussy are going to be hovering a vein. Don't know whether that is actually going to be coming in, but it's the right era for a Corki matchup.
I want a high DPS champ here for Masu. I think we really do need a hyper carry style champion for Masu here. Since we are running K'Sante, Alistar, and Vi, those aren't. Jhin is definitely not a hyper carry. Okay, well.
I mean, there's no true tank, but Leona is kind of a true tank at the end of the game.
Exactly. So Jhin has a lot of playmaking, and FlyQuest do have a lot of playmaking.
She draftík do late game pupíčku, jednoznačně CFO outscaluje jako kot. FlyQuest musí early mid game vyhrát a ta hra nesmí mít více jak 30 minut. Mimo. Tady jako FlyQuest má front to back monster magořina draftos jak kokot. Jediný co, tak nesmí fightit early game a mid game. Nesmí se nechat zabíjet Vi Taliou. Tuhle hru bude klíčová Vi Talia. Bude klíčová Vitalia. Pokud Vitalia budou hledat engage, budou fightit, budou hodně agresivní, což zatím FlyQuest neukázali, že jsou. Zatím, co FlyQuest hráli, tak byli AFK. Že Inspired musí být agresivní, což on zvládne. On zvládne.
It just isn't something that I've enjoyed seeing here. Kind of feels like you're playing, think about this in card terms, you've got like a ramp deck, but then your top end is 2 drops. It just doesn't feel like it's working.
So I'm ramping from 1 drops to 2 drops.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. We're just not really doing too much more
Tak jo.
afterwards. I guess 4 drops is probably what I should
Dneska je to BO3, Gali.
That would have felt a little bit better. But they do have a lot of setup. There is a lot of CC. Like if you can
Jeden
get
Corki je ale teďka
accelerated
strašně pikovaný.
in this game, he will still do work. And
A on upřímně dává dobrý damage v late gameu. Jsem viděl teďka ty 5-man rokety, big ones, a to dává mega damage.
Let's get onto the rift here for game number 1.
Bych mohl vyzkoušet toho Korkyho, co vy na to? Já vyzkouším Korkyho. Dneska v solo queue. Flydraft mi přijde slabý, není to slabé. Je to silný early game, mid game. Ale potom je to průserno. Tam od 6 do levelu 11 musí najít 2 killy minimum, 2 killy.
And we are going to get the makings of a Raptor Ward.
Nabejtili. Hrozně nabejtili. To bylo smart od Junjia. Tohle je smart jak svině. Protože Zinovi nevadí, že napukovaný jungle se vyhýluje, zatímco Talia je v minus.
250 HP lead. Atlas in mid lane. Yeah, that is a pretty good level 1. I like that.
To je dobrý level 1, no. To bylo smart od. Mně se strašně líbí, jak CFO hraje. Sympatiáci. Hlavně hrajou hrozně agresivně a líbí se mi to. Tak, Korky swapnul do topu. Lane swap, tohle je dobrý od CFO taky, by the way, protože Rumble je tady dobrý. Připomeňte mi dneska, že ať vyzkouším Korkyho se scaling runama. Jo?
Doggo has proven that he is very good at the AD carry, 1v1 situation.
Tohle je zatím mega dobrý swap od CFO.
Korky is a very powerful 1v1 champion here into Kasante.
Yep. You just saw there that we had a look at Honkyu and Quad as well. Their shared champion pool, a lot of control mages that both of these players do like to play, but it feels like Honkyu.
Dobře hraje tu Dogo, tam perma hituje toho Xanteho.
He's got the like Aurora and Akali, which are kind of
ten true damage se nezdá do toho Xanteho early game.
The fun of the mobility of those champions definitely can be on stage.
Hraje to dobře zatím toho Korkyho.
Currently though, Quad going for the early recall, so is just going to have the early tier.
Jsou nějaký POV vods nebo něco takového na Worlds teďka?
Extra money it looks like for any potions. So this will be a Talia with no sustain versus Azir with still Biscuit in inventory and both potions available.
Oh dear. Well,
Ty
that isn't
pičo,
aggressive enough for
Dogo!
Remember, he's already done this.
Dogo!
So it is going to be Bwipo able to walk his way out.
Divíček.
You know that he's always
Snaží se ho divenout. Roam na mid, hejkam, ale Flag je super odhoven. Oni vůbec neví, jak hrát proti tomu lane swapu. Jednak Xante se tam nechává cancelnout. Xante se tam nechal cancelnout a nedal bázu. Driver to teda teďka naintil, že se nechal takhle napoukovat, takže bude givovat tohle. Ty CSK. Leona tady už měla být na tom topu, tady trošku dointila. Dobrý gank na mid byl od Leony, to bylo dobré.
Still seems to be making his way up as Junji
No jasně, když to tam pobíhá venku.
Kýbl, díky za kilečko. Za early no.
Mistře Aleš, jako jinak než ty, kdo tohle vyhraje. CAT Playing E2.
To můžou zabít Vy, ne, podle mě. OK. Kdo tohle vyhraje? Uvidíme. Jako CFO jsou favoriti. Z toho lane swapu teda vyšli líp nakonec FlyQuest. Ahoj Melíšku, to je někdo jiný.
Since we just saw them stick around, see, the cost of sticking around and threatening a top lane dive like that for Junja is going to mean that he's pretty far away from second respawns of his camps. Since he actually cleared from bottom side up towards top side, he now should probably just recall so he can get his purchase off and then go re-clear from Krugs up. But he's going to lose a few seconds of tempo, and Inspired never loses a few seconds of tempo on his second respawn. He is like always like, as soon as they respawn, I am up there, I am re-clearing. This guy is always trying to keep up his own farm. So we'll see if that ends up, you know, actually deciding anything in the game, because sometimes you'll get
favoriti do finále, Genji. Genji a pak tyjo, I guess never bet against T1, ale může se stát, že Koi dneska vyhrál proti T1, ale spíš ne.
Whereas otherwise, if they're just staring at each other on even timings, then you usually favor the Xin in, you know, starting and creating a lot of the plays around those early objectives.
Dobrý ráno, přicházíte akorát včas, co jste se zbudili. Už jsme in-game, proběh lane swap. Anyone Legends jsou dobří teďka, no.
Because we look at these compositions, I think we've seen CFOs played by a lot of different teams many times.
Zajímá mě, jak bude vypadat roster fanatik, to mě taky, já to hodně líbí. Zatím teda EU se rýsuje docela zajímavě, že se tam vrátí nějaký tváře. A uvidíme, co se bude dít.
But I'm looking on the side of FlyQuest, and I just don't know where the damage comes from later on in the game, unless Quad has like an incredible performance and lands a whole bunch of shoves. But
zajímavé, jestli Inspired půjde do Evropy nebo zůstane v Americe. Za mě teda, kdybych si měl vybrat, když máš stejný plat v Americe v Evropě, tak living standard je lepší v Americe. O dost.
I mean, my main takeaway is I just didn't really love the Alistar on 3. I do think
Alistar on 3
would have made more sense, because I think since it's a game 1, like in my mind, Alistar is not so critical that you have to get it that early. That's not so much stronger than the other engaged champs. And also it would have opened up more of an opportunity to go for support counter pick on 5 and try to get a winning 2v2 bot, you know, something like a Bard angle or an Enchanter angle if it is there. So that's kind of where I was at, is, you know, if you just go Galio on 3, Galio doesn't get banned out. It's a great answer to
Galio byl dobrý do Rumbleho, no.
And then you go AD on 4, support
Galio tady byl mega good. Nevím, proč vzali Galia na trojice místo Alistara, to je jako, by potom prostě nechtěl hrát, podle mě. To byl jediný důvod.
I think because they're pretty squishy on the other side, I don't think it's that big of a deal as long as Quad doesn't get put really far behind. Like, Vitalia is decent damage, Cassante is like, Cassante hitting a tank is nothing, but Cassante hitting squishy champions is something, and Jhin is actually pretty bursty against these types of champs.
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing, because I think there were a couple of draft traps. Obviously, I think giving over Sire would have been a huge mistake, regardless of counter pick. We didn't see Fly do that. For CFO's end, I think their draft
Stávající botlane by byl nice, Liso LP YouTube. Hele bráško, Mikix z Odech podchází. Fanatik, stávající botlane už nebude. A jestli si mám vybrat, jestli bych si já osobně nechal Upseta nebo Mikixe, tak bych dělal všechno pro to, abych si nechal Mikixe. Protože Mikix ti přitáhne jakýkoliv dobrý AD, který bude chtít hrát s Mikixem. A Upset je choker. A týpek, co prostě veme všechny goldy a pak nic nedělá. Nikdy nic nevyhrál. Není za mě jako za mě je mega dobrý prostě domestically, ale internationally prostě choukuje. Nevím.
But I do think that this is the type of draft where as long as you don't fall
behind, se může stát, že T1 prohrál. Může se stát, že T1 dneska prohrál.
If you have Sivir though, it's a really good matchup in the Corki.
A knockout game as long as you don't fall behind.
Well, yeah, but that's what this comp screams.
Líbí se mně, že je pauza, že se to prodluže, protože pak vstane víc lidí a uvidí tenhle ten banger series. Za mě jako velká škoda, že lidi nevstali na tuhle sérii. Zatím. Protože tohle bude fakt jako dobrá série. Sakra, já chci zase hrát lolko, kámo. Chci hrát lolko. Potřebuji vyzkoušet toho Korkio. Víš, že Mikix jde do SK, no slyšel jsem o tom, že bude dělat tým s Wunderem. To bude zajímavé. Wunder Leader se jmenuje ten Sven z Mikix, to bude mega dobrý tým, actually.
I definitely think so. I think he sets up really
záleží ještě jako jungler.
He's very creative with his angles. He uses Hex Slash really well to try to circumvent vision. He's very good at tracking that. So I definitely think he can play well here. The reason he doesn't just go Bard on 3 is you're really worried about some of these lane counters that can be very difficult. I do think, you know, if they wanted to go for a Bard angle, it would have had to be what I was talking about, where you leave it for 5th pick. But then CFO might have just banned it on their 4-5 bans, since in that world we're having like the top lane already picked.
I also think with the opening, like Azir to me doesn't really scream a champion that you really struggle playing into as well, right? Because he has so much innate mobility. I think even Rumble we've seen be able to dodge a lot, and then with a lot of mobile AD carries still being open.
But it's the Bard CO.
Well, you know I love me a good Bard.
It's so great. When we look at stylistically the strengths of these two teams and the fact that for me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think CFO is tremendous in finding the correct skirmishes and pushing their
off-season bude ale zajímavá. Komu končí smlouva? Kde je Draven? No měl tady být Draven. Upřímně. Ale oni chtěli lane swapnout a Korky je asi lepší v lane swapu než Draven, I guess.
And they almost never drop the ball. So how do the comps work in that regard?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just going to be about like who's getting early advantages, what sides you want to play to. Obviously, they did lane swap level 1. Kaiwing,
Myslíš si, že kdyby poslední tým automaticky se stoupil po každém splitu do EMA a poslední hrál s poraženým finalistou, a to, kdo bude v LEC, tak kdyby se zvýšila úroveň ligy? Jednoznačně. Jednoznačně. 100% by byla lepší úroveň ligy. Říkám to od začátku franchízy, že to není dobrý pro úroveň League of Legends. Je to dobrý pro sponzory a pro ty týmy, protože mají prostě permaslot, ale...
Xin Zhao can't do
Co se děje, že to přerušili, nevíme. Asi nějaký perifera issues, nebo já nevím.
I do think that we saw that laning phase already started really well. Obviously, Doggo in the 1v1 was doing a great job, as you would in the range versus melee matchup. Then Junja was also able to find very early damage onto Quad, who actually has, as a result, not really, I think in this matchup, neither...
Jako tady ty vole FlyQuest musí být agresivní, připomínám s tím draftem. Early mid game od 6. Od 6 do 11 do 12 musí najít tak 2-3 killy na té talii, aby z toho něco mohli udělat z téhle hry. Jako CFO mají mnohem lepší draft late game.
I've seen some huge Xin Zhao games the last couple of days, like absolutely super carry performances. I think in that last game versus G2, FlyQuest also went for the Xin Zhao, but just didn't get, oh no, in the Soraka game rather, sorry. But it didn't really work out the way they wanted. Do you think Inspired has to somehow adjust how he plays or not at all? I'm just thinking about him in the sense of he was the one who was most downtrodden in that series after G2. Is he going to change what he usually does? Because I don't think he has to.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Inspired is very consistent. He's going to prioritize his goals. He's going to prioritize his farm. And then generally he's really mechanically proficient and he plays team fights well. And I feel like that's kind of him. He kind of does the same thing every game. But he believes that is the best way to play League of Legends and to play it really, really efficiently. And it's enabled by Busio. You know, this is something I talk about a lot in NA, is that Busio is kind of their jungler often in the early minutes, right? Busio is often going to roam. He's going to leave Masu by himself to help Quad push out a lane, to help Whippo be protected on a dive. You know, not that Inspired never does it, but Inspired is going to prioritize camps, prioritize objectives, and really try to put himself in that way ahead so that he can really kind of pay that back later in team fights.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have an update yet for you. We are still in this tech pause. I think something we didn't talk about yet, and maybe we can now, is that Whippo didn't have a good series versus G2 specifically, right?
No, G2 prohrál. G2 legit prohrál sérii proti G2, proti FlyQuest.
And I thought that was out of character because for me, Whippo is a player who sometimes does tremendous in lane, but even if he doesn't, he'll always find something to lift the team up or a positioning or a moment. And I just felt like maybe his mojo was a little off. So if he resets today, it's going to be super important. And on the Cassante, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, I was just surprised that he played Rumble. He's not known as a Rumble player at all. And actually, when they had subbed Gakkos in a couple times during the regular season, it was to play Rumble, right? Because Whippo traditionally doesn't play the champ. He only has 10 games on it his entire career. It is, yeah, and it's just kind of like not his style. But there's a few meta picks that he's always kind of stayed away from, Rumble being one of them. In the Renekton game, it felt like it was a bit of hubris, like he was proxying a lot, got caught out a lot of times. But yeah, Whippo is an up and down player. He's hot and cold. If he can come out and have a really good game one, like Whippo at his best can challenge the best top laners in the world. Whippo at his worst can lose the worst top laners in the world. Like, you just have to see what you're getting.
Se uvidí, jak bude dneska hrát. Ale jako draft mají, CFO mají mega dobrý draft. FlyQuest mají OK draft, ale musí dostat ahead early mid game.
You have these important fights. It is a split-second decision. It's hard to do that alt. I think so. So I'm sure pros don't think it's as difficult. But we've seen a lot of weird lines in professional Rumble games sometimes because it is difficult.
Yeah, I've been.
Jak jsem se probudil a dal jsem si hnedka ten energetiákos, tak tyjo, mi bolí břicho. Nebo energetiákos, ten Prodigy byl game.
changing from builds to equalize, and I think Rumble to me is an interesting champion because it feels like he is kind of like Xin Zhao currently, like Lee Sin was a couple of years ago, at least in the LCK, where you need to be able to play this champion.
To je ale zajímavý, že nám ještě neřekli, jestli je to periferie, nebo co se stalo. To dal na lač, no jo, tak já jsem ne, já jsem se zbudil. 6:30. Hned jsem zapl stream. Legit jsem se zbudil a během 5 minut jsem zapnul stream. Normálně, overworking. Chutnáky matcha, jo, matcha je dobrá. Ale nemám rád matcha latte. Nebo jako matcha latte je good, ale ničí to ty benefity té matchy. Tak, jsme zpátky. Xante musel týpnout, aby si nedokurvil linku, oni pušnou, resetnou, ale Xante z toho je ahead level, z toho lane swapu tady. Ty vole, driver je dost behind, no, tady.
A ještě na to pivečko tady máš.
Ty pičo, kýblíku, děkuju. Já i ten lane swap se vůbec nepovedl CFO, vůbec. Tady, tyjo, driver má teda TP. Kyble, děkuji za 200 korun, donej, děkuji takhle po ránu podpora, děkuji. Děkuji, kyblíku, děkuji. GG.
See whether it's going to be comfortable clarification or whether this is going to be something deeper. We'll make sure we keep you updated as quickly as possible.
Hraj už?
Should be over the CFO side, assuming
driver má nějaký problém, očividně.
Issue has not been resolved.
Yeah, I think all the
Čili je tady někdo, kdo mi poradí nějaký dobrý rameno na mikrofon.
So this probably, I would assume, is something else.
It'd have to be something else, right? Yeah. Unless they're like, no, but like, look.
Potřebuji, aby tady tahle věc se dala polohovat 360, aby se to dalo polohovat jakoby dopředu, dozadu, do... Dívej, tady to jde jenom takhle navrch. Navrch, dolů. A doleva, doprava ne. Doleva, doprava to jde takhle. Buseo musí na záchod.
It might have been bathroom break tech pause situation. Oh, another one.
So, I mean, sometimes if there's something
Elga to možná bude dobrý, ne?
This might take a while. You are allowed to get out of your seats and then go to the bathroom, and like the cause of the pause isn't necessarily the bathroom break.
Yeah, it's more like you now have a window to use the bathroom.
Because we just started, guys.
Yeah. I'm thinking like, you know, when you're nervous, sometimes it can just.
Já mám rodepes a je +1.
To use the bathroom, you know. Make sure maybe a bathroom check, guys.
To by mělo být dobrý rameno, ale.
Take care of your kidneys.
Yeah, honestly, I think everyone should take this moment.
Yeah.
Except for us, of course.
And if you don't need to go, maybe think about
ten pocit, když staneš 6:50, by si viděl hodinu šedou obrazovku. Ale za mě je to výborný, že je póza, protože hodně lidí jako nevstalo tady. A tahle hra je mega insane good, podle mě, nebo tahle série bude mega insane good, takže vstane víc lidí a uvidí to live.
Is that really how it works? I thought electrolytes was just a cool word.
You know, Kadril once told me a story when we were a couple years ago streaming. You know, the lead up to Worlds, which was basically like Worlds Champion Cube.
Yeah.
And so it was like super hype, and you know everybody's watching and stuff, and we're streaming for long periods of time. And I was streaming and with him on Discord. And I was like, oh, I really have to go to the bathroom, and then he was like, don't go. It actually really increases your focus. It's better if you have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, wait a second. I mean, it does increase your focus because you're thinking about it and you're worried.
But you just focused on needing to pee? What?
It also could cause some long-term problems if you do it too long. That's for sure.
Yeah, so definitely don't do that.
Maybe don't take health advice.
Yeah, no, let's steer clear from that.
But it did increase my focus. I was alert.
Dneska budou 3 BO3.
Too focused on not what you should be focused on, though. You know, definitely focused.
He recommended that and matcha.
Jsem si mohl jít udělat snídaní, ale já nevím, kdy oni jakoby přestanou, kdy to unpauznou.
Marshall. This is by the way, guys, just to update you, this is a different issue. This is more of a peripheral-based one. We should be back into the game very, very soon. Peripheral issues, we love those. They're solvable. You can see the thing, and you can say, "I'll get a different thing," or "We'll fix the thing." Very, very easy. Don't have to worry about stuff going on inside the computer.
New mouse, new keyboard. We'll figure it out.
Yep. Whatever it needs to be.
Já jsem si chtěl objednat snídaní z Vilgainu a oni mají v sobotu, neděli zavřeno. Ano, je sobota, ne? Já, dole. Aldo, čauko. Co říkáš na Vandra, že zase bude v LEC frajer nesmrtelný, i když hraje Vlvko hlavně? Týpek je flag motion a mega chilluje a má kamarády, no, takže se dostane zpátky do LECčka. Má kamarády, kteří tam hrajou furt a dotáhnou ho zpátky, no.
That's the old guy that still beats everyone up.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna turn into.
It's beautiful.
As we progress towards our Unk status.
Yep. And the Unk status is purely
Týpek po něm, týpci po sobě hážou ty vole Headformers.
The movie. And everybody else is like, that's dumb. Because I know I am. The first Mortal Kombat movie, oh my god.
Quality movie.
Extraordinary.
Quality movie.
Your brother's soul is mine. Oh, it's just so quotable. So many brilliant moments. And we really are deep into this pause. That's what we've decided that we want to.
Jak jsem se vyspal? Byla tady storky, dvakrát jsem tu storku opakoval. Myslím si, že asi po třetí nechci opakovat. Ale jako nemoc dobře, ale bylo to zajímavé. A tak jako můžu to po třetí zopakovat. Prostě já spím s klimatizací, jo. Já spím s klimatizací, jsem zvyklý, že protože tady je strašně, jak je zateplený ten panelák, tak je teplo prostě i v noci, že třeba 25 stupňů v noci. Takže já si dávám klimu, abych spal prostě třeba v 20 stupních. No a včera jsem si řekl, že si tu klimu nezapnu, že jako hej, že to vyzkouším bez toho. Plus hlavně jsem taky neměl jídlo. A jsme in-game, tak nic. Budeš si to muset přetočit tu storku. Tak, jsme back. Tak, Xante je full level ahead, což je průser. A Kork je jenom půlku levelu ahead, takže ten lane swap se moc nepoved.
The biggest thing to me is top lane. Top lane having a full level advantage for Bwipo is huge. Kasante ultimate definitely very, very threatening, and Driver suffered more heavily in the CS with the lane swap, with the 2v1s.
Wow, okamžitě, takhle, ty kokos. Hustý. Inspired už je 6K.
Meanwhile, Inspired
level
got to the second Scuttle Crab, getting him to the level 6
zajímavé, zajímavé.
So they are going to have experience, slight experience lead for the jungle, much larger experience lead for top lane.
Mají tam jako XP lead pro toho topaře hlavně, to je problém. Bacha, Honkyu, bacha. Ty vole, ale seka.
Yeah, I am Inspired also showed. So every time you show, then you give a lot of information to your opponents in the early game because CFO know that Inspired.
Ale jako teďka jsou tam ty šestky. Jak jsem říkal, od 6 do 11 FlyQuest musí aspoň 2 killy najít. Jestli nenajdou ani jeden kill do levelu 12, tak jejich draft je horší.
It's not the biggest of deals because they do know what your jungle path was from the beginning. But it just makes it certain. So
a to je otázka, zase late swapping na grubíky.
Finally have your level 6 on Vi, and you want to use what we were talking about in Champ Select.
Jako Driver je full level ahead, no. Hlavně Xante teďka může solo killnout Rumble, no. Tak oni pushujou, aby měli move na gruby, okay.
Yeah, I also think that fighting around now is exactly what they want to be doing, right? Level 6s are a big deal for this composition. FlyQuest do want to get themselves off to a good start to make sure that their damage is enough.
No, chtěli by fightit. Proxy farmuje, což je good tady, protože pak má first move.
Doesn't look like he's going to have too many issues though doing it. As you can see, still retaining decent experience.
Tady bude mít, oni dávají draka za gruby. Ty vole dávat 3 gruby Azirovi, nevím, borci, nevím. Jo, to je za mě chyba, kucí. Korky Azir s 3 grubama, ty píčo, tak to ne, vole. Tak to ne, vole.
And if FlyQuest focus on the dragon stacking will pay off, of course. This FlyQuest,
jako chápu, že ty vole FlyQuest musí mít win kondici, zase hele, chápu FlyQuest. Oni chcou prostě mít 4 draky v 23. minutě. A forcenout fight a vyhrát ten fight, protože oni když prostě ta hra, když bude mít více jak 30 minut, tak prohráli. FlyQuest.
It's not going to be Infernal or Hextech. They could have just won the game, right? If you get them with this composition, if you can make that snowball work, it doesn't quite matter as much what the composition is if you can keep rolling that one down the hill and grab that soul early.
Ty vole, ten Dogo hraje fakt dobře. Jak to bejtí a i ty kombo a tak.
Use the barrier to make sure that he stays as healthy as possible, and it's a good trade for CFO.
A tradí tu, používá strašně tu bariéru na trady.
A little bit of sustain there for Busio, and Inspired is trekking his way over
Inspired
here on
na
the
top
Vibe.
lane, pozor.
So we'll see after Krugs if he just goes back into another re-clear and heads up down towards the other side of the map.
Ale jako Inspired nic nehledá, to je problém, že jako víš, že on by měl hledat, on prostě v AFK farmí. Full clear to full clear není ten play tady. Typek musí hledat killy s tou Taliou hlavně. Talia si to chce feednout. Azir už je 400 goldů ahead jenom z linky, 220 CS advantage. Tohle je můj problém s Inspiredem, on prostě jako je hrozně AFK posledních pár her. Nic nedělá. Jako bro, jestli nic nebudeš dělat, tak ta hra je over. Jako já faním CFO a chci, aby CFO vyhráli. Bylo by strašně dobrý se, kdyby se CFO třeba dostali do top 4, nebo nedej bože do top 2, to by bylo úplně cinema. Komplet cinema. Tak Vibe běží na bot lane gang, už se tam bude snažit zabít toho Rambleho. OK, konečně něco bude dělat. Tak tady měl fightit, Leona měla jít na Jena. Proč nejde Leona? Kámo, Kiving, Dogo potřebuje lepšího supporta. Tak, teďka tady dostane dive Ramblito. To bude one shot, podle mě. A on misnul combo kvat. Má kombo znova, podle mě tady nemůžou divenout, protože misnul kombo, no. Dobře. Jsem myslel, že vstáváš, pane doktore, 7:43, už máte být v nemocnici. Aha, je sobota, neděle, sorry.
Pretty quiet, a little bit of extra efficiency, I would say, on the FlyQuest side.
Yep.
You know, namely from Inspired with his jungle farm. Jinja, we've seen a couple times where he hesitates around top side, kind of wants to make a play, either calls it off himself or gets interrupted, and so Jinja is slightly behind in the jungle. But that being said, the carries for CFO have their own leads here. Both Hongq and Doggo. With some slight extra gold to their names.
Jako zatím Inspired nic nenašel. Už jsou level 9-10. A nic, vole, a prostě Azir korky jsou ahead na CSK, že jo? Jako tady to zatím vypadá mega dobře pro CFO. Kamala, proč nic nedělají zase FlyQuest? To je moje kritika FlyQuestu, oni jsou tak AFK tým. Tam mně přijde, že jediný, co tam něco se snaží dělat, je Busio.
We'll see if they can continue on the international stage. Again, in the early game, experience is valued a bit more than gold because the small gold differences don't usually result in a full item breakpoint. And so the extra value of a full level is a lot of...
stats are much more important.
Exactly, that's the guaranteed power that is going to be there, but we haven't seen anyone use it yet, really.
Ty vole, Dogo. Dogo!
We definitely know it.
So the item breakpoints
Trinity Force, boom. Level 9, boom.
Maybe this is one of those lessons, like AD carries really like items because they can do that with them.
Oh, fight. Lana ult. Netrefená. Ale napoukovaný Alistar, takže OK. Drak proto, ani nebudou stakovat draky teda tady. Kámo, FlyQuest chcou stakovat draky, jinak prohrajou. Inspired, halo?
As Inspired is going to wrap his way around. Looks like CFO are going to get off this dragon as
Ale Junja to nejstil.
bring Bwipo in. Junja actually just going to waste no time, flashes away, but Bwipo might be able to get on top of him.
Oni ho zabijou. Tady by měli fight. Tak, stakou draky, tohle je výborný pro FlyQuest. Teď budou mít 2 draky. Junja to tady turbo na intil týpeček. Ajaj. Ajaj. Ale počkej, na intil. Play safe AD carry. Xante, XDD. Tak tohle je super, tohle je to, co potřebovali. Tady je šílený, že Junja na intil. V téhle situaci. A zaplatil za to životem i Dogo. Tohle jako pro ně právě tohle je přesně to, co potřebuji dělat. Mají 2 draky, budou mít solo win kondici 25. Mega důležitý. To je Phase Rush je tak broken. Phase Rush je tak broken. Ty prostě hraješ midaře, co máš 3000 HP, k tomu 1000 HP štít a ještě má Phase Rush. A ještě má stejný damage jako AD carry, kámo, buff AD. Nerf mid fast. Uvidíme, co ten Azir, no, zatím 1300 goldů není... Není to jako... Je to dobrý, ale není to crazy. Wow. A jestli se feedne teďka Honkyu, tak je to GG. Jo, Honk má kill. Dobrý pick up. Pro CFO, ještě vemou bot turret, ne, teďka pro Rambla. Počkej, busy o intí. Má flash. Okay. Ale tady cancelnuli base Vi. Vemou tier 1 top, vemou tier 1 bot, tady jako CFO comeback jako kot. Tohle je přes... teďka to bude to krása. Azir se feedne, 1300 goldu advantage Azir teďka. Aj ta krajta. 1300. Rumble to trošku comebacknul. Tohle... No uvidíme ty. Uvidíme ty draky. Za 2,5 bude 3. drak. Toho potřebují FlyQuest získat. FlyQuest jsou jako celou hru tím, jak pikli ten draft, že ten draft prostě není tak dobrý jako CFO draft. Tak jsou celou hru v tom, že musí něco dělat. A musí získávat draky on cooldown a tyhle ty píčoviny. Takže tady je to takový jako, že toho Alistara bych normálně rozjel.
Honkyu, such a promising young talent here. And he always just plays with so much confidence on the world stage. We'll see about the next Azir play as there were a lot of people converging on mid, but after the wave gets cleared out.
A hraje dobrý build ten Azir, že hraje ten high damage build. Ale tady by si mohl dovolit hrát relajku, podle mě, tuhle hru, aby nedostal one shot od Vitalia. I když Leandry ti taky dává HP, takže actually... Co dává víc, Leandry nebo Rylais? HPček. Minuta a půl do toho draka, ten jako bude strašně důležitý pro FlyQuest. Jestli FlyQuest nezískají toho draka, tak to bude jako blbý, hodně blbý. A nebo musí hard vyhrát ten fight tam. FlyQuest teďka jsou v situaci, kdy buď musí dostat draka, nebo hard vyhrát ten Drake fight. Že dostat killy na Taliu. Že Talia je v inkondice tuhle hru.
think Hanku might have some plans, because he's 2 item is 0 already. We're talking about, oh, how
Mně
meaningful
přijde,
is
že
gold versus experience.
já nevím, já se na tu hru podívám, ale mi přijde
When
strašně
gold
simple
is
ta hra, jako ty win kondice a tohle ty věci, ale potom mi přijde, že ty hráči to stejně neví. Když tady jako Inspired AFK farmí a nehledá ty playe. Nehrá agresivně.
Or a cool mask.
The cool mask, Kobe, every single time. Although some of the books, you know, are cool as well. There's a lot of them that you can buy.
This is a short story, though.
Yeah,
That's like a
Počkej, hledá Rambla. Našel ho. Driver je zase dead. Driver to zase inký. Tohle je to, co přesně musí hledat. Přesně to, co musí. Kamole, že je dlouho Rumble, WTF. Tady by měli fightit CFO teďka. Go in, Junja, go in. Proč nejde in? Týpci tam použijí všechno a nefajtí. Tady by měli diveovat midlane CFO. Neměli by se toho vůbec bát. Ale myslím si, že driver přestane hrát, protože dívej, tohle přesně co dělá Dogo, tak by měli dělat. Nevím, proč tady nešel Azir in. Mega good. Drak napoukol je před drakem Dogo, to je smart jak svině. Je teda taky napoukovaný, ale musí tady získat toho draka. A FlyQuest tady toho draka asi nezískají. Asi ne. Problémek. Problémek pro FlyQuest.
Oh, like a mountain drake. Oh, sorry, yeah. You just told me what it was.
Very similar to a mountain dragon.
Except you have to know that inside the mountain there is indeed an oyster.
Exactly. You crack it open.
Yeah.
For some delicious meat.
It sounds kind of sinister. I don't like it anymore.
Ale Dogo hraje dobře agresivně, strašně toho korka. Mu to sedí ten čampion. Jen si musí dávat bacha, kdy dát do dvojitý Včko forward. Kámo, driver půjde, kámo. Driver prostě tuhle příští hru už nebude hrát, podle mě. Hraje moc bad. Dodžuje. Zatím dodžuje všechno. Ok, oni začínají atakaná. Protože Jim byl na topu. Ale driver je hrozný inter, fakt disgusting. Driver musí hrát Siona nebo tanka asi, očividně. Ale víš, co jsem překvapený, že jako neebizují toho korky, ale že třeba tam ten Azir nedajvoval ten midlane.
My favorite part of this were the blue flying oyster question mark pings that were going down on it. They're like, where is he going with this? Regardless though,
zase to rushujou.
The best thing that this FlyQuest comp does is make picks on the map.
Oni to neví.
Is this just gone? I mean, Hanku does need to be there if they want to have the DPS, but things are very,
ale Hanku a Dogo to nehitují. Ale oni neví. Tak to je free atakan. Huge. WTF, co dělá Dogo? Gámo, Dogo to senduje jak blázen. Bacha na TP, ne, sám te týpnul away. Tady je to trošku přehnal Dogo s tím dvojitým Včkem, no, na to si musí dát bacha. Problém je ale Rumble je strašně behind, jako 2 levely behind. Kdežto Xante je 2 levely ahead, no, to je crazy.
When he was split pushing on top side and had finished up that top tower, FlyQuest had no idea. They were completely bamboozled.
Co udělal Xante? Xante se bál, že ho jdou zabít na ty dvojce na topu.
You know, announcement even, he still panics. He thought people were coming for him.
I mean, they do have a gold advantage.
Ale 2300 goldu je 2300 goldu, boys.
Kobe, because feels like CFO
teď musí scalovat CFO.
Yeah, FlyQuest, oh man, they are confused.
Well, Kaiwi might be confused now, because Whippo is just going to come out of the brush, but Driver comes
Xante, ty pičo, 14 Xante je hyper carry. Teď ztratí ještě bot turetu. Jako CFO taky nehrajou nejlíp, hlavně Driver, problém strašný.
It is concerning though.
3000 goldů.
I think this was one of the issues when we were watching them just a couple of days ago as well, is like fully understanding where to be to make sure that things could happen. But I mean, FlyQuest did manage to get 2 Barons in their last game, even though they lost, right? Like,
I don't know.
This was a weird moment. This was a very weird moment.
Because they
Do sebe do Xanteho.
already started fighting them
Azir
by
eventuálně.
the Otacon, seeing multiple members.
Eventuálně.
Technically not all of them, but
Kork je taky na 5 itemech, ale do 4-5 itemů ne, no.
yeah. All right. Well,
Doufám, že Korky skipne, vole, kolektor a postaví hnedka LDR. Tady to chce LDR. Protože, tyjo, i když, jako vypadá, možná to staví to LDR. Typek klasický Xante zase nestaví armor, ale je ve vole nesmrtelný. Hodně se nechávají odchytávat ty CFO. Ale Kiving Flash ne, v pohodě. Co bych tady postavil, LDR nebo Infinity Edge? Asi Infinity Edge možná, hej? A pak až LDR.
Let's see if they get back on track here, because CFO have got to be so happy with this game state. Already having the Otacon with 22
3,5 tisíce gólů, teďka bude třetí drak. Tady toho třetího draka bych asi nefajtil. Jako můžou ho fajtit upřímně, když se pojďme na itemy, tak jsou 2 itemy. Korky je mega silný oproti Jinovi teďka, Jin je Mosquito build. Ale zase Vi i když Vi není zase tak, jako je ahead, ale nemá ty itemy ahead. Xante taky ne, takže tady to můžou fajtit v pohodě. Ale Vi je ty level 14 hypercarry.
Well, Sundisk is going to come on up here, and that is going to mean that Inspired will take a little damage, but not too much more. Does have the upgrade.
4 týpci tady, co s tím? Mountain je OP. Tady Mountain je mega good. My first, ok, díky Azirovi a díky tomu, že se snažil zabít Azira, tak teďka mají first ten. Mají vision control. Poke od Doga je výborný. Půlka Jin, nice. Dogo hard vyhrál poke. Teď jenom Bach, aby retake. Retake, driver dobře, OK. Bacha na teďka Talia knock-up. Bacha na Vi ten, flank. Xante je nesmrtelný ale, Xante je nesmrtelný. Mysnutej engage. Mysnutej druhý engage. Junja musel flashovat, ale dobrá Rumble ultimátka. Masu mega low. Bacha, Azir seká. Azir chytli Azira. Ale Azir prostě neumírá. Kamo, go in, WTF, nebojte se toho, flash in. Dobré, driver. Honk se toho strašně bál. Bacha Xante. Shutdown na Korkim. Driver běží. Tam se trošičku báli CFO, hodně se báli. Tady to mohli hard vyhrát s tou dobrou Rumble ultimátkou. A Azir měl Zoniu, takže se měl jít in. Tak, já se na to podívám znova, já jsem totiž neviděl, co udělal Inspired. Junja to tady na intí trošičku. Tyhle ta Leona ult, no. Ale tady Rumble posmurfil ultimátku a teď co udělá ty vole to, že tady prohrajou. Kiving jde moc deep, Kiving na inti. Ne, Junja na inti actually. Ne. To je dobrý fight. Honk tady mohl být a víc agresivní, tady se strašně bál a stepoval back, když má Zoniu. Honk měl flash Zoniu, tady měl být triple kill pro Azira. Legit. Ještě měl ult, víš co, to bylo fakt. To jako Azir trošku nemá koule. Rumble 4300 damage, týpek, co je nejvíc behind, dal největší damage, crazy. To byla fakt dobrá Rumble ultimátka, ale.
Certainly does. I think there's a lot of pressure in the next 3 minutes.
A malem ho kečli. Kam, ale proč prostě Dogo je ten, co hraje agresivně a ten Kiving je tak jako odhoven, že se bojí. Nikdo neoutpushuje Xanteho. Musí začít Barona, aby forceli ten. Se mi nelíbí tady tohle. Forcou Barona, aby forceli Xantemu TP. Ten damage tam mají, ale musí one-shotnout Vi. Vi. Jdou na Leonu. To je možná, to používají všechno na Leonu. Kvad nine kill. Ježíši Maria. Tak to je free. Tak to je turbo free. Ale proč Inspire? Aha, GG. GG. Papa FlyQuest. Ale proč to? Proč šli na Leonu? Kamo, Leona je, vole... Všichni jde teďka. Ale kámo, Dogo hraje fakt dobře do Korkyho. Si chci normálně zahrát do Korkyho teďka. Ty vole, ale ta Talia jako v melee range do Leony, nebo co udělala pro boha? Já se podívám, jestli Inspired nemohl něco dělat. Objektivně. Hodně se tady bál Inspired. No ten klad to naintil.
Last member here. Huge critical moment at the Baron and CFO destroyed.
Dobré. Ale fandím CFO, takže nádhera. Kolektor fakt postavil. Na týpci dostali outskill, protože Korky a Zerm 2000 goldů. Ale ten jako FlyQuest draft není ideál. Prostě máš Gina, ten je odhoven. Máš Vitaliu, která se musí dostat ahead proti Azirovi. Nevím. A pak jako s tím, jak hraje FlyQuest, tak bych jim nikdy nepikoval early mid game comp, protože oni prostě hrajou AFK. Oni prostě farmí do late gameu. Takže já bych jim pikoval prostě late game chumpy. Late game front to back, víš co? Oni ho zachrání ještě, vole, to je, vole, Zin hypercarry. Zin hypercarry. XD a Quat je zase dead. Jaj, bro. 1v3, týpci nedokážou zabít Zina, protože je nesmrtelný. A Inspired je tiltnutý. Dívej, jak je tiltlej, kokos. Kámo, ta bude 2-0, Inspired bude komplet tiltnutý z téhle hry. A to je nádhera. A pak jsem zvědavý, jako dostanou v top 8. CFO. Ale ty kokos, chci hrát toho Korkyho, chci se ho zahrát. Problém s Inspiredem je, a to bylo i v EG, on hrozně farmí a hrozně jako full clearuje a hraje na sebe. Aby byl on silnej, víš? Ale pak se v té hře nic neděje. Ale ono je to v pohodě, když máš prostě late game scaling. Když pikneš mid to late game scaling.
Meaning that soul is ever further away once again. And I would say 6k is a pretty good Rebel Baron power play. We were talking about keeping
tak se ale má hrát jungle, Imo. Ne. Jungle má být fluidní role, která se adaptuje podle toho, jaký máš team comp. Protože to je role, která se kompletně dá adaptovat. Ale týpci 1v3 a nemůžou ho zabít. Zin Zhao. Jungle má být rolek, protože prostě to je nejjednodušší na ty roli se adaptovat na to, že když ty máš early mid game comp, tak máš fightit a gankovat perma a nefarmit. A když máš mid to late game comp, tak máš scalovat farmit. A pokud prostě neumíš se takhle adaptovat na ty team kompy, který tvůj team komp má, tak jsi dog shit jungler. Prostě omlouvám se, ale nejsiš prostě top tier jungle.
Just find a spot to stand as Vi so you can kill the guy that does the damage.
Počkej, našli to, ale nemají damage upřímně. Ten Jhin prostě nemá damage, odhoven champion. A Dogo jde forward. Lul.
The unbreakable will, and he's gonna need one if they want to stay alive in this game. And oh, not just a camp, that's a crab.
I mean, Alice,
Come on, Inspired prostě.
When I do that, it's a bit of rage. I'm rage clearing enemy camps at that point.
Rage clearing is so rage.
Jhin je vodoven, proč to pikli, nevím. Ale vole, Inspired to hledá, guys, hledá to. Hledá ten monster flank. Pozor. Pozor. A už ho viděli. Engageou na to, na Leonu. Tu ten jde hodně deep. Má ten damage. Ty vole, jak knocknul toho. Jak knocknul Korkyho in. Mega good, WTF. Hustý. Hustý. Ne, tady ty flanky musí dělat, to je mega good. Konečně něco dělá Inspire.
It turned into the flank of all time for FlyQuest. What they needed to defend the base.
It set them off. And then they just went. They flew underneath the inhibitor turret, and Spy didn't even really have to do anything. It was mind control. It was extraordinary.
A ono ho tam Korky ho tam jako hodil tou Vi ultimátkou, že ho tam knocknul. Dívej tady, dvojky. Jo, hodil, what the fuck? Ale pozor, tohle dělají dobře. Tohle dělají mega dobře. Kam zaultil? Jo, volnu zaultil. Tohle je přesně to, co jak se hraje, když jsi behind. Tohle jsem se strašně snažil naučit svý týmy, jako 100 a EG. Když prostě jsi behind, tak musíš dělat přesně tohle. Je to mega důležitý. Takhle hraje dobrý tým, aby to comebacknul. Tohle je Voring, protože teďka tomu jako comebackujou, ale zase mají furt outscale jako kokot, Jin je komplet odhoven. Junja to zase naintil. Junja má teďka trošičku intík. Pozor! Azir! Ale ne, oni ho one-shotli, ale... Korky! Nemá damage! Xante! Dobrý. Kámo, ale trvalo jim to hodně dlouho zabít. Dobrý comeback. Přesně tohle jsem se bál, no. Že driver to tak strašně intí a nechává se piknout. Ale asi to nemůžou dát Barona, nebo? Že tady bude Rumble. Ale říkám vám, driver nehraje další hru. Legit nehraje. Tohle nemůžou dělat, toho Barona, nemůžou. Tady bude Azir TP, borci, tohle není dobrý Baron. Tohle není, ježíš, ta Rumble ultimátka je odhoven, to úplně naintil s tou Rumble ultimátkou. Actually, 3 vteřiny, ten Rumble musí jít in. Šel pozdě. Ale tady všichni umírají. A GG prohráli hru. Baron nebyl good, no. Ale tak dobře to comebackovali. 3krát to tam Inspired našel. Ale tenhle Baron call už nebyl good od něj. Jako props musím nechat, že tam našel pěkný 3 piky, ale a comebacíček docela, ale furt dostáváš outscale. Furt si musíme říct. Furt dostáváš outscale. Nehrál si early game, mid game tak, jak si měl hrát. To, že tady jsi našel 3 pěkný piky, hej, je to pěkný, je to krásný, ale prostě...
To work as CFO, they're going to move back, they're going to get themselves their own soul point, but it did save the game, Kobe. It did say, never mind, maybe it's just, oh my, this game, it's just ridiculous.
It certainly bought them some time,
It bought them some time. They might have been coming back to do the Dragon anyway.
No, příští nehraje driver, ale hraje ten druhý topař. Ale to je hrozně broken mít jakoby 2 hráče ve Fearless formátu, ne? Mít třeba 2 topaře, 2 junglery a tak. Nebo 2 topaře, co hraje každý jiný styl. Jako furt může někdo udělat chybu. Může udělat chybu, jo? Třeba Dogo se může nechat chytit zabít, Hong se může nechat chytit zabít. Můžeš Black Sheepem měnit lidi pohrát, ano.
Is that a flame horizon for Bwipo?
Yeah, that's valid. Over 100 CS lead.
I questioned whether I was looking at the right number.
Kamo jako Rumble 30. Nejlepší na tom je, že Rumble je komplet odhoven behind a stejně má největší damage v těch fightech. Když dá dobrou ult. No teď už ne, ale předtím to tak měl. Nesmí se nechat chytit zase. Zase o hantí. Ale tohle je mega dobrý, to co dělá prostě Inspired. Ale víš, jak se proti tomu jednoduše hraje, když prostě teďka trošičku Kaiving změní vardy. Když Kaiving začne vardit entrance, místo toho, aby vardil takhle, jak vardí jednu stranu, tak zavardí entrance. Mega v pohodě úplně. A pak tady to, co zkusí Inspire, tak ho uvidí a chcípne. Ale ten Kaiving to klasicky neví v té hře, no. Po hře bych mu to musel říct.
Biggest problem to me for FlyQuest now is when you try and make a pick, there are 2 Zhonyas on both solo laners for CFO, and then the Guardian Angel on Doggo is already available, and Jinja's is close to being available.
Tady nevím, proč Vi pushovala bot lane jako na item, nebo co?
For everybody.
Ten Xante je nesmrtelný, kámo, to je crazy. Oni budou čekat ještě 3 minuty na to.
Yeah, just clearing out this mid lane wave. Thankfully, it is mid lane, so it's the easiest one to cover. But we have synchronized timers.
Se teďka strašně bojí ty Vi a hrajou strašně safe CFO.
Quad stack Mountain Soul or a Baron might be the choice they'll have to make.
Let's track Inspired again, because Inspired is taking another long venture into the other side of the map.
I feel like he's feeling better though now, so I don't think we can call it the same thing.
Proč to? Proč jakoby nezavardí ten Kaiving ty entranci? Korky potřebuje LDR, no, musí jako reálně by měl by prodat kolektor a koupit LDR ten Korky. Hledá ho. What? Proč to nečekne? Tady by mělo být bing bing bing, je tady pink varda, bing bing bing, je tu pink varda, bing bing bing. Je tu druhá pink varda, bing bing bing. Tady jako by měly být fakt, v momentě, kdy tam jsou 2 pink vardy, tak by měli...
I love it. Weird is good.
All of the pressure, it kind of distracts you from the fact that this is the last day of Swiss, and this is elimination promotion.
And you can tell like there's so much more layered on top, right? There's so many reps of playing out.
Ale ten Inspire prostě farmí side lane.
Right? But then there's also the terror of having to go home here and missing out on that top 8 for both of these.
Dobrý pokus od Junji. Teď tady ale vidí Inspire, tak by mohli hrát víc agresivně. Ten Azir se strašně bojí, by the way. Jako Honk, jak většinou říkáme, Honk Dogo hrajou dobře, tak Honk nehraje dobře tuhle sérii. Nebo tuhle hru zatím. Tady by Honk měl permapoukovat toho Jina s dvojitým Včkem kvečkem. Ale týpek je úplně pochcanej. Fakt se jako bojí. Dívej, tohle kdyby udělal na kohokoliv v té hře, tak prostě GG. Ale on se tak bojí, týpek má 4000 HP, má Zoniu, má flash, má ult, má 3000 HP a bojí se tohle dělat. Honku, Dogo by tady potřeboval vzít klávesnici Honkovi. Legit prostě vzít, vyměnit si, ať Dogo hraje Azira a ta hraje over už 10 minut.
I didn't even want to do it.
I know, it felt like you had to.
I did, exactly.
Now you know how I feel every day.
Dívej, boom, jeden auto attack, ty píčo, 1200 damage. Mi neříkej, že to prostě to. A teď to na Inti, ježišimaria. Počkej, dal Zoniu, nabejtil. Dobré, bejtnul, free win, konečně. Dogo? Dobrý. Počkej, ale proč Dogo prostě nezabil toho backlince? Vole, Dogo tam flashne na Jina a snaží se zabít Jina místo toho, aby zabil toho Vi. Ale ta Vi tam zabila toho Azira potom, zajímavý. Ale dobře to, hej, upřímně dobře to nabejtil s tím Azirem. Jak broken to je, že ty prostě můžeš takhle nabejtit fight. Že ty prostě naintíš jak úplnej čokl a stejně, protože máš Zoniu, tak nabejtíš fight a ten fight vyhrajete. Protože ty jenom potřebuješ fightit.
We'll be able to spot them out here. There is the Mountain Soul to come on in as Doggo walks on forward. Sees Quad at extraordinarily low health. They're going to see whether they can get themselves out.
Ult je dead. Jde si trefí ult je dead. I netrefil.
It isn't able to kill him. And the blast cone for the disengage. But still, CFO, they don't lose the Baron, and they should be able to take it themselves here. And with a quad stack Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, and a sweet purple buff, and an open door on the base, they should be able to finish this game. But I've said that before. This time feels a little bit more true.
No, už má LDR, ten Korky, prodal kolektor. I love League of Legends. Tome, jak broken je midlane. Vysvětli mi, jak broken je midlane. Ten týpek má největší, on má větší damage než AD carry. Má o 1000 víc HP. Má playmaking. A ještě k tomu má Zoniu, takže on v podstatě... Nemám slov. Nemám slov, jak broken je midlane, actually. Týpek si může zlomit ruce a nedostane one shot. Může si zlomit ruce dvakrát a má Zoniu. A má největší damage ve hře a má ten range, 2000 range, ale ten Hong hraje fakt špatně toho Azira. Víš, že vůbec nevyužívá toho Azira na ten poke. On by měl pokovat Vi, Alistara, Perma 2 auto attack, VQ auto attack. Ty myslíte, že je dobrý potom prodat Trinity Force v late gameu a koupit třeba Blood Trister na Korky? Jako legit říkám ti, kdyby Dogo hrál toho Azira tady, tak je ta hra over 10 minut. On byl 1v9 s tím, jak by hrál agresivně. Pozor, Azir už vypadá, že začíná hrát agresivně. Pozor. Azir už kouká s těma dvojitýma Včkama. Už poukuje s těma dvojitýma Včkama. Dívej, aj toho Xanteho sejme, vidíš to, že 1000 prostě dvojitý Včko auto attack a Xante má 1000 HP dolů. A to je tank. Ajaj, zase to naintil. Rumble ultimátka dobrá, Azir ultimát. Kamo, dívej, on to naintí a prostě a v ingame vyhraje teamfight. Ale dobří mi daří tohle, co dělá, co ten Azir dělá, tak to dělají na schvál. Že na bejtí takhle třeba třeba combo od Alistara na bejtí, nebo Vi ultimátku na bejtí. Ne zrovna Ečko od Tali, to zrovna ne, ale tady tyhle ty, víš. Ale jako comebacknuli to, našli tam 3krát toho týpka. No Driver nehraje, chat. Driver si jde sednout, jde hrát ten druhej topář.
Oh man, I've seen it all.
We have lived eons from the beginning of this game till the end, from the trough to now. Mountains came up and down.
Jako začalo to v 7 a je 8:20. S těma pauzama.
Can we watch Quad int the entire game at Baron? I just want to watch it. I felt my soul leave my body as Quad Talia ulted with no teammates around him.
Here we go.
Tohle se nedělá, ale takhle jako flameit týpka. To je zakázaný. Když jsem byl caster, nebo když jsem byl na té analýz deskace, tak nám tohle zakazovali dělat.
And expect to win. Like that, yes, there's 100 other things that happen. Yes, there's 100 other things that could change, but mistakes are not equal in League of Legends. A mistake like that at that moment in the game.
Jako má pravdu, prohrál tím hru, ale prostě.
And I mean, I think Quad had some tough moments where he wasn't able to flash abilities in other games and other series here, you know, that he would be unhappy about. But this one is just straight up unacceptable. And I feel like as soon as I saw that, I'm like, well, that's the game. You just lost the game. And the rest was kind of just waiting it out.
But then
it did get crazy.
They didn't lose actually from that point. You gotta give them credit. But the thing is, it feels so bad to now go like, hey, you kind of came back in that game because you didn't.
And they never were actually like on the front foot even with after all those comebacks. I mean, I think Inspired played an incredible game. He was really clever. Him and Masu were the standouts to me. Yeah. I think really did well. I think Buppo, you know, he was always up in gold, but there were some head scratchers like that teleport to his own tier 1.
Něco mi říká, že dubínský šaman res Testovič si ani tuhle hru nemusí zaplatit, aby si zahrál. On je prostě emocionální kokot, to nemá říkat takto, až jak se to tam snaží zachránit. No tohle je illegal, tohle je legit. Nám říkali, jedinou věc, co jako caster nebo analyst nesmíte dělat, je takhle flamit hráče. Protože pak celá komunita bude flamit toho hráče, že prohrál hru. Ale prostě NA caster, no, debílek. Jako legit, říkám, to, co udělal, tak úplně fuj. Fuj. Ale ty peky. Shut the fuck up! Stejně byli favoriti.
Then the Otacon play, where we were just kind of nowhere to be seen at the Otacon. So yeah, those to me were kind of head scratchers, and that is like, maybe you're just sweating too much and you're thinking about all these things and you're losing track of like what is the obvious play you should be doing next.
That's an elimination game for you, right? It's like all these things that sometimes in the LTA you would have done 17 times per weekend, you cannot do here because of the circumstances. And then if we have to look, or if we're gonna look at CFO, I think it is very impressive that they had the presence of mind to be ahead on those plays. Let's say that.
Ale jako dobře to comebackli, tyhle věci, co já Inspired, to jsem se fakt, jako to bylo můj number one cíl, naučit 100 Thieves. IEG, když jsou behind. Že tohle prostě musíš dělat. Že to je jediná cesta, jak to comebacknout. A jak tady Vi zabije Azira? Prostě ho one-shotne, jo?
That Fly could put onto trying to take out one of these extremely fed carries, but Honky, even though sometimes I was holding my breath for him, I think was able to have tremendous impact in this game.
He really was, and
tady ten Zin dává strašný raketa damage v tom late gameu, jako že jungleři se nezdají, ale ty piče, to je hyper carry, oba ty jungleři.
When you lose that Baron, when you get this late into the game, you look at the people you can ult. There's 2 GAs and 2 Zhonyas and a Leona, right? Who are you supposed to be diving? Like, it's almost impossible at that
Dogo
point to have
57 000 Davis. Je disgraceful, jak tenhle Azir hrál. Ten Azir byl tak feedlej a nebyl schopný dávat dvojtivéčkové auto na enemy Alistara, enemy Xanteho. Týpek se bál. To legit úplně crazy. To bylo šílený, jak hrál špatně toho Azira. Říkám ti, jakýkoliv dobrý Azir by tady tu hru vyhrál 15 minut dřív a měl by tak 100 000 damage. Nepřeháním. Legit nepřeháním. A co řekl von?
The looks on some of their faces on the player cams after some of those plays to me was like, I think it's over.
One thing I've learned from G2 versus FlyQuest and MKOI
versus TES jsou tilted, je to GG.
Not going to be a game one, Andy. We'll be right back.
Ten vlevo je tak tiltnutý, ten kokot. On prostě je úplně tiltnutý, je frustrovaný. A úplně... Inspired je tiltnutý, GG. Kámo, ten caster komplet vodoven. Říkám, příští už nebude castit příště. Až si budou vybírat Worlds castery, tak... Aspoň mu nedaj, nebo mu nedaj NA prostě. Dá podle tebe Koi alespoň jednu hru? Ty vole, mohli by.
Thank you, Beijing fans. See you guys in Shanghai.
Čínská propaganda, Wave, guys, Wave, mávejte, jsme na kameře, social credity, plus social credity, China amazing, China number one, Pandy.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here.
Chat, když napíšete I love China, máte plus kredity social.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tak ty tě nikam nevezmou. Typci víc, až pojedu někdy do Číny, tak pulatnou moje starý voc z Worlds v Číně a daj si tam AI překlad a řeknou, ty pičo, tak to zavřem. Panda, tleskáme, panda. No nic. Jdu aspoň pro to, jdu se aspoň pro semínka. Jak na Cersei.
I love how people are always like, "Oh, but Paris, you're not ready to play the LEC. LEC is on another level." Bro, it's the most ridiculous thing ever. I've been watching a little bit of Worlds. Bro, Emerald Flex team can do better than what Fnatic did. And bro, and they got like second in the region or something. Like, bro, I don't want to be that guy.
Hey, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
This deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent yourselves. I think a lot of people saw that the loss to G2 took a lot out on FlyQuest emotionally. So I think a reset there was important. Now that the best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today. And obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year. So this is definitely an exciting game for us. And so I think our heads are on right today, and now it's about performing.
As you said, from being the best of the West to a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now, how did you readjust your players' expectations?
Yeah, it's not all me. Obviously, it's like the whole group coming together, but I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time, scrims against tougher and tougher teams than you have domestically, it's easy to look at things you can't do, like, oh, we can't draft that against a good team, we can't do this against a good team, and you start to lose the things that made you special domestically or at other parts in the year. And I think it's always good to take a step back to reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able to do that very, very well.
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course, as articulate as ever. And we miss you here on the broadcast, Papa. Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk, because of course that interview was done during this game.
Kam od kdy bageterie stojí 300 korun za meníčko?
Messy. I'm going to go with messy.
Minus 20% na KF-ku, mám to flipnout, hoši? Normálně mají 20% speciální nabídku.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, you know, trying to refocus after a game like that does take a lot of work, but you have to be able to do that at the pro level.
20% minus a oni se ještě budou snažit a bude to mít lepší to kvalitu, že jo?
And I need to immediately cleanse my brain of what just happened. So they need to be able to do that. Sometimes you just have to be able to cleanse what just went down. Of course, you still need to have takeaways from the previous game, like the mistakes that were made. From honestly both sides, it was not clean from either side.
Napiš do poznámky, že jsi influencer a budeš to jíst na streamu, jako vážně. To funguje.
As well as a team, much more.
Yeah. Kaiwing making up for the lack of experience in the early game with all of the experience he's had in
jo, dělej, fakt.
Which is was enough to get them over the line.
Nebudu se objednat KF koši, nebudu.
On both sides, right? Because of course not quite figuring out the lane swap mechanics effectively on CFO's side.
Nehraje driver už, ne?
But I still think that the draft
bude hrát ten druhý týpek, Restovič si to zaplatil.
Where their consistent damage was going to come from. I think now we can see what's going to happen as we head towards champion select for game number 2 and see where the pivots are going to be.
Yeah, what I would do is just go for comfort champion so you can focus all on your gameplay. Just focus all
Volt je nejdražší dovážka, no. Volt je hrozně drahá a hlavně plus ty restaurace, některé si tam přidávají 30% na cenu. Jak když si to stejné jídlo dám třeba v té restauraci a objednám si, tak na Voltu je to o 30% dražší. Není to u každé restaurace, ale je to často, protože Volt si bere 30%, že jo, takže oni si to tam napálí. Jako nebudu lhát, ale je to scam. Je to legit scam. Kup si Volt Plus za kilo měsíčně. Já mám Volt Plus, ale Draxiku, ty nechápeš, že já když jdu vole do kampusu a dám si tam vole čínský nudle, tak stojí 220 korun. A když si ty stejný kurve zvěbaný nudle koupím na Voltu, tak je to 280 korun. Plus dovážka, plus poplatky. Co na tom nechápeš? Mám ti to říkat takhle jak úplnému dementovi, nebo to pochopíš poprvé? Sorry, jsem rejpavej.
Certainly some humps to get over here for both of these teams. I think FlyQuest putting their best foot forward until the one big whoopsie that we did see out of that gentleman on your screen right there.
U mě to stojí stejně, nemáš byle v prdeli, no ty pičo. Brno je dobrá prdel, no. Já pracoval v restauraci, kde i 2 kusy pečiva stojí 80 korun. GG. Ale podle mě, kdyby Inspire tam nenašel ty 3 flanky, ty comebacky jak blázen, tak ty pičo je to 2-0. A je to GG. Protože by byly tilted jak blázen. Ale tím, že tam našli ty 3 flanky, tak se podle mě untiltnuli a je tam... No Rest už hraje, Rest hraje, dívej. Kámo, já nechápu, prostě oni si dělají ten haircut tak, že jí to leze do očí, ty vlasy. Že přesto nevidíš, ne? Rest poveret, ano. Týpek přijel ze Slovenska v tom jeho elektrickém Porscheti, aby zahrál na top lane.
We don't do that here. Because we know that if you get to a third best of 3 and that it's been all the way, then you get very, very silly commentary, and we do not want that on the world stage. He says after talking about oyster in the last game.
Straight from minute 1.
Yeah, baby. I was like, I have to make up for this. I'm going to pretend this is the third best of 3. As we can see, Chowie starting to get a little bit animated here, so I think that's telling me that we might be getting closer and closer towards a draft starting. And you have some confirmation because
Měli driver, ano, samozřejmě. Nehrál vůbec dobře.
And looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is going to look like. They don't need to worry about a whole bunch of the champions, though, that we've seen already. I think the Talia and Azir are going to be big ones as far as things that are being taken away. Vi's been banned a whole lot this Worlds as well. And so a lot of things are going to change as far as
lepší draft FlyQuest, lepší draft na jejich identitu týmu. A.k.a. potřebují mid-late game comp.
CFO had a pretty good read of
Ne early
FlyQuest.
mid-game
You know,
comp.
just deny them the Orianna as well as the Wukong.
Yep.
Those are two not only just power picks in the current meta, but also something that FlyQuest really do create their own structure around. This FlyQuest team,
Tak,
they're
there we
at
go.
their best when they form some like nicely scaling
Ambessa
into
Orianna,
mid and
okay.
late game 5-on-5 team fights. You know, front to back structure. I feel like they do other strategies, of course they
Caitlyn,
do.
okay.
But I simply feel like that is their most comfortable approach. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, unless you, I would still ban the Sion.
To je strašně dobře hrál toho Korko, chci si to zahrát. Jsou dneska 3 BO3 teda, takže budeme hrát solo queue až late.
Ban Trundle. Force the Sion ban and then get yourself
Dostávají se ještě ikonky za sub, ano, Worlds ikonka na Twitchi za sub, nebo za gifta a emotikon do League of Legends.
But I would expect that's more about trying to get your hands onto a Rise.
Interesting. They remain permabanning Doggo's Caitlyn as well. He did perform very well on that one, but Doggo's performed well on a lot of champs.
Zarenik díky za gifta, tak
Let's see what is going to be their final choice
Amák.
here, because this discussion between the Sion and the Rumble
Je to i resub, jo? I resub.
gains more priority here. Like Sion looks so good, not only because
Aspoň myslím.
the Trundle proposition, but Ambessa is banned, and Ambessa
Junara
is
Caitlyn se bojí Doga. Bojí se Doga na agresivních čampech. Ale máš tam Korkyho, který ho hrál, máš tam Dravena, který ho ještě může hrát.
The problem for me is if they don't first pick it, then I mean, if Rest picks that up and they get something else, because like you leave Wukong up, I imagine Wukong would also be very high priority.
Casio, Rice first pick, jo. Rice first pick, jsou Rice first pick.
I think you still do it.
A jakože to CFO převzali Casio Orianna ban. Je tam Aurora Rice, ale. Aurora Rice, je tam Sion. Sion je open, protože Rest, není tam driver, je tam Rest. Vemou Sion first pick, když je tam Trundle? Vemou.
It's like enough funny business.
I was sweating a little, you know, they did give the carry a bard to T1, but
Nech tam dá tam Mordekaisera.
Oh my god.
Cheeky
Imagine if he did it.
Yeah.
Imagine if he did it.
Right back into Bwipo.
Aby mu to tam střelil, no.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even
Ne, oni vemou Trundle a Rice, podle mě.
It's like
Trundle Rice.
Should be Rise Trundle, right?
I mean, Rise Trundle feels pretty good. Gonna be a lot of like pretty short range, so might be an opportunity for Fly to be able to capitalize on that. Let's see. Expecting the Troll King.
Expecting it, but
Aurora je ještě open, aby to mohli hrát FlyQuest.
Like theoretically here.
No, bylo jasné. Tak, co teď? Vemou Auroru, budou podle mě vemou Auroru. A k tomu jungle do Trundla. Co bych vzal do Trundla?
I mean, he could Ivern. So if I'm thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern. Ivern is quite good into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights. And it would be a
Zinzao je
FlyQuest
out.
classic
White
of
by to
doing
nebyla
the
dobrá.
front-to-back team fights I was talking about. where they
Pantheon
build for
Kiana,
some
I
crazy
guess.
5-on-5.
No, I
Okay,
guess.
Kiana is the other way. You can go for the
Kiana je
extra
dobrá do
mobility
Trundla,
here.
no.
Try and dance around him and burst him instead.
This is a pick that I imagine LPL commentators would be like,
Vemou
oh,
Auroru.
such a really good Kiana.
Myf je takový úplně jako, že
On the other hand,
ty
and
vole,
I'm
jako, že
talking
hej,
about
co
all
se
worlds,
děje?
sorry if I'm a broken record. I'm terrified of Kiana. I think the champion doesn't necessarily work all that well, but let's see whether Inspired can teach me
Annie? Tak už vím, proč Myf je jakože WTF, Annie ne, vole. Ty pičo, peknit Auroru. Ježišimaria, Annie do Riseho. Jako Annie Kiana má velký damage, ty kokos, ale pro Rise má 4000 HP a Seraph 1000 HP štít. Tam bude běhat 5000 midlaner, který ho nevančotneš. Tam do něj dáš, vole, všechno s tou Aničkou a Kianou a nedáš mu vančot. Kam ale ty typci zase hrajou early mid comp. FlyQuest koučové, New Duck Mythy, za mě mega dobří koučové, ale prostě nechápou identitu svého týmu. A pikou early mid game comp, kdy oni AFK farmí. Ty týpci nehrajou agresivní enough, aby si pikoval takhle early mid game chumpy. Nevím. Jako dám jim benefit of the doubt, myslím si, že Annie Kiana je fakt easy to play early game, mid game, prostě flash ult choose. zabiješ někoho, zas od 6 do 12 Rice je permadead. Každá ult Rice je dead. Jediný, co musí dělat, je flashovat forward a dávat killy. Ale jako tu první hru to nevypadalo, že? Tu první hru nehráli vůbec agresivně, když měli hrát.
If they would like to, but first going to be focusing on banning away some support so the Busio isn't going to have anything that he likes. Of course, Annie Rakan, fantastic combo.
And FlyQuest already have like really straightforward, explosive engage.
Podle mě je opravdu škoda, že o tom louku vím tolik věcí a nějak to nevyužívám.
So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO are things that you also
Nebo
have to
aspoň o
worry
tom
about,
draftu.
but the Kai'Sa possibilities no longer here. FlyQuest will deny at least that from Doggo bottom lane. Maybe they were thinking like a Kai'Sa Nautilus or something was going to show up.
Kai'Sa would also actually work out for FlyQuest here, actually, if they did manage to get their hands on it, because they don't necessarily have the most magic damage with this composition, and Kiana does have a fair bit of damage herself. Does make you less incentivized to build armor.
Proč nekoučuješ?
The full hybrid build, but the Ezreal actually going to be
Špatně
banned
placený
on
nabídky.
CFO's side. So maybe my manifestation is actually turned into champions that are going to get banned.
Začni
rather than
sázet.
it's actually going to get picked up. FlyQuest with Braum takeaway. Is going to get rid of that one. So Doggo, what's it going to be? I expect he's going to lock in an AD carry here.
Však si byl trenér, to jo, ale jakoby nevyužil jsem to. Jsem měl krátkou trenérskou kariéru, že 3 roky jenom. 2,5 roku jenom. Můžeš vůbec sázet? Už můžu sázet. Už po 12 letech konečně můžu sázet. Tak Bardos, co za AD? Niko je dobrý counter engage, hodně dobrý.
That is kind of crazy. This champion has been picked or banned throughout most of Worlds.
No, co udělají? Jako musí fakt vzít strašně dobrý hypercarry teďka, aby si to nedobe. Třeba takový Aphelios, já nevím, něco fakt hypercarry. Aphelios, Jinx, hard damage, protože Takiana, Annie nemají damage. Borci piknou Lushna. Hej, OK, borci, musíte hrát agresivně, musíte fightit všechno, co vidíte. Enemy, vole, když si je enemy champion na vaší screeně, flashujte mu na hlavu a dejte mu kill. Tady klidně může vzít Dravena, no. Varu se veme. Sivir to není dobrá.
There is so much follow-up as well from all of like the CC that can land, right? You get an
Sivir
unstoppable
do Lucian Nami.
supreme display of talent. Everything.
Já, tady je dobrý Draven. Jo.
If I'm Busio right here, I'm like, oh, Nami, Lucian, this is such a powerful lane. They're going to be great. And then you see the Drake, like, those axes, even it feels level 2, take half of your health bar.
Yeah. Doggo Draven is fearsome.
Přidej se, Glosaratonec, určitě budeš lepší coach než on, ne? To asi jo, no. Mám 3 roky zkušeností s koučováním, víš.
We saw what he did there on the top side of the map. We'll see whether it can be another early cash in here for Doggo. As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of 5s.
Oh man, so much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1 to play the guessing game of who is going to go top and are you going to guess.
Jako tady Draven postaví on bude stavět ten hexplát, experimentální, takže bude mít taky hodně HP. Jako hele, od levelu 6 musí permafightit. FlyQuest musí permafightit od levelu 6 do levelu 13, permafight všechno, co vidí, fight, je mi to jedno. Legit. Protože pokud nebudou fightit, tak jsou zase komplet vodoven a zase dostanou outskill.
It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win out in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest's composition a little bit more than last time around. I think I can see where the damage is going to come from late game. I can see that there's 3 threats that are legitimately terrifying on this squad, and then a lot of CC to back it up. And here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. Fly desperately trying to stay alive here at Worlds 2025. CFO looking to knock them out right here, right now.
And the lane that might determine it could very well be that mid lane. 18-year-old Hongq, massive year for him, so much hype behind him, and you can see the progression from him over every international event that CFO have been to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really had some really bad plays, honestly. I'm just gonna, in the previous game.
I was waiting for you to sugarcoat it, and
yeah, I was.
CFO nemají žádnou frontlinku, Rek'Sai.
It was just bad, but we'll see.
Tak, změníme scénku.
Doggo is deep. Doggo's
dobrý, ale co tady, vole, zkouší? Ajajaj, jak se to stalo? Oni invadenuli skrz Tribush, nebo co se stalo? Jsem nedával pozor.
Maybe you weren't expecting all of CFO to just be hanging out here in the jungle, but now
A split mapa na bot lane, jaj. Zas vyhrávají v CFO, prostě jsou chytřejší early game. Doggo prostě šel, ale z Kudma prošel. Tohle zase hard vyhrává prostě CFO s tímhletím split mapem. V podstatě. Nami už nemá potky. Tribush? OK, Tribush, OK.
This is just set up so tremendously well for CFO and their bottom side of the map.
Ale já nevím prostě, proč to nenapadne FlyQuest třeba tohle udělat, protože prostě tam máš dvě agresivní botlane a ty hraješ standardní hru místo toho, abys třeba byl kreativní a udělal tohle, že prostě splitneš mapu.
And right now, they do have a lot of vision around this area, so no dive is going to come in. But as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will always exist without CFO needing to worry about any sort of Kiana making her way down.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to remain the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to lay down the pressure. Inspired now on those Raptors and is at a decent clip as far as clearing out the jungle.
Yeah. And you kind of just have to do.
Jako zatím první dobrý play od CFO.
Trundle is king in the early stages. Both those junglers, though, have really dominated their regional leagues. As you can see, Junju, we talked about him, 7 in a row.
And Inspired, I mean, he's been talked about as the Western GOAT for a really long time, and I think he's had a decent Worlds as well. I don't think it's necessarily going to be on him, right? But
jak to, že se používáš ty turnavem, tak jsem si to chtěl jsem si ventilovat tady.
Some of the aggression from Inspired to make things happen, because Kiana, if she's gonna work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Ardent Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily, but Junja still here towards the bottom side.
To nebudou divovat, ne? To snad nebudou zkoušet divit. Jako Inspire to tu má přečtený ten dive. Ježiši, ne. No, taky nic, jako, ale jako coveroval to tady, což je smart.
Good defensive play to make sure that his bottom lane stays alive. But as
Driver fakt nehraje hustý, to bylo úplně jasný, guys.
It's almost two waves the Doggo has in advantage.
Oh, Vipo.
Very aggressive on the Whippo. The Soul Furnace is going to be there, but not for too much more than just keeping himself alive.
Kamo, většinou Rek'Sai vyhrává až later potom, ne?
Tangle Bob's going to miss.
Tak, asi Doggo teďka bude... Okay. Kdyby dáš stream, že neukončí stream, dokým nedáš challenger, kolko by to trvalo? Bro, to bych tady bylo hodně dlouho. Okay, oni divou top lane. Ne, invadí junglera, invadí Inspireda, tohle dobrý, hodně dobrý. Teď záleží, kdo půjde dřív. Rek'Sai jde. Oni divou bot lane. Ty pič, oni to... To je mega warf. A co se stalo na top lane? Oni tam zabili Inspireda. Věž, tankuje Tankuje Canon, Niko.
Regardless, yeah,
jsou tak good, já miluju. Počkej, co se stalo na tom Inspire? Oni ho zabili z Rise ult? Či oni zabili Annie a její Kianu, jo?
So he was able to cash in on those. Draven getting paid extra, leading to extra gold lead here, but then also
že on prostě Kvat, ale jako ty vole, Kvat brečí normálně, ten týpeček je tiltnutý z té první hry. Dívej, Niko se převtělí na kanona, to je tak broken. Kámo, to je úžasný, to je legit, to je úplně neuvěřitelný toto. To musí nerfnout fast, já se divím, že to furt nenerfnuli. No a ten Inspired prohrál 1v1 proti... Jo, Rek'Sai ho flashla a ganknula, ne? Rek'Sai ho zabila.
That is a big deal. Be able to potentially see where the adoration stacks came up as far as the amount of money, but that is also over to CFO. We haven't seen a dragon taken just yet. But you can see junglers are towards the bottom side.
Ale jako oni musí fightit FlyQuest, no, tu early mid game od šestky. Teďka jak jsou od šestky.
They are going to be swapping Masu towards that top side. The train, the port of call going to be this bottom lane out at turret.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game and affords them the luxury of controlling the early game map as well. So constantly having priority there to move in and make the extra move on FlyQuest. We'll see how this continues towards Grubs. We're approaching the 8-minute marks here. So this is kind of the break point of do FlyQuest actually get to change something since they have a Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ulti was used to get back to bottom lane. So Bwipo's actually just using
ten SK roster, ten rumored, viděl, no.
As FlyQuest start this out.
There's no teleport either.
Jsem zaspal, nekomysnul si první banger. Tohle série ale dobrá. Proč má Lucian Cleanse do píči? No to nevím upřímně. To fakt nevím, to je vegan. Junja to trošku dojebal, musí flashovat out, ale můžou fightit možná s Dravenem. Ne, nemůžou. 3 gruby, ale Rek'Sai veme kolik plátů, to záleží. Jenom, počkej, 3 pláty vzala Rek'Sai? To fakt? Ne, 2. 2 turret pláty, za 3 gruby. Má lifesteal Draven tady ty trady, když jsou ty trady even, tak to vyhrává ty trady, dívej. Teďka Ryze bude mít Pryo a Trundle bude mít Pryo na dive a podle mě dive jejich botlane. Dívej, free dive, týpci jsou dead. Kiana je na botu. Týpci jsou tak strašně moc dead.
That's so much damage already. Why is this Ryze doing so much work? As Masu in so much trouble, the Pop Blossom is going to connect onto Busio. Another cash in, and it's a double for Doggo.
Oni jsou tak dog shit FlyQuest. Já nevím, proč tam tradí. Lucian nám je tam tradí s Dravenem, když Draven má lifesteal, když Kiana je na botu a Ryze má Pryo, což je prostě free dive. Free dive. Nejlepší válka za posledních 5 let, já miluju Oystery. CFO jsou fakt frajeři, úplně mega good. On zabije ještě Inspireda. Druidský šaman ještě málem zabil Inspireda.
Tunneling around. I really like this skin, by the way. Full party Rek'Sai, absolutely fantastic.
Same. That is the best
the
one.
Go-to, right?
That is the best one. Regardless,
Dogo už má BT. A teďka staví už experimentální hexplát, takže bude nesmrtelný za chvíli. Nebo nebude, ne, že byl nesmrtelný, ale bude jako HPčka proti tomuhle team kompu jsou mega good. Rest hraje dobře, hraje no, hraje hodně dobře. Dám mu cancel tomu Signovi, bylo by to huge, kdyby mu dal. Jo, dám mu cancel. Mega huge.
Extra tempo advantage. It is just so well done here for CFO. in the early stages.
And that should be this outer turret falling down here on CFO's side, unless quad is going to be enough to deter them. It's a large wave coming on in. Quad might be able to deal with this, but Doggo gets another 2 axes. I mean, he's got a Bloodthirster already at 11 minutes into this game. So just gonna wait. Quad is going to be
Teď to nesmí zahodit CFO, no. Ale divím se, že nemají víc těch shutdownů. Že jediný Draven má shutdowny. Doggo je úplně jiný hráč oproti té minulé sérii, však minulou sérii hrál taky dobře. Doggo hraje vždycky dobře. 2000 goldásků pro Dravenka. 4000 goldů v 11. minutě. Jsou mental gapnutý jak kokot, by the way. Ale on to říkal ten NA-caster, jako byla to pravda, oni prostě FlyQuest mají problém s mentalitou, no, že prostě dostanou mental gap. Trošku přehání tady. Trošku přehání tady, no. Shutdown pro Lushna. Jako dávat Siona, full HP Siona, borcí.
Putting a stop to this snowball that CFO had been creating.
1000 goldů najednou, back. 4,1 na 3.
Onto Blippo. Also allowed them to push out on the rest of the map, so they gain a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
From the onslaught that CFO had been delivering. That takes care of the.
A tenhle Draven build se mi líbí.
But it is still extra teleport.
Jediný, co nevím, tak když máš potom 6 itemů, tak to asi prodáš ten hexplát, ne?
As well as the bottom wave.
The one good thing is that it's Masu that's able to benefit, right? And so that gold lead that we were just talking about has shrunk about 500 gold. It's probably going to expand again.
Still big, yeah.
We're still at the Garrow sale, as it turns out. There's just team fights and stuff like that, and Summoner's Rift at the
Mají boty, ty jsou taky důležitý tuhle hru pro CFO.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning lanes, you are fine when FlyQuest basically sell out, sending everybody to get Void Grubs, because they're not going to get much money out of those Void Grubs attacking turret plates, because they're almost never up at the turret plates. CFO are the ones with no Void Grubs, and they've taken complete towers.
Minuta do Heralda, minuta do Draka. Drak není moc important, ale ten Herald bude hrozně important pro CFO. Tady by si CFO by tu chtěli mít to, no. Toho Heralda chtěli mít. Já nevím, tohle si chcete fajtit kucí. Tady Hard vyhrává Draven a má lifesteal. Takže si z nich dělá prdel. Se divím, že ten Lucian nám je jako problém botlane masu. Busy, oni fajtí, když nemají junglera. Inspired se snažil hrát prostě kolem Siona tady. Draven nestaví Black Cleaver, staví ten Hexplat experimentální. To je dobrý build. Ty tank itemy jsou broken v tom, že ti dávají strašně moc HP. Plus pasivka 1600 goldů má Draven. What? To nemá 1600 goldů z pasivky, to je passive gold. Kills je 900, minions 3000, turec 662. To bylo úplně jasný. Dobrý dodge, ale měl dodgenout tu ultimátku, by the way, to úplně naintil s tím face rushem ten Honk. Honk má špatnou sérii. Honk má špatnou sérii.
This does not close the gap, but it does get them some money to work with.
And the door was opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction.
Víš, že tam jako měl, on divně tam sidestepoval, mohl prostě utíct. Ten Herald je důležitý pro CFO. To chcou na tier 2, ale givujou. To Inspired zahrál, protože tam našel ten pick. Proč nepustí Heralda? Oni se snažili toho Heralda jako body languageovat, protože toho Draka mají anyway. Víš? Ale Rest se nebojí a bere tier 2 málem. To bude huge. Protože ty tier 2 jsou další strašně důležitý point. Dobře to s tím Niko klonem pulnul tu vlnu, aby vzali tier 2 a teď Draven bude tier 2. Tier 2 pro Dravena. To je krása. Zahraný dobře. Jo, CFO hrajou pěkně. Dělají tam individuální chyby, hlavně Honk nehraje dobře tuhle sérii. A Driver minulou hru nehrál, ale teďka hraje Rest. Takže ty individuální chyby tam jsou, ale hrajou fakt pěkně týmově.
We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
MKOI, are you sick of seeing stats that come up and we're like, oh, this player has great stats? I'm kind of sick of it.
Kvat má taky mega špatnou sérii, no. Kvat je jako úplně... Ale víš, čeho se divím, že prostě Annie, Kiana neflashujou a nekillujou toho prostě něco. Tady Kiana a Annie by měli hrát perma spolu, ale prostě podle mě Inspired už jakoby ztratil důvěru v Kvadovi a nehraje vůbec kolem něj a hraje kolem top laneu furt. Že hraje kolem Vipa furt, víš? Když jejich jako win kondice je, že musí hrát kolem midu. A killovat jako s Annie, protože prostě nic nedělá s Annie. Jenže já jsem koučoval Inspireda a potom co jakoby ti garantuju, že potom co tam Kvat naintil ten Baron fight, tu první hru, tak v ten moment prostě Inspired si instantně myslí, že ten jeho midař je vybušený kokot a negankne mu ani jednu hru. Prostě v tomhle je Inspired mental, víš, proto prostě mě se strašně špatně koučoval Inspired. Protože tady máš prostě, on prostě bude jenom gankovat toho Siona, což je jako, dostávaj killy, je to fajn. Ale potřeboval by hrát kolem Annie, aby s tou Annie jako něco dělali. Že v tomhle prostě on je mental. Ty uděláš jednu takovouhle chybu jako hráč a po zbytek série mohlo by to být BO 5 her, on negankne, on tu Annie negankne ani jednou v životě, už ji negankne. Což je prostě průser. Plohyni o 7 ráno začali. A to bylo hodně pauz. No, teď hraje s Annie. Teď. Zase ho zabijou, ne? Jako Inspired dobrý, že perma fightí, hej? Jo, tohle je super. Ale proč to vůbec nekaplujou?
Profane Hydra, baby. 2-item power spike for Kiana. That plus the Umbral Glaive, I mean, these are some cheap items.
Jako nachází perma našel toho Intera, našel prostě Honka, který to perma inkí, který nerespektí vůbec tu Kianu. Perma umírá.
And if you make these quick bursty plays, is exactly how you want to try and abuse this champion. Of course, they also have the Rift Herald to work with.
Takže tady mají jako, začínají tady v tom midgameu teďka, je to dobré. Inspire to prostě nachází. Rapid Fire Lucian se hraje. Pak třetí item je Black Cleaver, ne? Nebo něco takového. Myslíš, že když FlyQuest nepostoupí, že je šance, že Inspire půjde zpět do EU? Jo, je. Ale jak říkám, jestli bych si měl vybrat, jestli budu hrát v Evropě nebo v Americe, za stejné podmínky platový a týmy, tak budu hrát raději prostě v Americe, protože tam je lepší living standard. Tier 2 teďka, pozor. Honk konečně začal dělat to, že grupuje s týmem a nesplit pushuje, ale nic z toho nezískají, nedej tady. Že tady měli overloadnout tu tier 2 a forcenout tier 2 upřímně. See how he manages to cope with this as once again they're just running towards him. Does get stunned up as the tidal wave comes in as well. There's a great knock up flash out of the way from the bubble. Ale hrajou dobře agresivně, takhle musí hrát v tom midgameu.
Under a whole lot of threat as Masu with the cleanse.
Takhle upřímně musí hrát agresivně. Jo, protože prostě Kiana... Misnul ult. Takhle ale v midgameu právě musíš hrát agresivně s tím jejich kompem, flag kompem. Ty vole, pozor. Oni nemají TP, tohle nechceš jen tak nechat padnout.
as Junja puts his own pillar down as they want to take out Tibbers before this fight is going to break out. But I mean, there just aren't very many people
a bude smite. Rest je tu na flank, oni neví. Rest tady možná dá knockup na Inspired a Lusha. Oni nemají ultimátku, to je GG. To je GG, Inspired na ultimátku. Přehnali to, zase si to dojebali. A Honk Dogo 1v2. Draven Hexplát. Kámo, ale to přehnali do Atakana, protože Kiana neměla ult a Kiana je champ, který prostě potřebuje mít ult, aby nebyl useless. Typek dostaví Hexplát a je z něho magořina. Ty piče, jako já miluji tenhle Draven build, kámo. Prostě hraješ top lane itemy. BT a postavíš Hexplát a máš movement speed jak koko, HP jak koko, jsi nesmrtelný, damage jak blázen. Ale let's go CFO, let's go. Prej top lane itemy, experimentální Hexplát není AD item, bro. To je bruiser item, to je top lane item. Dívej Draven, boom, 1v2, boom. Nechceš ho vyzkoušet v lolku, já jsem hrál Dravena včera s tímhle, to je dobrý build jak Sonia. Je to jungle item, je to bruiser item, guys. A jungle item same shit, jungle itemy jsou taky balanced. Máš Sunderer Sky, máš vole Black Cleaver, všecko broken. Ale ty vidíš to, jo, ta Kiana, on hraje dobře ten Inspired, ale prostě si neuvědomí to, že v momentě, kdy on použije ultimátku a myslí na tu ultimátku, tak je useless v tom fightu. Kiana je strašně dobrá na tyhle piky, že takhle pikujou týpky a dávají killy, ale prostě v tom fightu potom ne, no. Jsem zahrál 2 hry Smoldera s tvým buildem a Insane. Je to Insane, že? Teď tank itemy na Smoldera.
Historical game this is going to be for CFO, as we have mentioned. You know, for the region, 2015, the last time LCP/PCS/LMS made it to quarterfinals, and it just seems so right for this CFO team. The progression that we have seen from them at international events over the year, really impressive stuff, and it does seem like Honkyu and Dago really deserving these carries.
Honkyu nehraje dobře. Nemluv o Honkyuvi. Honkyu máš špatnou sérii.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture of like veteran talent and brand new players, and then players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've
level 14 Draven, sak jebe, ještě má ninja taby upgradenutý, nebo bude mít upgradelý ninja taby. Tady ty ninja taby budou strašně dobrý, upgradelý. A má QSS, OK. Proti Kianě. Staví to dobře. Má QSS proti any Kiana, takže ho nevanshotnou. Ale měl upgradenout boty, protože ty upgradelý boty ty dají kolik? 270 HP proti Kianě. A to je dost. Mě by zajímalo, jak zabíjí Sion. No tohle byl můj problém, že oni prostě v ten moment, kdy Draven a Ryze budou mít 2 itemy, tak v oba dva Draven a Ryze staví tank itemy, nebo HP itemy, takhle. A s těma HP itemama oni je nevanshotnou. Dívej, Draven má 3000 HP, to je jak midlaner. A ten midlaner má 3000 HP, ještě k tomu má Seraphs. Takže jako jo, dokážou je vanshotnout, ale musí použít úplně všechno. Takže ty HP itemy jsou strašně broken.
FlyQuest going to do their best to withstand the onslaught of CFO, but at this point you are so outgunned just due to the giant wallet.
Se podíváš na Ryzeho, tak ten typek bude mít prostě, dívej. Ryze má teďka 3000 HP a to nepočítáš ani Seraph's Embrace, který mu dá třeba 800 štít teďka.
And people say this all the time, right? It's the defensive items that you get to build as a luxury item can really be the difference maker, because you already have the damage. He already has the damage, and now you can't CC him anymore. And that's going to make things really, really rough. Obviously they have
pamatujete si éru AD carry, kdy se stavilo perma QSS, protože QSS bylo broken a bylo to strašně OP. QSS mi přišlo ekvivalent Zonie. Že prostě teď se to nedá stavět, protože ten item je useless. A dá se to stavět třeba jenom na Drainovi, který má extra damage z Quečka, abys vůbec měl damage. QSS by měli buffnout, no, upřímně. To by bylo upřed, to by bufflo dobře AD carry. Buffnout QSS. Protože víš co, Zona je tak strašně broken a QSS je prostě víceméně ekvivalent toho, no. Jako Zonia je furt víc OP než QSS, ale kdyby QSS dávalo víc damage, víš, a třeba dávalo by to crit damage, že kolik to dává AD teďka, QSS? Jenom 45-50, něco takového malého. Nebo ten Mercurial Symmetr.
And CFO just moved back towards this Baron. Cheeky little ward there is actually unseen as now the pillar is doing great work against Quippo once again. Good double knock up though.
Počkej, se nechali naflashovat. Ult, boom. Ult od Dravena. Zabitej. Rek'Sai tam. Ty pičo, co tam udělá Rek'Sai? To jste viděli? Typek tam one-shotnul Lushna. 1v4, co to je za damage? Kamo, Rest hraje dobře. Jako Rest hraje mnohem líp než Driver. GG. 40. Mercurial dává jenom 40 AD. Kamo, kdyby Mercurial byl ekvivalent Zonie, tak to dává 80 AD. 60 magic resistů, 20% lifestealu. Ty pičo, ale pěkně CFO, pěkně. Papa NA. Let's go. A ještě ty, jestli si dobře vylosujou CFO, tak budou i top 4 a to bude strašně super. Já ten tým mám fakt rád. Je tam vidět, že jsou týmový duch, mají týmovýho ducha, baví je ta hra, nebojí se, hrajou agresivně. Mercurial a Mo jsou tak shitemi, to je insane, jako jo, Mercurial a Mo of Mortalius, nebo jak se to jmenuje, jsou úplně odhodený termíny, to musí to buffnout.
No trepidation needed at all because we are going to start with the celebration of CFO. As you said,
2-0 CFko, complete stompos. Game 1 teda fightili, Inspire tam předváděl docela dobrý kousky, ale... Inspire, kdyby nebyl menta, jako kdyby neměl prostě... Je to blbý říct, ale prostě kdyby Inspire neměl tak velký ego a kdyby neměl tak velký mental problém s tím, že jeho tým je dog shit, anebo když nějaký jeho teammate na inky, takže se totálně jakoby tiltne a alienne proti tomu teammateu. V podstatě Quad na inkyl první hru a od té doby Inspired v jeho hlavě, já jsem ho koučoval, vím jak funguje, on si v jeho hlavě myslí, že ten týpek je prostě dog shit a že mu nebude dávat ani jeden gank a nebude nic dělat pro to, aby byl ahead.
They have a real opportunity to deal some damage here, to take someone out in the best of 5 and show that they deserve to be in the conversation among the very best in the world.
A problém s tím je, že potom je to predictable, když ho znáš, takže víš, jak proti tomu hrát, víš, jak on bude hrát, takže je strašně predictable on sám ten hráč. Tiltí to teammatey, protože teammatey to ví, že prostě v ten moment, víš, že to je takový nesčený pravidlo, že fakt jakoby, že oni prostě ví, že je tiltlej a ví, že je nasraný na tohle hráče a vytváří to toxický environment. Je tam strašně moc problémů s tímhle. A kámo, kdyby to Inspired neměl, tak je jak Caps. On by byl na úrovni Capse, byl by to nejlepší western jungler ever. Protože ten skill na to má a je tak dobrý. Ale prostě mentalita, no. Co dělá?
I don't know, is that like a champion dance? I'm not sure what that was.
Wait. I'm not sure. Are we inting it?
Maybe it's a death animation or something. I'm not sure, but that was fun. Yeah, fair.
Who knows? And here the casters from the LCP, I think, you know,
Brečí, že se kvalifikovali, jo.
For sure, we're gonna see that for them because you know what it feels like as someone who works.
You're the next one, woman!
Watershed moment finally comes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Live and breathe.
I thought you were a man.
I know, and that's kind of what gives me solace in these moments. Like when I watch a series like this and I'm feeling heartbroken, I know that someone on the other side is feeling that opposite emotion, right? That is the beauty of competition, is that FlyQuest failure is the success for CFO, is the joy for CFO, for these people that live and breathe the LCP, that have dedicated their lives to covering and cheering for these teams. I think it's just a beautiful moment.
Kam CFO se můžou dostat top 4 pohodě, by the way. A bylo by to, přál bych jim to strašně.
in this.
He strutted into this game.
The most important match of his career.
Tohle je crazy s tím kanónem, to je fakt crazy.
This is a great play, and they played it so well. I mean, honestly, not a lot of people would even going for this. They use the Nico cannon trick, which you can tank 10+ tower shots. He uses heal for the move speed to dodge the bubble. If you don't get CC'd, it doesn't break the cannon. So that allows Doggo to basically just 1v2 them under the tower. And then
tady ten fight rozhodl hru, no, protože prostě neměli Kia na ultimátku a rest hrál výborně, kámo. Dubnický šaman tam našel flank jako kokos. To oni tam nevěděli o té Rek'Sai a on se tam nějak dostal. Jak se tam dostal s tou Rek'Sai? Tady ty flanky jsou game winning, víš? Když takhle prostě tvůj topař dá flank, tak je to, ten topař vyhraje hru. Kamo, dívej na tu Rek'Sai damage. 16 000 damage. Tam v tom posledním fightu on one-shotnul Lush na 1v4 tím stylem, že on mu dal knock-up, auto, reset auto a ten Lush umřel. Jako ten top lane damage je, protože oni se mlátí na lince hodně taky, jo, ale i tak.
No one is going to give them sign. I think that is going to remain true for the rest of the event. But they have proven that they can win against it, against FlyQuest at the very least without it.
Jako Rest hrál fakt dobře tu Rek'Sai, no.
I mean, I'm sad for FlyQuest because I think I have this feeling this is the last time we're going to see these 5 players playing together, and it is absolutely not the way I want to remember this roster. I want to choose to remember some of the incredible series that they've shown us at MSI at last year's Worlds. They couldn't bring it together here, and it's definitely a huge disappointment. No one is going to be more disappointed than them.
Yeah, on the other side of the break, I'm going to try to talk to one of them, and then after that,
we will have
TES versus BLG, which is going to be an absolute banger.
Chcem Inspired interview, prosím. Ale podle mě Inspired půjde do Evropy, no. Půjde hrát v Evropě. A nebo zůstane ve FlyQuestu, ale změní midaře a topaře třeba, nebo já nevím. Ne, Inspired půjde do jiného týmu, kámo. Týpek si myslí, že má dogshit top a my teďka momentálně. Kurva, co dějeme. Týpek viděl vraždu prostě. Já si skočím asi udělat vajíčka rychle. Nebo si budu muset něco objednat. Já si jdu rychle udělat chálec. Asi, ale to já se bojím, že tam bude Inspired interview a že to misnu. Tyjo, kotvo, nevím, co můj editor udělal s Alien Isolation tím záznamem. Kouknu. Možná to asi nebude v plánu vydat na YouTube, jestli to nemělo čísla, víš. Jste na telefonu, asi jo.
How could I ever close my eyes as they silence they try to take me down with their violence. Oh, they go back in. Bishop flashes in and down goes Lights.
Musíš to figurnout. Musíš figurnout, jak to poslat zpátky furt ještě. Nazdar, kucí. Hádejte co? Ale chce, abych mu udělal snídaní a ještě jsem neviděl ani korunu z toho streamu. Chápete? Hej, FlyQuest celkem mega selhání, ne? To by měli porazit CFO podle jako standardu. Já vím, že CFO jsou dobří, ale Oni dostali mental block, takový ten klasický G2 tě porazí mental block. I've been there, guys, I've done that. Oni budou muset něco změnit, ne? Když se nedostali kolikátý, druhý, třetí Worlds top 8. Jo? Myslíš?
Ten člověk je doomed v tom, že vždycky vyhraje všechno,
no já vím, no.
Ale prostě ztratí to mentálně.
Prostě ani korunu, kluci. Ani korunu jsem ještě neviděl. Ani korunu jsem ještě neviděl a jezdím mým autem, nezaplatí mi nic, žádnou část toho auta, když jsem mu říkal, pojďme si koupit auto na půl, já s tím jezdit nebudu, budeš s tím jezdit víc jak já, vole. Najezdil tam už 1500 kilometrů, já jsem tam najezdil tak 100 kilometrů v tom autě. Přijdu do auta, nafta vyježděná, všecko špatný.
Prostě nade všechno.
Geostigma potržítko 222 donate 50 korun českých.
Ty mě tady 16, od mých 16 let vyžidáku a váváš, tak já zpátky musím. Tak, 50 korun Geostigma, děkuju. Ahoj Tome, posílám pade na kafe. Tome, máš tu pade na kafe? A prosím tě, kde to, vole? Vysvětli mě, kde stojí 50 korun kafe. Tady máš 10 korun. Proč 10 korun?
Tak z 50 korun je 12 korun poplatek, musím to zdanit, takže tady máš 10 korun.
To tak není.
Je.
Ukaž mi čísla, ty lháři.
Je to tak. Vem si 10 korun.
Vem
nebo nech být.
Už
tam nedali Inspired, škoda.
Tome. My commiserations for the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think
jestli nejseš fajn, dvakrát zamrkej, nic mu neposílejte, dokud nepřijdu a neřeknu na streamu, už mi dal penízky.
I feel like in game 1,
dej mi účet, pošlu ti to teď hned.
Pretty badly and we got a
tady máš 10 korun.
And I feel like we just didn't execute.
Nechtěli tam poslat Inspireda, protože Inspired, jak to říct?
Our team fighting was just not very good.
Vyfilejmil by tam všechny.
The Azir got too far ahead and then it was pretty hard to beat them.
Takže týpeček dostal úkol, že to musí říct za Inspireda, to je boring.
Better than us and they anticipated what we were going to do better.
Jaj.
Because they picked Draven, so we can't swap anymore because if I swap and go top into him, I will lose pretty hard. So we thought we could fake that we're swapping, but I guess they realized that we weren't actually going to swap. And then they walked into our jungle. Nami lost all her sums and HP, so it was pretty hard for us to lane. And
to jsem taky říkal.
Split them up, so.
Ano, crazy outdraft, to jsem říkal, no, že prostě koučové. Ale to je, Tome, ty máš vypá Inspireda, ty se s něma, poslouchej, ty se s něma buď dohádáš jak kokot a řekneš jim držte hubu a budete hrát, co budu chtít hrát já a když to nevíde, dostaneš kick, protože tě zaručeně kicknou, potom ti hráči, anebo je Já vím, ale ti říkám, já ti říkám, jak je to ve FlyQuest. Já ti říkám, jak je to ve FlyQuest.
Just in general as a team, as individuals. I feel like
ano, musí, ano, ale není.
It was just a sense of kind of losing a bit of our confidence, and I feel like we carried that a bit into today, and we weren't able to fully reset.
Finally, maybe when you look across the whole year and the lofty goals that were set for FlyQuest also because of how well you did last year at Worlds, right? And the fact that this is
Inspired řekl, že děkuji Busevi a Kvadovi, že se snažili, tak je jasný, kdo je podle něj Inter. Kdy to řekl?
I mean, this entire year has been very fun to play. We made pretty much every tournament and we played for like 11 months straight. So it was a very, very long season. It was really fun. It was really hard at times, but that's part of the competition and that's what makes it so enjoyable. And as for our expectations, I feel like sadly we were never able to actually reach them or play up to them. And that's just something we're gonna have to carry on with.
Yeah, it's just that's the end of the road for you here at Worlds. Thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it. And good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Shox and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest, of course, for their amazing
Už píšou FlyQuest manažeři a že at this point we accomplished a lot together, but it's clear we are broken. There will be changes and we will come back stronger. Sorry for the fans for a disappointing run at Worlds this year.
They should know each other pretty well.
Yeah, they know somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting matchup for sure, and it feels like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we weren't sure if the LPL fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really read the room in terms of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out, Betty, BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, once or twice. Throughout the history, you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively, but I wanted to focus in on this year, where you can see that BLG has kind of had Top Esports' number. It was only really in Split 1 where we saw Top Esports representing the LPL at that first tournament, where again, those allegations of their international performances resurfaced because they didn't meet the expectations that the LPL had of them. But as BLG kind of took the mantle from them, was the international representative alongside AL. Question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to all the preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills. LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds is something we see pretty often, Emily.
Yeah, so I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL teams face each other at the World Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are already comfortable with each other. So some of those nerve issues we've seen both teams talking about actually might not apply when they're facing each other. You can see some of the results swapping back and forth between regional finals and Worlds. Some results going to chalk, as we already talked about with
nice. Kde to řekl ten Inspired? Já jsem to hledal a neviděl jsem to.
BLG has been able to
On neměl interview, ne? Inspired.
TES more recently. However, based on their gameplay for both teams here, which I think has been kind of disappointing for both teams, I would still favor TES in this matchup, which I feel horrified.
Teďka jsou dva čínský týmy, je to takový jakoby... Uvidíme, jaký to bude. Jako asi se budou permafightit, no. Ale nevím, jestli mě to zajímá tak moc. Pak mě zajímá samozřejmě 100 Thieves T1. Měl, jak si tu nebyl. Aha. Vypa musí vyhodit, no, musí, no. No, Vypa musí vyhodit, ten typek je prostě ten troll. Jo, udělá si svůj tým. A tak vole.
So we'll see if he can step it up. Again, these two top laners super familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna matter to what teams can both showcase.
Tolik Worlds, tolik, jako vyhrál jsem Lecko a i atd. A pak prostě já bych si dal jenom takový to no scream, play with homies.
Jo, no.
Candice, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game. BLG versus TES. What do the LPL fans think about this matchup?
I think most of them are kind of happy.
Jo, Hanrity jsou doma. Koi T1 mě zajímá.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering when these teams drew each other.
Pojď si na mě sednout.
Ach jo.
Pořádně hvězdy na obličeji. Takhle, to máš rádo, ty naše e-sportová milvko. Jo.
Let's see who performs the best on the day. Thank you so much.
Zguby kvůli tobě, ty debile, jsme neslyšeli interview. OK. Já vím, že tě zajímá jenom Shox a gunuješ na Shox, ale chlape, byly tam další dvě ženy a mluvili o něčem a já teď nevím, o čem mluvili.
At the battle between these two teams as BLG is a star-studded lineup that wins through their solo lanes, and Top Esports have some great
tak mě naserviruj, jak já ti serviruju jídlo a donesu tě sem přímo.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean,
chleba tam je, tam tousták.
I think for a lot of people has been you know, not just at Worlds, but specifically at Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a down year for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him coming in Worlds, and against a lot of the competition that they've had, which is lower level competition, you kind of expected him to be stomping or at very least be competitive. He's been getting solo killed, he's been having a lot of these shocking moments, and it has become less about the stars on BLG and more about the star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy, I felt, was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no! We've got Worlds to play!
So the Blanc game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams step up? Because both of them have been underperforming compared to the expectations that we had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL, and perhaps having that domestic rivalry will allow them to refine some of that form.
That's what I was going to say, is this is often one of the phenomenon you see at Worlds, is that at Worlds, you are really out of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams and players that you're much less familiar with. You don't really have that level of familiarity. Now you come into Worlds and you could be having a really shocking tournament, and sometimes then you have these regional matchups and it's just right back to business as usual, and the teams seem to be right back in form because you have played each other so many times. Not only does the LPL play 7,000 games a year, they also scrim 40,000, so they've played each other a few times to be sure. And there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy, or oh, I'm playing against that guy. Like, it's, you know them so well.
You're not trying to recall what your coach told you the tendencies at level 3 are for a top laner that you've only played against once in your career. Instead, you know these guys, you've been against them through thick and thin. And for a team like BLG, who last year were in both of the international finals, now coming into this year have struggled to refine that power, to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals and hopefully for them further on.
And I mean, for LPL fans, they're damn well hoping it is, because the feeling for a lot of LPL fans really is that they are losing a step on the LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it is becoming, you know, back to the old days where it was kind of LCK and everyone else. And then LPL had gone on a tear for a few years where they were really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of internationals. And now it feels like it's going back the other way once more. So BLG, TES, both trying to find their way into the quarters here. Azir, Ori, both up. Wukong going to be banned out. Nico up, obviously some of the high priority champs. It feels like it's probably just going to be that potential trade of Orianna for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yunara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yunara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you get to those later game team fights.
It absolutely does, and I was going to say, I actually would love if they grab Nico here, because if you take Azir, it doesn't really matter. You can grab that later, and the worry when you go Yunara sometimes is that then they go for like a Nico in a power lane and really try to bully that Yunara early, but by taking the Nico, I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here so far for TES. Very clear way to play the game, right? Ball goes on Jarvan, he jumps on Yunara's head, equalizer over the top, shockwave over the top, and you're clearly giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right? Like, Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like, hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet, but to me, when I was watching him a lot of summer in the LPL, I was thinking he might just be the best early game jungler in the world, right? Like, he's clearly one of the best junglers, but in particular, his early game pathing, I thought, have been so intelligent. And so I do love seeing him on champions like Jarvan, where he can really affect the map, really kind of throw a wrench in the gears. And it's just one of those players that you have to always be wondering where those pocket visions are. Could he be there? Is he already behind us?
We'll note as well, BLG sticking with Shadow for the first game in this series. I wonder if we'll see Beishuan perhaps subbing in later in the series, but for now the Corki and the Cassante banned away as we move into the second phase of this second round of bans.
Galio might be the next ban, is kind of what I'm expecting. I mean, Sion was already banned out, obviously, on red side. You can't give that over, but it does feel like BLG needs some sort of big front line right now to be able to kind of bring things together. You know, so Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that makes a lot of sense. Good matchup into the Rumble. So now you've taken away a lot of those key tanks. I would say I mean, it's not a bin champ, but like Orin to me feels like compositionally what would kind of make sense here.
Actually has become more of a bin champ
know,
over
but
summer. I don't think he's great on it. I think it's something he's put on because it fits the team, and he is playing it. And there it comes. I agree with you in terms of stylistic tendencies.
Yeah.
Not a bin champ, but it's something BLG have reverted to using this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing it a lot more this summer. I think just compositionally it makes a lot of sense. It's also quite a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's just what the comp needs. Like, Orin gives you the hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup into the top lane. It's the only tank that's really viable and still available unless you're going way off meta into kind of some of the weirder picks. So I do think it makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to see what the bot lane is going to be for TES. Are they going to try to go for something really aggressive, look to punish, or is it going to be more standard, just try to match
Kurňa, zasekl jsem se na záchodě, hoši.
Lucian would fit the bill.
Oriana first pick, Yunara Niko, Jarvan Rumble, Lucian, ty pičo, to má dobrý draft. Srala jsem.
From the Braum can stop the Court of the Forge God charging back towards the Ornn. BLG looking at their mid laner, giving Knight last pick, giving him counter pick. Azir's still available if they do just want to go for something scaling. For the moment, hovering that Aurora.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he does go.
Laura, pojď ke mně, uvidíš, co jsi ještě neviděla. Víš, jak stojíš vedle té paní s žílou? Tak já mám ještě větší žílu na péru. Když tě vidím, zajdeme si spolu zajezdit, než tě povozí Optimus Gunner Bot Prime.
You can throw out that ult to follow up, if Nico finds a good engage, Orin starts it off with the ult, but of course you're going to be having to play around that Braum, which is going to make things very, very difficult. You always have to watch out, with that Call of the Forge God. If Braum has shield up, it's not really going to be reliable whatsoever.
You're never going to be able to connect with it, assuming.
Dobře, děkujeme za informace, pane Mísíx. Doufám, že jste zatím jenom jeden, že se nemnožíte. Protože jestli se množíte, tak je to průser. Jsi pišnej na svoji komunitu, tohle bylo hodně funny, jako to bylo hodně funny tady tam. Nebudu lhát, tohle bylo funny.
Who went over to Weibo, with Hung coming across from Weibo, and after he came in, actually Top Esports started doing a lot better. In winter they lost to Hanwha Life in the first round, obviously, but then when they were in spring, they lost to WE, placed 6th even after they topped the regular season, and then the introduction of Hung got them into those finals. Weren't quite able to take down their rivals today, BLG losing 3-2. We're going to make our way onto Summer's Rift for the first game of this LPL clash.
And one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform? Because I feel like he has played so far below his standard, his usual standard. And when you're looking across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear. It feels like here at World. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
Už jsme tady dva na to povození, či nás chceš ještě víc na pořádný e-sport gangbang?
Hej!
There's a lot of pre-6 ganks that can happen on that Oriana.
No, oni se množí. Oni se množí. Už jsou dva mísíksové. Kurva.
Yeah, absolutely did. Has been really
strong.
A lot of comfort, you touched on it. 16-4 career on Jarvan for Kanavi.
Teď to bude jen horší a horší. Jak vlastně zabili ty mísíkse, když se pak přemnožili a bylo jich strašně moc, když mačkají to tlačítko? Jo, oni umřou, když splní svůj úkol. Kamo, jestli mísíksův úkol je vojet Lauru a Shox, tak tady budem dlouho. Tak tady budem dlouho. Nebo už je hra končím z Blair Page, díky.
Even if you're trying to dive, concussive blows will just lock someone up for an absolute age. Your jungler can be there as well, but if the Zing goes in, how does he then get out afterwards?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, I still think it's one of these things that is really underused by pros. Even if they have CC to be able to stop it, that means you're having to spend the CC on this cannon Nico, right off the rip here, and you can see the whole time
neboj,
very close, 44 to 39 here.
For BLG, importantly, to 39. A few more LPL titles as well for BLG, and the last series was that LPL finals just a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago or so, that BLG were able to just claim very close series between these two teams.
And I think that's also partly why we expected a bit more of them coming into this Worlds, right? We saw them have a tight series, and so far neither of these teams have really managed to impress. BLG on day one losing to 100 Ds, who put on a great performance, no doubts about it, but I think the expectation is that LPL #1 seed can do a little bit more as Jacula flashes forward, flag and drag onto Elk, no escape.
Play save AD, Jarvan gang.
And it's Top Esports who execute it.
Yeah, really well done there. Kanavi on his Jarvan, you know, I touched on it. Been so successful on it. He's just such a strong early game jungler here. Does get interrupted on the recall, so a little bit annoying for On. We'll see if Shadow can do anything with that additional time that he has been gifted. You know, if he can get at least like a double scuttle or something to try to claw that back, but at the very least, I mean, you're pretty far behind now. You lost 3 summoners on that bot side, and when you're playing Nico, you want to be playing in the face of your opponents, utilizing this range advantage that you have from this support.
Vy se divíte, že dostáváte permu na nějaký challenge, když píšete takový sračky.
It just doesn't even matter. Hung flashed forward, you know, got that Q onto On, and that just meant Elk is kind of left out to dry. They both try to flash, and no way out.
You just push so far forward in that lane. As soon as Jarvan shows up around the corner, you are pretty much done for. Didn't even need to get the stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about 3 camps up right now over Kanavi, looking for a wraparound gank, because Jacula and Hung both use their flashes. They only have a
Nikoho neurážíš tu slečnu, o které mluvíš. Takže ano, urážíš.
Top Esports respect it. Put a ward in the bush, spot out Shadow. This will allow Kanavi to step up towards that top side Scuttle Crab if he wants, because you know
Shadow je to kompliment, ale já mám pocit, že ty ženy to tak neberou. Jako když přijdeš k random týpce ve městě a řekneš jí, že ji chceš prcat, tak si myslím, že to nebude brát jako kompliment. Myslím si, že se lekne a bude se bát, že jsi uchyl. Tvoje blerpy jsou v pohodě, Safari jsou funny, jsou v pohodě. Jako když je to vtip, tak je to funny.
But it's just going to be 369 moving down towards that bot lane. They're going to base Jackie Love, send him top. So I really like this because it was clever, you know, from Elkanon. Shadow's down there. They had that wave held, and Jackie was low on mana, so had to base. But 369 just goes bot, pushes that out, and by the time the wave crashes top, Jackie Love's going to be there to catch it.
And Bin's built double no magic mantle. So if Bin does stay around on this top side, he's going to be dealing with a Lucian who has that AD. Don't expect it to happen. Expect to see the bot lanes both swapping up towards this top side. But we will see if Bin decides that his matchup needs to be in that Lucian. He is walking out that way. And, it's a possibility. No, now TP's down towards the bottom side. Okay, decides against it. So we'll have both our bot lanes going towards the top side, and those top laners matching up in bot once again.
Yep, going to be continuing that matchup down there. Mid lane has been Knight, you know, just kind of chipping away at Cream. Does have a slight advantage, but nothing too big. Very even game overall thus far. Just a couple hundred gold really off of that first blood from Kanavi. That is the only thing separating these two teams.
Let's see if either team decides to go for that dragon. Still a couple of minutes before we have the grubs, so it would be a slightly undermanned fight down towards the bottom side. Call of the Fort God being used. Good brittle procking here from Bin as 369 might have to invest his flash to get out of this one. Scrap shield down, 369 down to 200 HP. Bin just walking forward. Now 369 has the equalizer, gets a bit of health from the level up as well and forces Bin away. Shadow's coming in from that tri-bush. Meanwhile, a Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't quite hit as 369 is able to dodge to the side of it. On the top side, On getting caught out by Top Esports. Jackie Love gets the kill. Equalizer down towards bot to clear out the wave. Shadow trying to flank 369. Elk needs to run away. 369 flashes from Shadow's Wind becomes lightning. Elk backs away from the
nejlepší by bylo, kdyby
tower.
vyhráli Billy Gaming, protože jsou nejhorší z těch LPL týmů, když byli China #1 na Worlds. A tím pádem by potom nějaký tým mohl chytat úplně v pohodě, chytnout čtvrtfinále v pohodě. Tak, Bordy, sorry, papal jsem. Stávat v 6 ráno, neslychal jsem snídaní, jsem snídal a jsem back. Jsem back.
Yeah, just a moment ago you talked about the small lead in the jungle for Top Esports being the only lead that happened on the map. Jackie Love is now 700 gold ahead of
to je jako Lucian Brown, Jarvan je prostě nejsilnější 3v3 botlane jungle. To nechceš proti tomu hrát, no.
I mean, Elk just watched about 3 full waves die to the tower, right? And there's nothing he could do about it. You try to walk through there, you are dead. Especially because we
jako testu mají výborný draft, mnohem lepší než Billy Gaming. Billy draft je odhoven.
Good aggressive play here from TES.
A k tomu jsou tak strašně early game ahead.
Opening up that advantage for Jackie Love, him and Kanavi have the lead, and 369 is doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to bail out his bot lane, get them out of this tough lane where Jackie Love's out of mana, survives on the weak side.
To nechceš, a teďka budou snowballovat Lucian, Braum, Jarvan, budou furt monster silní a budou hard snowballovat kdekoliv, kde budou, tam budou fightit a budou vyhrávat.
There's always that meme, you're going to roll a 3, a 6 or a 9. Well, so far today, at least 6s, possibly a 9. We'll say surviving the dive was
jediný Knight má dobrý turnaj, nebo dobrý world na tom s Billy Gaming, jako souhlasím, no, souhlasím. Ale za mě Shadow hraje taky v pohodě. Jako občas to intí, ale je proaktivní a agresivní. Title neměníme. A co tam mám? Jo, tak vydrž. TES vs BLG a MKOI VS T1. Změnil jsem to. Twitch je zvláštní místo, protože tak 90% Twitchu absolutně nečte stream title a je jim to úplně uprdele, ale těm 10% lidů, co ten stream title čtou, tak jsou hrozně naštvaní, když ten title není správný.
Tak Laurinko,
anebo kategorie.
A já ti ukážu pořádné Battle jazykové tornádo bl. Pak ti ukážu svého žilnatého Batmana a narvu ho do tebe a pořádně tě budu buttonblerpovat celou noc.
Kamo,
jsem noční živoč.
Vypínám to, neposílejte to in-game. A ne takhle, tohle už není funny.
Always in that really nice scenario when it's double AP soul laners, you just rush Kanik, and no matter what the lane assignments are, you're gonna be chilling. So Ben definitely in his comfort zone.
Musí to být joke, okay? To nemůže být vaše přání. Když je to vaše přání, je to nechutný. Když je to vtip, tak je to funny. Rozeznejte tu linii toho. Okay. Jako jestli budete dál gunovat tady, tak jako vás začnu banovat, chat. Legit.
Will survive any possibility of a dive and BLG on the board.
Tady jsou všichni guneři a někteří jsou, když to rozeznají, že to je vtip. Počkej, Jackie.
And TP coming in behind. Elk still has
double TP, Oriana, boom, Rumble, boom. Boom, play safe AD.
Locked up in the cage as he will be chased down. A double for top. Great collapse from them to get 2 in the top side.
What a play from the
se snaží, celou hru dostávají camp a jednou vyhrávají ten trade. Jedinkrát ho vyhrávají a snaží se ten matchup comebacknout, když je to konečně 2v2 po 10 minutách je to 2v2 a v ten moment double TP na hlavu, flash a čus. Extrém.
And they are going to lose a plate or two down to Ben,
but
still nice moves here from TES, so I definitely think want to stay aggressive and keep pushing this pace.
Tohle je dobrý kombo s Brownem. Jarvan dá EQ a Brown, wow, tak to je krásný. Tak to je ale krásný, ty vole, tak to je stomp. Jarvan dá přes zeď EQ a Brown mu dá follow s jumpem, to je krása. To je krása. Týce ale jako smurfí. Jungle support gap. Jak velký impact máš, když je to jungle support gap?
Proc the concussive blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill onto Knight. And Knight has been playing pretty aggressive, pushing constantly.
Ale jako co se stalo s Billy Gaming, že oni vyhrajou Čínu a pak prostě začnou úplně turbo intit.
Kanavi's early game, one of the best early game junglers in the world, if not the best at times. Here, 5 kill participation out of 5, 100% for him and Hung. And they're just everywhere on the map. Now, BLG have been able to get a little bit of gold back into their pockets. You can see Knight still relatively even, Bin still ahead.
Co se v tom týmu musí stát, že prostě vyhraješ Čínu a pro 2 týdny potom nebo 3 týdny potom jsi úplně nejhorší tým ze všech čínských týmů. Jak hrajou T1 mají Koi šanci? Koi mají šanci, ale T1 jsou T1, no. T1 teda hodně underperformou teďka, ale
So now they're going to try to turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover there.
Jackie Love has flash. Crescent Guard coming out from Shadow. Jackie Love's going to have to flash, but Bin's on the flank.
Nechtěl si být se snad ve studiu na ty čtvrtfinále třeba, nebo samíčka.
Unbreakable out from Hung. The call of the board got a prayer to the heavens, but BLG as they begin to turn it around. 2 more kills to them, and now the dragon in their eyes. BLG collapsed perfectly on the bottom side.
Ale zase perma se fightí, je to zábavné. Ale Rumble máme full turetu s 3 grubíkama.
And now they show up to the objective, they get punished. Kanavi spotted in this ward, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away. It will be the dragon, it will be the kills, and now the gold lead is essentially meaningless, right? It's nothing at all. And that is back-to-back dragons. It's going to be an Ocean Soul as well on a team with an Ornn. That is always a concern here as we watch this one more time.
Zinzao, XDD.
Jackie flashes fairly late, doesn't really have a good angle to get away. And then when the Unbreakable is used, Vince says, great, it's a strike.
Zabil i Brauma.
You're going to be able to get even more off the back of that. Elk grabbing the kill is ideal.
Dobré. 2 draci mají. Teď mají 3 gruby, nevzali tu tier 1 top. Ale tier 1 asi eventuálně vemou.
Dream will scale up as Knights call out a little bit. Redemption being used for the extra damage. Cataclysm, Satchel out, but still the Demacian standing up from Knight to get the kill. Up from Kanavi to get the kill. Shadow.
No tak to je tier 1 top, asi.
He's going to give up his red buff for that 369 covering to make sure that Bin can't come and collapse.
And Knight almost gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back, finishes him off there. Maintaining 100% KP. This guy is everywhere. Feels like his most impressive game at Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong. But again, the gold lead on Jarvan, that's not going to be enough to get it done here at the end of the day. You need to keep these carries in a great spot. And Jackie Love wasn't able to kind of convert all of the pressure that they've been trying to enable him. And he was in a pretty good spot going into that fight, but they didn't have the proper setup at that dragon. Ends up getting caught out and just kind of going down in a hurry. And now TES pushing here, trying to see if they could potentially look towards first tower, which would be feats.
I was going to talk about that because if you're top esports, this early game has gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead, your solo laners are in okay spots, but you can't really push into the Ornn because he just survives any push that is happening, and you can't push into a Ziggs because he just puts that explosive minefield down as on. Flashes for the double pop blossom.
Jackie zase inky. Jackie zase inky. 2 killy. Kam ale Jackie je tímhle proslule, že on prostě furt inky.
Jackie's not loving that. Elk grabs another kill, and now it's going to be objectives.
Se tam snažil nějak jako fightit s něma, teďka Billy Gaming vemou i first turetu. No to snad ne. Kámo, a ještě vemou tu, mají turetu a ještě budou mít 3. objektiv a mají boty. To je comeback jak svině. WTF. A najednou comeback. Kámo, Jackie, to je nechutný, co tam prové teďka ten Lucian. Fuj.
A little bit of desperation there from top esports trying to collapse on that fight.
Proč tady fightí? 2v2. Jo, on nemá flash a dostane punish. Měl hrát safe, no tady, jo.
369's here for the collapse. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. Kanavi down to 500 HP. 369 looking for the flame spitter, but now...
Je Shadow je hodně silný tady. Zinza je hrozně broken, co jebe. OK, Ornito má ultimátku ještě? Nemá? Kámo, já už možná chápu, jak Billy Gaming vyhráli Čínu. Ten region je tak odhoven, že oni se perma fightí, všichni intí a pak záleží, kdo to na intí víc.
Normally, ever since these TP changes, TPs are like back to farm. That's about it. We've had so many nice aggressive TPs in this game thus far. Both teams really making it work.
Ale že takhle agresivně nehrajou proti všem, víš? Nebo asi hrajou upřímně. Nebo tam záleží, tam v této situaci oba dva ty týmy musí hrát agresivně, aby to byla taková clan fiesta. Ten gap mezi Koreou a Čínou je celkem masiv tento rok, a i minulý rok byl. Je hrozně velký. Oni prostě dělají strašně, oni hrajou strašně agresivně a dělají díky tomu chyby. Třeba ten Shadow je insane strong. Level 11, týpek vypadá jak, vole, Thanos. Teďka ještě vemou tier 2 na botu, co ti jebe. Double boom, boom one shot. Zabijou Braumale, vypadá, že nedostává dostal. Má najednou 30 goldy. Viděl jsi Skyro Sterling 2.26, ano.
It is getting worse and worse. Now you have this incredibly low, great engage once again here from On.
To je jako on tohle smurfí, on je on. Není off teďka. Nachází perma. Ty TES hráče.
Full send it, they kill the tier 2, they knock down the players, they take the dragon, and BLG are really looking strong in this game 1.
5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul. You look at the other side, Jackie Love has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's, Cream has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's it. You got an Essence Reaver, a Navori Flicker Blades, only 1 item on Kanavi. They're not in a strong enough spot to fight BLG at this next Drake. They really need to get as much gold as possible.
Nevím, co tam půjde, ty týpci mají doslova stejný itemy.
Been the target yet to die this game.
Jakoby. Medic, co tam mluvíš, vole?
On is known to survive quite a long time in these. Culling down, Bin's just gonna charge his way away. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Cream trying to defend against.
Tak to je inhib tower tohle, se Ziggsem. Ten Ziggs je hrozný hovor na ty puše a na ty puniše. 4 lidi tady zabíjí Bina, není to Worf. Ale nevemou inhib, ne? To by bylo blbý vzít inhib. No, okej.
Did they get 1 tower, they get 2 towers, and guess what Shadow is doing? He's taking your whole jungle in the meanwhile. So yeah, you killed Bin, congrats, but you lost everything else.
To je hodně rychlá hra tohle, 19:30, 3 draci už, za 4 minuty bude soula.
And being synergized on their goals. Everyone feels like they know exactly where they need to be, when they need to be there, when they have to teleport, when they can look for the engages.
A to je Ziggs, no. Ziggs je úplně šílený v tomhle. Je hrozně broken v tom.
Exactly how they want to play.
They really are, and it may just be that. Oh.
Dobré.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's that kind of game.
It's the reason he's won. Like, this guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL. There's a reason for it, and things like that just show how good he is. It's because he steals red buffs.
That's what you picked the Ziggs for. Exactly, it's not about the lane match.
No. Come on. It's the most impactful thing that we've seen in this game.
Oh, that's a statement.
It's an incorrect statement, we can both agree, but it was funny in the moment.
Shadow ale je hrozně agresivní na těch, když oni mají jako tempo, tak Shadow perma skáče in, ale to dělali i v Mad Lions toto, si pamatuju, že se to naučili od nějakého čínského týmu, co si pamatuju, protože Nek to říkal v tom interview, že se to naučili od nějakého čínského týmu, a teď nevím od jakýho, ale že když mají tempo, tak perma skáče in, perma fightí, víš? To je hodně deep, hoši. To je hodně deep, tady je behind Shadow, teda on, BOOM! Farman Niko! Ale Rumble ultimatka kousla tam. Wow, Flash W. Actually, ty můžeš dodat dvojtivečko a pak Flash, to jsem nevěděl na té junaře. To je lehčí trefit potom. A Knight čus. Tipi. On Knight dal... Ne, já nevím, ta hra byla prostě na Free Win Protest, byli ahead jak svině. A pak Jackie na inky hru, legit Jackie na inky hru a je to game over. Oni z toho vemou všechno. Na tom Heraldovi, na tom midu. Jak se nechal odchytnout.
T1 and finished off by Knight. TP's down.
Crazy.
The flanking Ziggs to finish off the play. They grab the Otacon, nearly a 7,000 gold lead now.
Inhibitory nechceš brát tak brzo, no, nechceš. Že pak ti to automaticky bere CS, že jakoby to puše in a...
The climax is this play right here as On finds a picture perfect engage.
VEčko, taky můžeš použít Bčko prvně a pak Ečkem to jakoby redirectnout, jo, slobě na té junaře. Okay. Kam ale ty čínský hry, to je normálně fiesta jak blázen. Mě to připomíná trošku ten, ne? NA hry dřív. NA takhle fungovalo, když bylo TSM, že se prostě perma fightilo na midu.
That's the coordination you come to expect from the LPL #1 seeds. Elk now with 516 international kills, surpassing Gala, another incredibly decorated LPL player, for 9th all time. And I think Elk today having a great performance on this United has been well protected by BLG. Exactly where he needs to be. Drake up in 40
no, pak uvidíme, jako je to první hra, takže to tady v té sérii se může stát cokoliv. Tady může vyhrát kdokoliv, tady může vyhrát i TES, i BLG Gaming. Myslím si, že to bude vypadat přesně takhle, že se perma fightí všechno a prostě kdo dělá méně int chyby, tak vyhraje. Ale tady bylo fakt šílený to, že prostě Lucian, oni byli ahead, Lucian udělá chybu a najednou GG oni z toho vemou. 2 killy. Ale z nějakého důvodu prostě BLG Gaming umí hrát proti čínským týmům, ale proti komukoliv jinému neumí hrát. Protože podle mě prostě jakýkoliv jiný tým nefajtí všechno a respektuje nějaký tým byli jako engage nebo fighty. A v ten moment oni neví, jak hrát, no.
Not going to go for anything as they decide to back away.
Well, if you thought Finn was tanky before, yeah, well, good luck. As you have Jackie Love here, who's quite far behind now, and you're trying to kill with your double AP soul laners, the K-Nick Rook earns so much MR, ornaments coming through. This Bin Orn is not going to die again this game, I don't think.
GG, dneska to není šakilský, jsem si uvědomil.
Okay, BLG are 6,000 gold ahead. You add in a soul, which is about between 4 and 6k worth of stats, 12,000 gold ahead. And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the Otacon than their opposing team. And you say, okay, that's probably another 2k. So it's
nebude cinkačka, never mind, je tu.
20k. Just
How about some scaling advantages as well? What else we got for us?
Just in such a strong position right now for top esports.
Nechci rušit game, neboj, poda.
It's hard into double TP.
GG, let's go.
Because he negates so much damage. It's hard into Pot Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately
6000 goldu, Ocean Soul a 3 itemy, Magi's na tom, na Zigim. Hlavně boty, tyjo, Sorcery boty jsou strašně OP upgradely. Jaký summon jsem provedl, hodně velký, no. Kanavy, Boba 2 zase, kámo. Ale Niko, já nechápu, že prostě Niko není v banu. Niko je tak broken, jednak můžeš s tím permadivovat, je to dobrý v lane swapu, ty engage, co to má, je neskutečný, to je jako šílený. Šílený.
The buff is the prize out of this. We got the jungler, we got the AD carry. Let's take the blue, let's take the Baron.
Cream just did a shockwave on multiple members, and I don't think I saw their health move.
He's got Horizon Focus, 10 stacks rod, man. This guy does not do damage.
He's scaling. Give him a few minutes.
Well, one thing you can say about On is he's never chicken.
Jako 4-5 by to mělo být vždycky zabanovaný Niko. 1, 2, 3 by to mělo být vždycky piklý, to Niko. Jako když máš dobrýho Niko hráče, je to broken. Straight up. S tím ten kanon tech na ty divey, neuvěřitelně broken. Teamfight presence, neuvěřitelně broken. Má to i dobrý counter engage. Víš co, když prostě jak běží, jako tohle by mě bavilo, běžet jako ten, jako nějaký ten wraith nebo něco. Proč se tomu začalo říkat chickens? Těm wraithům. Jako, už to nejsou wraithy, dřív to byly wraithy, ale Že to vypadá jako chicken, to nevypadá jako chicken, ne? Jsou to raptoři. Že tam byli chickens asi v sezóně 4, ne? Tam byli vrejti. Vrejti tam byli předtím. Je to KFC. Najde jako teďka Vanchu, to je všechno. Neuvěřitelně broken. OK, dobrá Oriana ultimátka, ale Cream je mrtvej. A dodžnul to, tak.
Shadow diving in, only a cannon minion here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bin has a couple of waves to help him push this inhibitor. Bot wave still a long way away, but BLG need to wait another 10 seconds or so before they have another wave to bolster their attack on this top side.
I mean, it's a fantastic shockwave on both the carries by Cream, but they have Ocean Soul, so they're right back to full health. And Bin has already knocked down the first inhibitor. Second one is gone. Straws in a satchel and everything.
Dvojitým Bčkem.
When do you go? When do you attack?
Niko nemá flash, ne? Nemá.
Close enough now that you can't just pick off an isolated
Ziggs bude poukovat a týpci nebudou dechat. Eventuálně. Ocean Soul ti vrací i manu? Nebo jenom HPčka? I manu ti to vrací, nebo? Kam ale ten Shadow hraje fakt jako hrozně agresivně. Ty pičo, dobré. Flash WL. To musím vyzkoušet s tou Junarou. Ty dvojitý Včka, Ečka a dvojitý Včka flashe. Protože já jsem vždycky dal flash, pak dvojitý Včko, ale ty když dáš dvojitý Včko flash, tak je to rychlejší.
What a performance here from BLG despite the early game heroics from Kanavi and Hong. They got so many early game kills. It
just na tu early game, jak to vypadalo, jako Lucian, Brown, Jarvan komplet stompovali. A pak Jackie Love dvakrát na inkill a GG najednou. Je úplně šílený, že když si prostě... Ty můžeš být ahead, ale když uděláš jednu, dvě chyby, tak okamžitě prohraješ. Že ten druhý tým to comeback ne a... Úplně posmurfí.
Velké narušení v gunerství cítím. Toť Lauro a Siox, nepěkné je. Příprava k útoku na vás ze stínu je, ale naděje v správné Gunner straně je. My šedí guneři chránit vás před tím, co strana temná pohltila, jemž se hlava zamlžila. Humor ten už neznají a soudnost žádnou nemají. Však silná gunerská síla s námi stále. My vás po záchraně krásně povozíme, protože mozek a žílu ještě stále čistou nalézt lze.
Master prostě je ten správný gunner, kámo. Normálně máme tady zlý gunnery a máme tady hodný gunnery. A Master Yoda to musel prostě vzít do svých rukou a ty Sith gunnery potrestat. Kamhle sleduj tu early game, jo. Tam je play safe AD, týpci to tam dostávají komplet gapnuto. 40 ganků, 40 killů, potom jednou v životě se tam snaží fightit, tak tam týpnou, double týpnou a zabijou je znova. Oni byli třeba 0-3, ne?
It really needed to get ahead because as we started to see, especially around that second Drake fight, it really started to go BLG's way compositionally.
The thing is, even though BLG were finding these advantages, they weren't converting it into any early control. We saw BLG get both early game dragons, and then while they did concede the grubs, they were cross-mapping every time.
No, ty pičo, leze tam.
Kurva je!
Kurva je to tak. Kurva je, že? Kde koušak je?
Kurva je!
Kam, ale fakt nechcete se nějak naklonovat? Se Safalaričem. Mě by se to strašně hodilo, strašně by se mi to hodilo. Nebudu lhát. To tam, oni tam ani nedali, ten typ, double TP na to byl tam tady no, tady comebackli. Jo.
Kurva je! Kurva je!
Dvakrát insta. Šakelský se naklonoval.
Už jsme tu tři, tak co bude?
Co se děje? Mi 6?
were really up and down at this tournament.
Kurva je!
I thought it was like night and day.
Kurva je!
Ty vole, normálně. Já jsem na to přišel.
Kurva je!
Šakilský je mistr vící a naklonoval se teďka momentálně. Proto teď poslal 3x 500. Ty vole, Šakilský, děkuji za líťo 500, chlape, děkuju. Děkuju za tvou každodenní krásnou podporu. Ty vole, prostě 3 hry, jo, chápu. Ty vole, jako bowler, no, ty kokos. Ty vole, nevím, jak ti poděkovat, každý den tady dropuješ 500 korun za jednu hru, za každou hru. To je jako šílený, děkuju, chlape. Top donatriček máš taky, ty máš 2 nebo 3 top donatrika, mám pocit. Hodinovka zvyšuje, single-handedly zvyšuje hodinovku Šakilský. Proto říkám, že by jakoby bylo dobrý, kdyby se naklonoval. Ani nevím, nosí je mladá. A vychvaluje si mladá ty trička, nebo ne? Jako za mě legit nejlepší triko, nejlepší materiálový triko na scéně. Ale jako stojí vytvořit jako raketu, no. Jo, brutálně si je vychvaluje. Nice. Uděláme znovu ty trička, uděláme znovu. Zatím jsem slyšel jenom prostě mega chválu na ně. Jako vybíral jsem ten materiál skoro 9 měsíců, no. Ale jsou fakt jako úplně monsterpolní. Ona má střední i vejšku inženýra textilku a chválí. Ty pičo, vidíte, slyšíte to? Slyšíte to? No to ti jebe. Kde týpek napsal, si je vychvaluje, jak jsem se zeptal, jestli si je vychvaluje, a on napsal jo brutálně.
To turn this around, but it has to come together now. What do you think they need to fix? They've been needing to fix a lot of things throughout the entire
já vám to říkám, chat. Já jsem si fakt dal záležet na těch trikách. Mám inspiraci v 100 Thieves, kde oni mají nejlepší merch v Americe. Chci být taky nejlepší merch v Česku. Jako kvalitou, víš? A je to raketka, měly by ty trička být teďka od 4. Od 4. 11. Nějak tak by měly být znova. Budou 2 designy triček, bude tady, bude to předtím a bude nový design. Dáš aj link, potom budu dávat link, nebo bude to na streamu potom. Udělám QR kód, který se bude dát skenovat na chvíru. Jaký novej? Tady takhle bude FRESE, takovým malinkýma tiskacíma znakama. Možná to tady, počkej, já vám ukážu. To triko je teda špinavý, takže... Toto bude. Mikina nebude, přemýšlím, že nebude, no. Takhle, simple, minimalistický simple, maximální fokus na materiál a na kvalitu materiálu a na design spíš minimalistický.
Žilami na péru, co pulzují jako hadí pod kůží. Cítíme tvou sílu, tvůj testosteron. My chceme být součástí. My nechceme jen sílu, chceme nadvládu. A Laura. Ona ucítí, kdo je skutečný alfa. Ona pozná, že Venom nechodí pro růže. Venom přichází pro kořist. Společně s tebou, Frýzo, rozpoutáme nový věk železa, potu a pérožil. Žádná láska, jen růst, jen síla. A Laura se přidá, nebo bude pohlcena.
Bro, mě do těch vašich gunerských válek proti Masteriodovi kurva netahejte, já jsem nestranný jak Švýcarsko, vole. Žádný gunování, já se nepřidám k temný síle gunování nebo k dobrý síle gunování. Ani k jedný se nepřidávám, OK? Jsem neutrál, neutrál.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ty verzálky, co je verzálka? Verzálka jsou ty tiskací písmenka nebo co? No.
Jo, vypadá to dobře. Tak tohleto tričko a pak to moje předtím, co byla limitka, co jsme udělali, ten nový design, co jsme udělali v lednu. Zjistil jsem, že v lednu se nedá nic prodat, že se trička nedají prodat v lednu. Že v lednu nemá nikdo penízky. Po Vánocích, po dárkách. Tak, jinak pánové na YouTube, zdravím na YouTube 167 diváků, klidně můžete psat do chatu, já vás vidím, když něco napíšete v chatu. Poprosím vás, abyste dali like na ten YouTube stream, je tam 31 lajků, 165 diváků teďka. Potom to vidí víc diváků na tom YouTube, takže děkuju.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Co je tohle?
Možnost je, že ještě nebyla nadraftována, myslím si, ani jedna žena. To si myslím, že je teda docela hustý.
Ty vole, oni nechtějí holky do svého týmu.
To bych mohl zvrátit, že?
Taky možnost.
Tak jo, tak já si vemu ženu a vemu si Teres.
Takže Teres tedy přijde do Freezova týmu.
Tak Aleš je tak hodný a obětoval se, vzal si teda nějakou holku, no, je to hrdina, čet.
Tam, že si s tím nikdo neláme.
Ale že mi to úplně se mu to hodilo do kary, že se nás řekli, žádná žena ještě nebyla vylosována.
Teres tedy blahopřejeme k
Co ze mě dělá tady?
Dostane.
To je, vole, lež. Aldo, ty diváci se ti povedli přes ten odkaz na OBS, co jsem ti posílal, nebo jsi našel něco vlastního? Je to přes ten odkaz na OBS, ten browser. A furt to funguje, funguje to jako celý den, takže pohoda. Je to trochu buglý, protože těch diváků by mělo být víc teďka, protože na YouTube je 200 diváků a na Twitchi 750, takže by to mělo být 854. Ne, počkej, ne, 954 by to mělo být těch diváků. A je tam 876 jenom. Olo, hej. Matika nematikuje. Čet, řekl jsem vám někdy, že jsem málem propadl z matiky? Ale jen málem. Za 4 s odřenýma ušima. Jsem na obou, tak mě to počítá jen jednou. To si nemyslím, že tak funguje. Gentleman, a ty to nějak spouštíš? Že to jako vždycky zapneš? Nebo to je zaplý furt? To braní toho API-ka. No. My to nepoznali, neboj. V pohodě, děkuju. Rychlý Billy Gaming 2.0. Nemyslím si, že bude... Kámo, může to být 2-1 pro jakýkoliv tým za mě. Jako tady je to prostě turbo na Intel Jackie Love. A Billy hráli i hrozně agresivně teda jako. Ale early game byla... Kdyby Jackie na Intel na midu, tak vyhráli TES. Kdyby chyby samozřejmě, ale... Usnapil Golden Cup a train, jestli si někdo chcete snagnout a spamat Alešovi. Ty vole, už druhý Golden Cup a train usnapil tweaky. Co ti jebe, kolik vám tam subou lidi? Uká? Golden Cup a train po druhé. Co ti jebe. Je to tak, hoši, jestli chcete Golden Cupu na 24 hodin, můžete dát tier 1 subíčka nebo gifta. Usnapi ho. A máte to tam. 2700 subů má snapy. Co ti jebe. Jak jsme na tom? Natalia, Kiana, Sunrise, OK. Aram nebudu hrát v sobě. Caitlyn Wukong.
Okay, it might
Kiana,
be another TES kind
Sunrise.
of special. They draw Gen G, you're like, well, that's the headshot, so now you're 2-2, and now you've got to perform
Caitlyn
in this
Wukong.
really high-pressure moment, and they get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them.
Talia.
So
Open
it is
Rise,
definitely a
Aurora,
tough spot to be in.
Azir.
Azir is still going to be up. I really do wonder, you know, if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential answer, bring out like a melee champion, something along the lines.
Jako Knight hraje Zixe do Azira, ale myslím si, že teďka už ho nemůže hrát, že ho hrál. Takže first pick no Azira, ne? First pick Renekton. Freeze z tebe Kappa Tilted píše Kapalda u Snapyho. Ne, že jsem říkal, že to. Že mu běžte hodit subíka, ty vole. Azir instapick s Trundlem. Rage bait? To není rage bait, to je někdo retardovaný zase. A já mu klasicky jdu dát permu, protože retardovaně píše user. Tak, sorry bráško, ale jsi permabannutý. Tak.
But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different styles.
Renekton.
So you can, you know, go that style too and play.
Jako týpek poznal, že jsem tilted, ale poznal, že jsem tilted z toho, že prostě lidi píšou píčoviny na dalších streamech. Renekton by Victor. Kamo first pick Renekton to není real, ne?
When people play well post 6, often what happens is you just get
Syndra, týpci prostě pikou ne, Kali do Azira, ne. Aurora, OK, Aurora je good. Týpci ale prostě říkají, hele, budeme fightit všechno, permafightíme všechno, hrajeme 2 čínský týmy, takže každý ten, v Číně se fightí každý objektiv. Takže v ten moment asi jako Renekton first pick je real, no. Protože Renekton je nejsilnější topař early game. Ale dostane strašně outscale, jakoby.
That Vi Aurora combo. We've seen Knight actually bring out the Aurora twice versus top esports.
Jurgen, ještě řeším cenu tvorbu na trička, no.
Not just the finals of it, and he lost both of those games. It was top esports coming out as the victors. The second one going 1-0-0-1. 0-0, sorry, not having as much
nehraje Gnár, jsou silnější topaři, no, prostě Xante třeba.
So we'll see how much impact Cream can have on this pick.
Xante, Azir, Trundle, tady máš TES, hyperscaling late game. Na druhé straně máš Billy Gaming, který chcou perma fightit early mid game, všechno.
369 on tanks. We have seen this many times before. Just going to be trying to neutralize what Ben can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been matched, so now it is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here.
Jaké jsou pocity na draft Aldo? No, já mám pocit, že může vyhrát kdokoliv. Tuhle sérii. Oba dva ty týmy intili strašně, ale byli to hrozně comebackli, no, kvůli Jackie Love v chybě. A Jackie Love je hráč, který prostě je známý tím, že prostě naintí, no. On vždycky má, on v sobě má jeden int, každou hru má v sobě jeden int. A nejlepší je, když to naintí co nejdřív, aby nezahodil hru v late gameu.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer. So it's his most consistent champion, obviously plays it incredibly well, as do most AD carries all around the world. So wouldn't be surprised if
čím je Renekton tak valuable, má nejsilnější level 6 fighty, víš? Všechny fighty kolem Heralda, kolem ty vole... Kolem jakýhokoliv objektu, když je Renekton od levelu 6 do levelu 12, je to nejsilnější topař. Flash W je broken, že jo, na Flash než W na AD, jungle nebo mid a zbančo ještě.
Vera's very susceptible to dive. Can be really difficult if they do get in on top of you. And people have not really been a fan of the lethality Varus throughout the tournament, but it does seem like that is going to be the option.
Jako mají outrange jak blázen, TES.
Ale zase Billy Gaming má dobrý engage, Instapick Sivir, což je good, protože potřebuješ movement speed na engage. Alistar další engage. Víš co, Billy Gaming mají monster engage a chcou fightit všechno, co vidí, tady musí vzít Poppy. Poppy by byla huge tady. Poppy je huge, protože oni neměli žádný disengage. Trundle Xante není disengage, Azir trochu disengage je, ale málo. Varus není disengage. A ta Poppy disengage je, aby jako to dávalo smysl. Proč se nehraje Shen? Vidím, že to tady spamuješ, chlape, ale prostě já sám nevím, proč se nehraje Shen. Jestli to má špatnou laning fázi, což asi nemá. Nejsou Shen hráči. Kdo má better draft? Oba dva ty drafty jsou well-rounded, tam mají jiný win kondice, to se nedá říct, kdo má better draft teďka. Jsi favorit toho, že TES budou hrát safe early game a outskillnou mid to late game, anebo jsi favorit toho, že Billy Gaming budou hrát monster agresivně a budou nacházet engage fighty v early game a mid game? Si vyber. Za mě všeobecně je lehčí hrát late game, scaling kompy, ale viděli jsme první hru, kdy týpci permafajtí všechno, co vidí, takže tak no, pokud TES budou permafajti všechno early game, tak prohrajou. Komu fandíš? To je mi to jedno. Asi Billy Gaming bych fandil, protože Billy Gaming vypadají, že neumí hrát proti těm international týmům, že vypadají, že umí hrát jenom proti čínským týmům. A pak by nějaký tým jako třeba CFO nebo G2 mohli dostat Billy Gaming v top 8 na BO5 a mohli by jako vyhrát, že by to měli lehčí. Že TES mi přijde lepší tým proti international týmům.
Can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs, then you're looking at Zonias, then you're looking at all of these answers for what BLG's composition is meant to do. So
Parchante, bubáku, děkuji za 6 měsíců. Byla první hra přejezd, jako byla to nejrychlejší hra, ale ironicky prvně vyhrávali TES, hard, early game, měli třeba 4-0 a pak to zahodili a byl přejezd od Billy Gaming.
Gonna try and avoid on and Elk who are waiting to catch him out. We do have 100 international games for 369 all time across his career. Congratulations to him. Looking to make it at least 101 here at Worlds 2025.
Jackie being pretty annoying here actually. Gets his Mana Flow brand proc, got a couple Comet procs, and they're trying to keep them away from that wave a little bit. Force them to walk the long way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And Hong going to continue getting this poke on. I mean, Alistar level 1 is just not a champion, right? And now you're down half of your HP.
No, a otázka, bude Billy hrát tak stejně dobře, jak hráli proti testu první hru? Ten source funguje jinak celou dobu, co máš zapnutý OBS a refreshuje se to co 30 vteřin, co to sledu, vypadá to, že je to OK. Hele, tak a hodíš to na 20 vteřin, protože ono, já nestreamuju celý den a ono to vydrží podle mě ty API requesty.
With the push actually coming out from On and Elk, they're going to get to that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade.
Nebo jak to vypadá s těma API requestama? Vidíš, kolik toho žere těch API requestů? Kolik je tam ještě free API requestů? Jestli třeba když přepnu scénu, jestli se nebere ten search API request, gentlemane, protože ten bere hodně, ten search bere hodně a potom ta aktualizace bere málo, ne? Co vím. To musíš jedině nastavit sám v OBS, pokud to máš settings. Co musím přesně nastavit v OBS? Properties.
Spell disaster there. You're either getting knocked up as you go in for your CC,
or
you're getting knocked back underneath the tower as you go in for your CC. Both of which not the best states to be in as a cow at level 2. 369 and Bin constantly trading
a sedí to teďka je 863 na Twitchi, 208 na YouTube, takže nesedí, ne? Ne, sedí. Skoro to sedí od 30 diváků. Dobré. Tak. Po téhle gamesce už bude T1 proti KOI, na to se těším jak blázen. Refresh rate tam není právě.
If Hong went mid lane or Hong was looking for something else, then that could have been a dive.
Night trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Night. Cream has to flash.
Musel flashnout, protože když by flashnul, tak by byl mrtvý. A Shadow to čekal, takže neflashoval.
Because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Čauko Golden Cupovci, čauko hoši. Čauko.
Hiding around the corner out of vision. You can see Kanavi stayed around. It's like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds. We don't see Knight in the lane, and then Knight comes around the corner to push out the wave. It would have been a really bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in.
Renek bude vyhrávat hard tenhle meč a proti Xantem, a i 2 plátečky by měl získat. Čauko. Ty kokos, kolik Golden Cupa tu je, hoši. Užívejte, děkuji, že podporujete i Snapio. Podpora jakéhokoliv streamera, kterého máte rádi, je důležitá, protože pak streamer může dělat to, co ho baví a bavit tím vás, diváky, takže já děkuji i za Snapio. Za ty jedničky. Čet, nedali jste saba Snapimu tier 1 suba, když jsem vám říkal, že tam je Golden Cup a že si můžete vzít Golden Cupu. Takže nemáte Golden Cupu. GG. Ale mít 2 Golden Cupy za 3 dny, ty pičoj. Já jsem tady Golden Cup a train ještě neměl. Ale u mě se nesubuje tolik, no. U mě se nesubuje tolik.
Jackie on the back line, he can be another point of pressure. We talked about the multi-pronged approach, kind of a quadrant, really, coming out here from BLG. You have been from one flank,
díky, dobré moudro na YouTube, no. Jak se Golden Cupa získá, musí být Golden Cupa train a musí být to, ono je to random, je tam nějaká šance na ten Golden Cupa train, já mám pocit, že malá, jako. Proto mě překvapuje, že měl Snappy 2 Golden Cupa trainy za 3 dny.
Press all your buttons at once, see what happens, and sometimes that's the best way to play it. Knight hit 6, immediately uses
0,5%, co ti jebe. 0,5% na Golden Cup train. OK, musel flashnout, dobré, 369.
Flips in bin and knew with the Pathmaker he was going to get put under the tower, so had to use the flash. That's the frustrating thing about Cassante is he can just hold this wave just outside the tower, and you always have to respect that not only
já vždycky, moc je tady nějaký moderátor, vždycky, když je Golden Cup train u Snappyho, tak musíme dát follow only chat, protože on potom Snappy řekne, ať... Shadow musí flashovat. On potom řekne, ať mi jde spamovat Golden Cupu u mě na streamu a v momentě, kdy bude follow only chat, tak lidi musí dát follow. A v ten moment my synkneme followery. 5-head. Komplet 5-head. Říkejte mi genius.
You have some time to think about what you've done.
It's like when you twisted advance someone and they dash underneath their towers.
Co říkáš na to, že Mikix už není ve Fnatic? No šílený. Jako Mikix prostě neměl rád environment Fnaticu, já se mu nedivím. Jako tam to muselo být zlý. A složí si svůj vlastní tým, no.
Look, I'm trying to find something good.
Poury, díky chlapé.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's.
I didn't say it was great. It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just like the red buff steal was great in the last
great.
I'm interested that BLG
vybere si Wundra, tak Wundra je mega chill. Jepers. Tady Tomáš tady nějak píše Jepers. Myslím si, že Mickey nebude chtít hrát s Inspiredem, protože právě kvůli tomu environmentu odchází z Fnatic. Takže jakoby jít z Upseta na Inspireda je, to by byla fakt výhra pro Mickeyho, no. Víš co, týpeček prostě chce mít chill, chce mít friendly environment, chce ho bavit hrát v tom týmu, aby to nebylo toxic a jak to říct, no, to s těma dvěma hráčima moc nejde.
Two of those objective slaying feats as Shadow tries to steal one away. Maybe they'll look for Kanavi. The snipe for the slow not enough.
Renekton je tady, ale monster silnej. Tady se upřímně divím, že TES dali 3 gruby, protože Renekton je jako monster silnej. Jako jo, Sivir je na botu, no. To si byli docela dojebali tady. Že Renekton teďka je tak monster silnej, že Renekton tady skoro solo killne botlane 1v2, kdyby chtěl. Dobrý damage, full kvéčko na toho, na Xanteho. 3 auto-ataky a týpek normálně ztratil 200 HP. 4 auto-ataky a kvéčko a týpek nestrácí HP.
A lot of times about ease of execution, and I do think what TES has drafted is
týpek to chce jenom wave clearnout tohle s ultimátkou. Ta pop je docela nebezpečná, protože on nemůže pak dashovat, když hraje proti popy. Že by možná nabejtili. Oni to chcou baitnout, Dívej, oni neví. Q, ult, Varus, boom, play safe, Varus. Boom, Q flash. Play safe. Play safe, baby.
How about that engage from On? W to the Poppy, flash into the middle of them, Q, knock up on both. That was clean. That's what you like to see from the Alistar. And gonna be able to make that
Varus
play
flash
work
by
here.
nepomohlo. Však tam nemohl ani flashnout. Nic nemohl. Proč ne flash? Nemohl. Byl ve stunu. Leda, že by flashnul hnedka tu ult od Vi a umřel by anyway. Tak dobrý. Xante. Já nechápu Xante čampiona. Xante level 6 je assassin, tank, nesmrtelný kokot, engager, split pusher. Počkej, ale oni tady intí. Zase to intí. A najednou byli zase 1000 goldů ahead. Kamo, to jsou fiesty tyhle hry. Šílený. To je prostě China proti Chině.
Down to the slimmest of margins, it is always Knight that seems to win out. Makes the roam happen here. The ghost
oni engagenou na Alistara.
As he popped the ghost pretty early, kind of just headbutts him away, runs away, and
používají všechno, on strašně dlouho přežívá. Shadow tu je level 8. A Aurora AoE na 3 týpky, zežerou ho. A Shadow je nesmrtelný, protože prostě je level 8, no. Oproti level 7 Trundle. A staví tanky, tam je Thunder Sky už. Ale nemůžete říct, že to je nuda, protože oni budou permafightit, každý objektiv budou permafightit. Ale problém je, že když permafightíš, tak prostě TES nemají dobrý teamfight comp. Unlucky intíček. Dobrý tipí. Ale víš co, TES mají scaling comp a early game nemají fighty. Prostě oni, když budou fight early game, tak nebudou vyhrávat. Kde se nakonec vzal ten YouTube plastučí viewer counter, Gentleman ho udělal. Krása, funguje to. Víš co, TES musí scalovat, TES musí, ale jako mají 2 draky, takže to je pro ně ideální. 1000 goldů je nic, 1000 goldů pro scaling team je nic behind me. Neudělal přeposal, nepleť si to. Okay. Bin intí. Tohle je super, jako TES tady jsou v pozici, kde úplně v pohodě outskillnou. Mají 2 draky. Farmí si, zabíjí Renekton, který to intí. Renekton v momentě, kdy bude level 12, level 13, tak dostane outscale od Xanteho, protože Xante je balanced.
Built himself a nice early edge, and I mean, you really just have to stack armor against this composition. Sure, there's an Aurora, but like, in what world is the Aurora spending all their damage on the Cassante and you're winning the fight, right? It just doesn't exist. So already has a full Thornmail plus the Tabbies. That is kind of everyone's consistent damage that is over on the BLG side. And sure, there's a Black Cleaver. Sure, the Sivir is going to scale well, but Cassante
teď jenom scalovat, super monster v pohodě. Hes. Dávají fakt jako šílený outscale eventuálně. Jenom to nenajintit, no, jenom prostě nedostat engage. Ještě mají 3 gruby s Azirem, což je šílený. Ale tady ten Cream hraje dobře. Víš, jak hraje Cream? Takhle měl hrát Honk. Takhle měl hrát Honk. Takhle měl hrát Honk. Pamatujete si tu CFO Fly Quest první hru, kde prostě Honk vole je feedle jak blázen a nic nedělá, ani nedává Včko na enemy týpky a prostě je posranej. A jediný, kdo tam něco dělal, tak byl Dogo. Říkám ti, kdyby prostě Dogo hrál toho Azira, tak, nebo Cream hrál toho Azira, tak ta hra je 20 minut over, nebo v 20. minutě over. Cream to jako hard smurfy, ty vole.
Really was anticipating it, right? He had the soldier ready. He's just
hard
instantly dashing out. So as that Q flash comes in, Cream just
barely Azir by mě bavil. To může hrát tak agresivně toho champa a být safe anyway. Dobrý buff od Knighta.
There's no flash on Bins. There's not really any chance of a setup. He's always going to be able to react very comfortably with the Azir ult if they try to combo in or anything like that. So really playing to limit.
Bro, Sivir 500 range AD carry, naběhne do Azira, Azir jí vole dá jednoho soldiera Kvečko na hlavu a Sivir umře. Sivir je hodně špatný champion do Azira. Jak probíhá losování po dnešku? Můžou hrát proti sobě týmy ze stejného regionu? Můžou. Týmy proti hele, ty týmy, co jsou 3-0, tak si budou losovat týmy s 3-2. Jestli mi rozumíš, takže ty máš, když jsi postoupil 3-0, tak máš výhodu, že teoreticky budeš hrát proti těm nejhorším týmům ve čtvrtfinále. Což bude výherce téhle série, výherce MKOI T1 série, OIS 3. Ne, jo, OIS 3 a kdo ještě? Lower bracket není v top 8, ne? Je to source OBS přímo, jsem ti jen přeposlal tutoriál, jak to udělá. Jo, tak gentleman, ne, to ne. Ty jsi mi poslal nějaký tutoriál, to není ono. Mě někdo naprogramoval tady tohle. Jako individuálně to naprogramoval týpeček tady z chatu. Ale zapomněl jsem jeho jméno klasicky. BLG feel like they're trying to scale for second items at the moment, just accepting waves rather than being able to do. Myslíš, že dopadne T1 KOI? T1 vyhraje, no. Ale jako T1 hraje špatně teďka, KOI teda taky, ale mají šanci vyhrát. Ale typoval bych spíš T1.
They're clearly feeling like they're in a pretty terrible position if you're going to give up soul point without even a contest. So instead they're just going to try to trade for.
Oner třeba říkal, že nespal 2 nebo 3 dny, že jsou nemocní nějak nebo co. Že chytli nějakou chorobu, nějaký čínský covid. Kabiku, dobré ráno, to bude.
That's one of the worst, if not the worst, souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES. Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor.
No, ty Číňani je normálně, oni prostě šli na čínskou zeď je natáčet. Zavřeli celou čínskou zeď, aby na té čínské zemi zdi byli sami T1. A klasicky tam pršelo, takže nechali natáčet, když pršelo.
We kind of focused on it from BLG's point of view, saying, well, if they get ahead and they can just dive in, they will wipe top esports off the map.
Škoda tý Sivir, jaký nerfli to Kvečko strašně. Ten champ je podle mě mrtvý, že to není dobrý champ teďka, jak nerfli Kve.
And it always feels weird, you know, sometimes I think for people who are listening to hear us talk about a game in this way, because you look at the gold and you're like, it's 300 gold, you know, it's 3-3. But it's really compositional that it's coming down to, and that's why I do feel like this is going to be a one-fight game. You know, we're going to see the Soul come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You know, you win that, you get that dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor. But if TES are able to win that and get Soul, barring some really crazy stuff, it's pretty much lights out. So that is why we are talking about it being, you know, so favorable, the position in the game for TES. They're just really comfortable compositionally and objective-wise.
I also think around the times they have to fight, which is 3 minutes time for the Mountain Soul, BLG at 2 items will be weaker than Top Esports at 2 items. They have a little bit more gold as well, but I love a 2-item Varus with Mana Moon fully stacked up. Cream has already got his Nash's Tooth, building up to his next item with that Haunting Guys in the Faded Ashes. Like, in terms of relative power, I take the right side.
Kamo, actually, jak insane by bylo, kdyby prostě americká vláda vyvinula nějaký vir, nebo čínská vláda by vyvinula nějaký vir, který targetuje jenom určitý etnika lidí, že by třeba Číňani vyvinuli vir a targetovali by to jenom bělochy. A tím by vyřadili úplnou celou Evropu a půlku Ameriky. Ale prostě na Aziaty by to nešlo, víš co? Ale problém je, že v Americe je to... V Americe je problém to, že tam je jako všechny etnika. Takže tam to moc nejde udělat. To by byla prostě úplně válka. Viry rychle zmutují a zvrhlo by se to. Počkej, Cream je level 13. Je nesmrtelný, ne? Teďka už. Snaží se to najít, TP do toho. Prvně naočkuješ svý občany a pak to vypustíš do světa. To by jako Čína mohla udělat, no. Takže pokud nebudeme tohle očkování minus social credit. To by bylo v piči, kámo. Ale nemůžou si to dovolit, to by jako vyhlásili válku a byla by vole třetí světová. OK, Elk Jekylla, fajtí to. Sivir prohrává, ale... Knight musí flashovat, on minus. On nemá flash, ne, ultí. Ale tier 2, oni mají 3 gruby, kámo, 3 gruby jsou tak broken. Musí utíkat TPčko, Renekton. Ale oni furt fajtí, oni furt se pozitionou na fight. Renekton flashnul, dodgenul, Cream to flashnul taky. Elk play safe. Play safe AD. Vemou tu tier 2 nebo ne, ta je důležitá. Tinku, děkuji za killčo.
Čiže prakticky může G2 hrať len proti gang, Hanve alebo jednému týmu, ktorý bude mať 3-2, ak sa nemýlim.
Já mám pocit, že máš pravdu, Synek. Že to tak je.
On Jackie Love's ultimate, but now it's TES forcing the Otacon here. BLG know they have to contest, they're falling behind.
Top Esports will be low. Armor Magic is
Atakan, Xante zoning, Xante champion. 3 draci Atakan, test tady jako tahle hraje prime to win. 22. minuta, ty jsou jakoby ahead, mají 3 draky, mají outskill, compact blázen. Tady nevím, jak to chcou hrát. Nevím, jak to chcou hrát Billy Gaming. Bude 30 killů tuto hru, nebude.
Jackie Love still has his flash. That is really big because the Varus is the most susceptible to that dive. So that is going to help to keep him safe in this next fight.
Byli doufali, že se bude permafightit všechno. Ze začátku to trochu vypadalo, že se bude permafightit všechno, ale pak ne. A to si scalí v pohodě. Wow, ta Poppy Trundle Pillar je dobrý kombo teda, to je nechutný. Týpek dá Pillar do toho Poppy čus. Já, Safari, četl jsem to, no, už na to nechci poukazovat, teďka řešíme League of Legends. Týpci už prohráli, ne? V podstatě GG. Ta hra je unplayable. Dostali outscale. Museli one-shotnout nějak Jackie Lava teďka. Oni to najít, Jackie Lava to najítil. Jako kajtí, ale dívej, jako kajtí. Boom, ale one-shotli ho. Ale Xante Xantovič, hypercarry, fighter, engager. A je tam Soulička.
Good try there from BLG. As Knight is going to hang around, he knows they can't.
Čet, já mám ADHD, Dave, já mám prostě AD. Málem. Málem.
As we can see our MasterCard priceless moment of the game. TES claim the soul. But BLG had a good start to the fight. Bid found a good angle onto Jackie. They do kill him off, but the problem is Elk dies at the same time. And when Elk goes it down, who's gonna kill the
Jackie tady, ale proč tady šel jakoby z melee range do Renektonova pomalu? Nebo dal tam ten angle tomu Renektonovi na engage, víš? Že Knight má dobrý damage, ale je tam jediný, kdo má damage. Tam by musel být Renekton a dát Foreman Kvečko, aby dal damage.
Great try over the wall. Let's see how close it does get. Wow, okay. So it was a perfect smite from Kanavi.
Je nějaká šance, že CFO vyhrají Worlds, jasně. Ta šance je třeba 5-10%, ale je tam. Kámo, jak po piči by bylo, kdyby CFO vyhráli Worlds? Legit, jak po piči by to bylo? Za mě by to byl nejlepší scénář.
526 international kills for Bin, who has surpassed Perks for 7th all time. Congratulations to him. He's going to get a few more at least at this Worlds, you have to feel, because I think we both expect another game at least in this.
To se nestane, protože v Worlds vyhrají G2. Jakou šanci mají G2? No rozhodně menší než Ois 3. CFO Dravenskin by byl goated, no.
No jasně, když to tam pobíhá venku. Město,
můžeme vynechat ze všeho, že ujdu já. Takže při EI štěstí D, ak si vylosujeme 3-2 tým, tak to bude istota 1.
Takže při EU draft štěstí, ak si vylosujeme 3-2 tým, tak to bude istota 1. No, jako my jsme měli docela štěstí potom v posledním Swiss Group stage. Nebo aspoň G2 měli štěstí na draw. Stupičo Elk. Počkej, zase našli Jackieho, zase Jackie na inkill. Play safe, Jackie play safe. Oni to comeback lidi k tomu, že Jackie zase na inkill, ale Cream je tu. A Creama nezabiješ, to je 3000 HP Azir. Kámo, Jackie prostě kup si Zoniu, bro. Kup si Zoniu, bro. Co měl dělat Jackie? Nehrát AD. Legit nemá hrát AD, prostě ta role je odhoven. Má hrát midlane. Kdyby hrál midlane, tak tam má 3000 HP, má Zoniu a nemůže umřít. Ale hraje AD carry, tak má 2000 HP a nemá Zoniu, takže vždycky umře. Unlucky.
Bin doesn't have that ultimate. 369 looks for the Intofos. Hung's looking for that flank position. The Baron down to about half HP with this Predator stun onto 369. The disengage.
Okay. Oj, Creamovič. Jak broken je mid. Guys, jak broken je mid. Největší damage ve hře, největší level ve hře, nejvíc HP ve hře. Zonia, engage. 2K range. Víš, že hráš... Vím, že hráš ADC, ale je zahratelný v aktuálním meta, som plat. Huh? Můžeš jednou komentovat bez toho, aniž bys brečel? Ne. Kam, ale to je jako pěkně hraje Cream, hrozně. Tak kdo byl zatím nejlepší? Zeka byl mega dobrý Azir. Zeka a Cream jsou teďka asi dva nejlepší Azirové na Worlds.
Cream doing a great job there, separating the AD carry.
Ruler zvládá AD carry, easy. Oho. Mně se strašně vždycky líbí, že tady lidi říkají něco takového, že Ruler zvládá AD carry, ale pak Ruler udělá interview, že AD carry je nejvíc useless role ve hře. Jakoby borci, když chcete říkat takové věci, tak musíte vědět, co ten člověk jako říká o té svý roli. Jako je super, že Ruler je nejlepší AD carry na světě, ale doslova ten týpek v interview řekne, že AD carry je nejhorší role ve League of Legends. Takže jakoby, pocať. Bac. No, kámo, pokud jste se jako přišli na to, že stačí nefajtit všechny objektivy proti Billy Gaming a že Billy Gaming pak nejsou dobrý tým? Já chci debatu po vzoru vyhrocených politických debat. Kdy bude Aleš AD carry je slabé a někdo druhý AD carry je super broken. Dáme dáme politickou debatu se Snapem. Snapy furt tvrdí, že AD carry je broken. Tak dáme politickou debatu u něj ve studiu. Dáme duel. Vemu si jak Okamura si, nebo jak Babiš si vemu 40 těch. 40 papírů poznámek. To nemůžeš, Snapy nerozumí AD carry, musí to být dva hráči, co hrajou AD carry. Ale vole, bro, doslova jakýkoliv hráč, co hraje AD carry nebo rozumí AD carry, tak ti tvrdí, že AD carry je useless role. Doslova každý profík, co hraje AD carry a kdykoliv se ho zeptají na AD carry roli, tak ti řekne, že to je useless role. Že to je nejslabší role. Karzi řekl to stejný, Karzi řekl nejslabší role. Mrkni na ten Twitter od Inspireda, Uka.
Takže esportové, máte slovo, nás čeká!
Kamo, tohle není real, ne? Do you guys need a jungler? To není real. To je joke, že jo?
It was more of a calculated, crafted effort where at various different points we were highlighting different members and debating who really was the star of this team, who was the player that really defined the moment, but I felt like that every single player had key moments.
Inspired. Moje 23, no. Sucks, so disappointed in our performance, let's see what next year brings. Thanks for watching and all the support. Však v pohodě. Jako týpek je sfrustrovaný, ale v pohodě.
Stacking up those objectives.
Yeah, and I think a little bit it starts in draft. I wouldn't say necessarily the game itself was decided in draft, but I do think the most important thing here for me was that R5 Poppy. When Vetti and I were both looking at this draft, we were like, okay, BLG have drafted something they're super comfortable with. I wasn't surprised to see the first pick Renekton come through. I'm not going to say I liked it necessarily, but was not
first pick Renekton ain't it, bro, ain't it. To legit ain't it. Pak tam máš Xanteho, který solo kill Renektona. To v ten moment first pickují Xanteho, ne? Že Xante od levelu 6 je solo killuje každýho čampa in-game. Proč bys nehrál Xanteho v ten moment?
Poppy angle, and you could see at times it seemed like BLG kind of forgot that the Poppy was in the game, or could be in the game, right? So, and I think this Poppy ended up being.
Na Mickey se v SK si reagoval, trošku jsem na to reagoval, no. Trochu. Tohle není BO5 Muzina, tohle je BO3. Takže teďka je to 1-1 a ten tým, co prohraje, jde domů, ten tým, co vyhraje, top 8. Je garance, že to bude nějaký čínský tým, protože to je Čína proti Číně. Ale guys, viděli jste ten damage? Viděli jste ten damage graph? Kde jsou ti AD a Broken?
Into fighting, which top esports they kind of play their own game.
Jo, je to 1-1, takže ta příští hra rozhodne.
These early objective controls, the only one they lost was Herald. They were able to stop that with the Trundle pillar, right? So BLG
nebudou to mít tak daleko domů, no nebudou, no.
For that. They also were able to clean up Otacon, and I think it's another example of just, I keep telling people like, man, you guys, like, I swear, top esports, they're a pretty smart team. I remember telling you this at the beginning of the year, and you're like, okay, whatever, Emily, like, you're trolling. You watch them at first stand, they're absolutely abysmal. But you can see it here.
Naposled Broken, jak udělali durability patch, to bylo jak dlouho, zpátky 3 roky. Jenže problém je, že oni udělali durability patch, AD bylo broken a oni ho doslova během půl roku nerfli do sraček. Jako AD v té době bylo fakt broken, no, nebudu lhát. Ale ty vole, jako nerfli to hodně. Je ironie, že vlastně oni říkali, Riot říkal, že když se bude hrát třeba když se bude jakákoliv role hrát na jakýkoliv lince, takže to nebudou nerfovat. Že tomu nechají průběh. Ale v momentě, kdy se ADčka začaly hrát midlane na top lane, tak to nerfli. Ale když se hráli mageové na botu, a bylo to nejvíc broken, tak a teď je to jakoby hodně broken foot, tak to nenerfli.
BLG were trying to get back in the game. They tried to prevent the soul, but even that doesn't work out the way they want to.
Bylo to tak, ne? 3 roky zpátky byl ten durability patch, nebo 4?
No, ne taková.
A oni potom nerfli Infinity, nebo crit udělali, že z 200% kritu na 160. A pak nerfli Infinity Edge z 250 na 200%. Že oni efektivně snížili prostě damage o 50%. Což je crazy. Šakilský, děkuji za dalších 500. Kámo, zvykám si na to šakilský, to je zlý, ale já si začínám zvykat na těch 500 korun za každou hru, chlape. To bude zlý. Děkuju. Damage graph, guys, damage graph. Damage graph. Ale Sivir mě fascinoval, že to pikli, ten champ prostě podle mě je useless. Je to useless. Ty budeš solidně chrčit po horo, zase 50 kače tam do nej. A tak teďka šakilský se Savarečem to potáhají, no.
Do we like it?
Well, here's the thing.
This is what they do,
yeah,
right?
That's what they do.
Beige one in, shadow out, okay.
As Vedi already touched upon, Shadow had
Shadow
a few really
intil,
big
no.
unforced errors, right? In both of those ganks that he was talking about, Knight didn't have his ult up. He'd used it elsewhere. At one point, Knight was all the way back under his own turret when Shadow tried to go in onto Cream. So I
Nemyslíš, že Champa jako Yasuo, Jonen trošku komplikují balancování i Izemu? Nemyslím si absolutně. Však proč Yasuo a Jonen mají double crit v pasivku? Oddělej jim double crit pasivku a nemusíš, jako chápeš.
So we'll see.
I can't imagine the pressure he's under. He starts the tournament against 100 Thieves where he loses. Yeah. Everyone's like, get him out, put Shadow back in, and now he finds himself in the elimination match where they're like, no problem, buddy, all the way.
Jak tady může začít Golden Cup a Train, to je random, když se dá sub. Když se hodně subuje, tak potom se udělá Hype Train. A jak se udělá Hype Train, tak je tam procento nebo půl procenta na to, že to bude Golden Hype Train. A v ten moment, kdy je to Golden Hype Train, když někdo dá tier 1 suba nebo giftne suba, nebo víc subů, tak dostane Golden Cup.
Can't find an avenue to approach through the brick wall that is 369. Bin going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away.
Vyzkoušet toho Korkio dneska. Jsem zvědavej. Korkio se scaling runama.
And 369 just diving in. Bin will get one in response, but only 2 left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for top esport.
Já si myslím, že keby nestreamuješ 2 měsíce, tak si save, si má predsa huge procenta LKPS. Jo, chat, našel jsem tu charitu, na kterou to pošlu. Jakmile bude trochu času a nebudu streamovat 10 hodin denně, tak to posílám sem. Já jsem zachraňoval, já jsem jednou šel do gymu a našel jsem ježka mezi, jak jsou šaliny a jezdí šaliny, tak jsem našel ježka, který byl úplně zmatený a chodil jakoby v kruhu, v těch kolejích a kolem něho lítaly muchy a tak, víš, jako bylo to. Jsem ho vzal, nebo jako volal jsem někam, kam ho mám vzít a oni mi řekli, že to mám vzít sem. A já jsem ho vzal do krabice, dovezl jsem se ho tam a oni mě potom říkali, že mu jako odstranili že tam měl larvy od much nebo co, že mu to odstranili, že mu dali antibiotika a že tam byl výběh pro ty, že ho pustili někam do výběhu, kde bylo asi 30 ježků. Takže to sendu sem. Hodím vám potom, vyžádám si potvrzení od nich a potom vám to hodím. Ty máš srdce, Aleši, vůči zvířátku mám srdce, vůči lidem nemám srdce. Ti říkám, kámo, lidi jsou takový hovada, že...
Máš psa? Nemám psa. Všichni nejsou stejní, ale většina lidí jsou hovada. Bude povorot na streamu Clashi nový bit tour? Já nemám nový bit. Já je sleduju na Instagramu, tu záchranu stanice, a pan to dělá na úrovni. Je to frajer, no, ten typek. Je to jako vidět, že prostě to rád dělá, no. Jívko, to zkus popsat třeba. Pracoval jsem jako taxikář a za léto jsem strazil i 5 léškou. GG. Chudáčci. Však koupíš, když je cinkačka. Safarič, naklonuj se. Naklonuj se s Shakilským, tak 10krát se naklonujte. Abych tu měl top dona, non-stop rakety, brosky, petardy a koupím nový byt v Brně, protože jinak to nepůjde, hoši. Jako Brno je stejně drahý jak Praha. Nevím prečo, ale je to tak. Dělám pro Vodafone a volají mi lidi, co mají insolvence třeba 100 000 a dluží. A začnou ti vyhrožovat smrtí a soudem, že jim to nechceš vymazat. Kamo, co? No to si děláš piču, ne? Kamo. Prestěhuj se na Slovensku, bude ti dobré, no s tím, hele, nevím, jako máme tu, hej, už jsme si tady zvolili Babiše, vy tam máte Fica, takže, víš jak. Ale nevěřím tomu, že to říkám, ale Babiš je lepší než Fico, legit, jako. To je Slovák, který utek do Česka, takže má rozum. Pardon, omlouvám se. Tak jsem to nechtěl říct, já mám rád svý slovenský bratry. Mám rád své slovenský bratry. V Brně máme hodně Slováků. Nemyslel jsem to tak, OK? Však budeš mít 0% hypotéku, ne? Borci, vy si fakt myslíte? Winter mapa!
Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how, even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer, and isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what?
Kámo, konečně, ty kokot, konečně, po x letech, po kolika letech? Let's go, Winter mapa, nejlepší mapa. Po 6 letech. Christmas skiny, Winter mapa, let's go. I Baron má Winter skin. Jaj, tak to nemuseli. OK, s tím Baronem to možná trošku převařili, hoši. To už dávno ale oznámil Lešku si nějaký zpoždění. Tak samozřejmě, že já jsem věděl, že Winter mapa bude. Jenom jsem to chtěl hypnout a předstírat, že to nevím, abyste byli taky hypnutí, že bude Winter mapa, OK? Kámo, jsem streamer, musím to trošku jako přibarvovat, přihrávat, rozumíš tomu?
You were looking pretty pleased with yourself as you're saying that.
Because I remembered how many teams had already qualified.
Čet, nespamujte jo? Nespamujte jo?
You see that?
I was like, it is 7, yes, because we have one more series.
You see how I can count went off the first hand.
Andrej Babiš slíbil 1% hypotéku, ne 0% hypotéku, kámo, a jako já vám nechci jako lhát, ale vy si myslíte, že to, co sliboval populista Andrej Babiš, splní? Týpek splní tak 10% toho, co slíbil. Zadluží stát takovým způsobem, že na 20 let dalších 20 let budeme zvyšovat daně jenom. 1% hypotéky nebudou, ani za piču nebudou 1% hypotéky. Hypotéky se budou zdražovat spíš, než zlevňovat. Však sliby se mají plnit, klugy. Ne, borci, žijem v éře populismu. Ty slíbíš všechno, aby se zalíbil všem a vyhraješ volby a pak je to jedno.
Stop it. We'll see how. You want to come across? Stop it. We have to talk about LPL. Okay.
Však jeho program vydržel tak týden, než ho hodil celý do koše. Od čeho jsou pak sliby, no tak jako v české politice to bohužel nefunguje takhle. Prostě tady je, borci, neuvědomujete si, kolik je NPCček. Bohužel vzdělaných lidí je opravdu málo a jakoby vysvětlovat lidem, že nemůžeš slíbit vše hory doly a pak to jakoby splňovat, že to nejde takhle udělat, nevysvětlíš. Nevysvětlíš jim to. Stačí, že dáš 500 korun někomu, nabídneš 500 korun někomu, kdo má prostě menší IQ a GG. Tak, jdeme zpátky na 1-1 test Billy Gaming. Caitlyn, Ambessa, Rice, Sion. Chat budeme volit generace to fixne všechno. XDD. Dobré, nebudem řešit politiku.
No one wants to get painted by that brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of, we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing
tak, Caitlyn, Ambessa, LeBlanc, Karma, Rice, Sion se open.
Out of 5 so far, 6 in fact. I can count that high. This will be the first game they played in those best of 3. Sion
involved in that.
Yes, I do. It's very important to me. Sion, Rise, Karma banned away
Wukong je open a oni first picknou Kianu. A zase, nevím. Wukong musí AFK farmit a scalovat, nemůžeš fightit early game, no. Ale zase za mě lepší Wukong než Kiana, rozhodně lepší. Kiana je vodhaven champ. Benchli Shadow a Benchli, no, Benchli.
All the damn time. So I love him on this champ. I think he's incredibly good. We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game. Gets himself ahead and then snowballs it to victories for Top Esports.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to perform here on this Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms.
Wukongos a co? Rakan, ty kokos, Wukong Rakan insta. Tady můžou vzít buď Renatu do toho, pokud se nebojí, ale málo kdo hraje Renatu, anebo můžou vzít Corki, Kai'Sa, AD a cokoliv za toho, no. Annie. Mně se nelíbí ty Annie Kiany, ale zase LPL tým to může zahrát. U FlyQuest jsem to úplně nesnášel, to Annie Kiana, protože ty prostě musíš permafightit, od 6 musíš flashovat forward a dávat ult na cooldown. A zrovna jako Cream to dokáže zahrát, ale furt se mi to nelíbí, no. Raději prostě piknout support a piknout něco jiného.
Yeah, Annie has yet to win so far at Worlds. Has not looked impressive and has been losing all of the games, so definitely can be tough. Leona was kind of like that old school Rakan answer where it's like, oh, Rakan goes down,
goes in,
you lock him down.
No je to silný, jedno z nejsilnějších ADček na jednom a dvou itemech. A ty hry jsou docela rychlý teďka. Takže chceš mít raději silnější AD carry na jednom, dvou itemech, než na 4-5. A ono všeobecně s hypercarryčkama je problém. Třeba s Jinxkou je problém v kompetitivu, že ty prostě nemáš escape, to za A. Za B, ty ani nemáš větší damage než tyhle ty chumpové, co jsou dobrý na jednom, dvou itemech. Protože nerfli Kirit do hoven. Zajarakan na Wukong, ok, to je dobrý, to je hodně dobrý tady. To je, jako byli tu mají lepší 1, 2, 3 než TES. Já nevím, ty Kiany prostě nechápu to, ty piky.
Talia and Cassia, the next two bans, mid lane pool being pinched. Both the teams have their junglers and their bot side of the map already locked up, so top and mid is where we are likely to be. Wouldn't be surprised if Bin gets counter for top side here with Knight picking something blind, but you can of course do it the other way, say, oh well, we think Knight can dominate Cream more than Bin can dominate
Cassio, Talia, Siler.
So far.
I would tend to agree with the Knight getting the counter pick. I feel like he's been by far their best player at Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm going to go all in on one player, it's got to be Knight. I mean, even in the losses, I feel like he has been the guy that is the hope for the team. So I really would like to see them just index into him. I also feel like, let's be honest,
Tady, když vemou Oriana out, Viktor by byl mega dobrý v pohodě. Něco, co má hodně HP na midu a může stát Rod of Ages proti Kiana Corky Leona. Viktor by byl solidní, hodně solidní. Co dál? Rice je open? Ne, Rice je v banu. Galio by byl taky solidní, tanky champion do Kiany. Galio je to good. Máš hodně damage s Wukongem, s Zayou. Mordekaiser. Vipo.
The other thing is, I mean, you can potentially pick two champions that are pretty good into it, but then you do risk getting really bad.
Tak, co udělají, co udělají? Vemou Morda, ne, vemou Mordeo. Vemou Mordeo! Blind pick Morde. To bude Galio mid lane, podle mě, ale. Jako může to být Galio top lane, ale podle mě to bude mid lane. Sauron? Jo, je to Sauron, actually. No a co piknou na midu? Ale TES mají takový divný draft. Ale zase Mordekaiser. Smolder! Smolder! Smolder mid. Smolder mid. A nebo Corky mid? A podle mě Smolder mid. XDD Smolder do chatu, guys. XDD Smolder. Ať to tady vidím. Ten emote. Jax, to bylo jasné. Ale je to dobrý do toho. Do Mordeo. Jako eventuálně, jo, ale early ne. Jaký draft se mi líbí víc? Díky tomu Smolderovi se mi líbí TES draft víc. Ale... Ne, i když ne, Billy Gaming je lepší prostě. Billy Gaming je lepší, máš tam Wukong, Rakan, Galio. Jako Billy to mají lepší draft.
It's whether or not it can be as effective as you want. You do need those quick trigger reflexes if you're going to stop people finding the true engages in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does.
Dívej na ten wallpaper Smoldera, to je tak happy dráčátko malej. No stress. Když tak se mamča postará. People happy. People happy Smolder.
You have Smolder and Corky paired with this Kiana. That kind of feels like you're a bit of two different minds. Of course, Corky can still poke, and Smolder can like ult over the top on an engage. It's not like it can't work at all. But it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like if you knew this was your other four, you wouldn't have picked Kiana, I don't think, right? And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is.
Dívej na něj. People happy.
So now you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion.
Taky bych chtěl mít tak bezstarostný život jako Smolder. Tak jo, 1-1, připomínám, tým, co prohraje, jede domů. Ne, že by to měli ty Číňani daleko, když se hraje v Číně, ale jedou domů. A po téhle sérii KOI proti The GOAT T1.
It's not like you just have to, but we have to get through everyone to get on the Corky. No, you can go
Zazaku, já se stresuju hodně, vším, prací. Vším se stresu. Vůbec nevíš, brášku.
You can lock them down, burst them down, so is a lot of power there over on the BLG side. We'll see, can TES really create some differences here? I also feel like, though Smolder, of course, you know, you do still have a lot of power as far as the scaling. It's pushed pretty far back, and the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you know you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn. It doesn't actually ever go up as far as the threshold for the execution, and so I don't think it's just like auto win late game. Like people used to talk about it. But of course, you know, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds, like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE, when you're on 3 items and you're on 225,
komu drží palce, tady mi to jedno. Ale když bych si fakt musel vybrat, tak bych chtěl, aby Billy postoupili, protože Billy hrajou hůř proti international týmům než TES. TES hrajou dobře proti těm international týmům. A tím pádem potom jakýkoliv tým, co dostane Billy Gaming, bude mít větší šanci vyhrát proti Billy Gaming než proti TES. Za mě. Myslíš, že ten swap jungle pomůže? Já si myslím, že jo. Shadow Intel jako stylem, že jako dobrý level 2 all-inek, nepohlídaný od zajušky. Dnes je losovačka, jo? Po koje T1 bude losování, což bude mega důležitý. Top 8 losováníčko. T1 musí vyhrát? No T1 musí vyhrát. Koi nebo T1, ten tým, co vyhraje, tak je top 8.
Yeah, last played it in the grand finals against Bin though on Kasante and went 2-7-1, losing that game. So in recent memory, 369.
Calibrating.
Oh yeah, sure, that was it. Yeah, it's just I just need one game in a month and a half before we meet again at Worlds, which is a randomized draw.
Yeah. You're baiting him into a false sense of security.
That's smart.
Run it down in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss of Worlds. you gotta think, you know, a couple steps ahead here, Medic.
Yeah,
you know?
No jako na ten Koi T1 se hodně těším právě. Jack teď naintil ten trade, že obě linky inkí, kterým bude mít jako hodně free linku. Top 8 je klasický playoff, B5 Fearless, není losers bracket, ale slosování je, že 3-0 týmy, co vyhráli 3-0 ve Swissu, tak v podstatě budou hrát proti, nebo budou mít vylosovaný 3-2 týmy. Takže tam je ten reward v Swissu toho, že když ty postoupíš 3-0, tak potom jakoby... Cream?
Red buff slow, not enough. Flash for flash exchange there between Base One and Cream.
Yeah, Base One, you know, thought he might have had enough damage, didn't have the calculation correct there. As it's 369 TPing down. This is what they did in the Lucian game as well to kind of bail out, you know, Jackie.
Rakan Kvečko sustain je strong, hrozně ho buffli, no. Dřív to nebylo tak silný to Kvečko sustain. Hlavně někteří Rakani i maxou Kvečko, mám pocit, že, nebo ne maxou Kvečko, dají 3 body do Kvečka, mám pocit. Teď nevím, jestli to dělá i tenhle Rakan. Ale T1 se říká, že jsou nemocní a v interview říkal třeba Oner, že 3 dny nespal, nebo 2-3 dny nespal, že jsou fakt nějak jako nemocní, na chcípaní. Takže Koi mají šanci, Koi mají šanci. Ale to, hele, bude... Koi mají šanci, pokud Supa nebude hrát tak, jak hrál proti FlyQuest. Ne, počkej, proti komu hrál? To nebylo proti FlyQuest, proti komu hrál?
You actually get the wave, you deny the cannon, you get the plate. So like that right there is almost a kill worth of gold that you just earned for your team. So it's one of these things that doesn't seem immediately obvious, but
proti Team Secret Wales, jo, proti Team Secret Wales hrál Supa a ten typ, ty jako by jeho babička měla sazeno, kámo. Ten SK super team není super team, by the way. To je spíš jako, že chábři si jdou zahrát spolu. Holov, ty redničko nová, děkuju Holové za ty redničku novou. Užívej si, hele, propoj si League of Legends účet. s Twitchem máš Twitch, máš League of Legends emotikon do in-game, do lolečka, za ty jedničku a máš Worlds limitovanou ikonku na Twitchi, kterou můžeš mít jak tier 1 ikonku, tak k tomu ještě Worlds ikonku. Je to teďka akcička do konce Worlds.
Picked up a call on that first base, so he is just scaling, looking to play this out.
Oni to vysvětlí Azire, já počkám, až oni to vysvětlí, ale víceméně jo. Prostě máš větší šanci, že si vylosuješ. Hype train přichází. Je to Golden Kappa? Jak to poznám? Bez tak ne. Nehraju lolky, mám na to nervy, mě to baví. Sledoval s tím komentátorem. Int, Jackie Inky. Ale hele, za mě, když Jackie na Inky early game, tak je to pak dobrý, protože Jackie má vždycky v sobě jeden int. Vždycky. On vždycky dá jeden int v té hře. A je lepší na Inky hned, než potom prohrát hru. Smolder tu je taky. To ale hodně dojebal Jackie, že takhle vytradoval na hovno. Jsou teďka v pozici, kde to je pro ně na hovno, no. A Galio sem typuje. Flashnul. Galio tu je, GG. GG. Typ si to úplně, Jackie to úplně dojebal tím tradem. Elk to naintil, pozor. Ten heal od Rakana. Ježišimaria. 9 děkuji za ty jedničku. Moneymaker from China, díky za Prima. Ty vole, tak to bylo close. Ale zase to odstartovala Jackie Lavem, který to naintil, rozumíš tomu? Nedal heal, Rakan. No to kvéčko heal. On to healne 3 týpky, když to je AoE heal, to kvéčko. Dívej. Galio ultimátka, posrali to strašně dlouho, jim to trvalo. A teď sleduj, jo, teď sleduj. Ale Elk to tady trošičku přehnal, že jde in, měl jít back. Ale dívej, Rakan to posmrfí, bum, heal, bum, viděl jsi? Jak si trhají ty vlasy, ne úplně.
And I just kind of am shocked that TES fully committed to it.
Mordetuje, Galio tu není a nemá ult. Korky vzal jednoho. One-shotnou Leonu, nebo ne? One-shotnou, ale použili na ní hodně. A Korky vzal další grubík. Korky vzal 2 gruby, jo. Zase permafight všechno, to je Čína, kámo. Prostě permafight everything.
On the Galio, this man wants to get aggressive. And when a team on the other side has so many squishy members, you can do a lot of damage on this Galio. You know, we often see kind of like tanky AP or 1 AP item, you know, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build. But Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass cannon if he thinks it is appropriate.
A Cream hraje to, jo, Essence Reaver. A Knight má sorcery boty na Galiovi, WTF.
Is down on Jackulov in that bot lane. 120 gold, his advantage, but BLG ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. H1 just going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. It's much ado about nothing, you have to feel, just trying to track people, no neutrals to fight over, no camps on this top side to fight over. They might look for a dive onto Bin, who has no flash, no Grandmaster.
Povede se jim to, mají ten damage, asi jo. Jako Kiana má velký damage. Bin play safe, musí dát, jo, dal na stun Ečko, krásný Counter-Strike na to Ečko, zahrál jak bůh. Víš, že si počkal na animaci Kvéčka od Leony a to Counter-Strike-nul. Giga Bin. Ale zonuli aspoň CSka trošku, no. A na botu nic neudělají, Jackiemu. Nebo? A, Wukong? Play safe. Ale tohle bylo dobrý od Leony. Roam na top lane, pak má spellbook, tak týpne na bot lane. Bum. Dobře využitý prostě spellbook. Spellbook je taky hrozně OP na těch supportech.
You're already at 10 minutes, so he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally just accelerate again as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit Essence Reaver, you are just trading infinitely.
Boom.
Been a nice little trade, but Cream still getting some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordekaiser on the top side. Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea
S tebou,
is
čauko,
just
čauko.
that
Jo,
you
chodím
don't
Jimmy.
want the Smolder getting free
Včera jsem byl
stacks
v
off
kardiu.
Knight, and he's gonna have
Včera
less
jsem si dal
threat, you know, that's at least
20-minutový
kind of
kardio
my
a
read on it
saunu.
right now. So you're sacrificing
Ne,
Knight's
30 minutový
lane,
kardio.
but trying to really keep down
Ne,
Cream.
víš co,
And
nesmím
that's
to
probably their main
přehánět s tím
concern
kardem.
is like, all right, how does the other team win? Maybe it's Smolder getting super accelerated. And Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still working away on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
He is. For the moment, we have a brief second before we get into what is
Kde saunu? V gymu mají
next
saunu,
fight.
kam
Drake
chodím.
coming up. It's an alternator for BLG, for Knight.
Pak se probudil. Borci, já jsem Greek God Fyzik.
Often he is BLG.
Ticho.
You didn't misspeak.
It's true, it's true. That rocket belt, a possibility. Kanavi, oh, good route, but Beishwan going in with the Cyclone. There's the hero's entrance. If you display a talent and the flash, used
Flash.
by Kanavi to get away.
Flash Wukong. Ale bude to stačit? To je dobrý damage.
Not enough again. Smolder able to survive through the winds of war a couple of times in a row now. Jackie Love covering mid as On comes across. The Drake is up for BLG, and they might just walk Beishwan around the corner to go and get it.
At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes for the junglers, trade of ults, and then you also got Knight's ult, and you got a really nice chunk of HP down onto Cream, so they're going to try to utilize that to turn it into the Dragon. Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out, but HP-wise, they definitely won, and that is going to put them on a 2-0 Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like Game 1, you know, when you're starting to think back. It's been a lot about these Dragon stacking games, you know, control, forcing your opponents to take these fights that they're not necessarily ready for. And they're going to see if second try works better
Druhý
here
pokus.
against Bin.
Yeah, no teleports to support Bin here.
Druhý pokus. Musí začít Kiana. Já nevím, co dělají, Kiana musí začít první. Oj, 4 lidi tady. 4 lidi tady. Play safe. Jaj. Už se jim to povedlo.
Not only did they kill Bin, they're going to deny a lot of CS. They're going to knock down this tower very likely as well. Try to play for this first turret. They kill off on Elk, can't even get there. So a lot of resources committed to this side.
To je hodně, ale to je 2K gold swing.
Down on the bot side knows he is going to be on his own. So he's just sitting in that tri-brush, making sure that the Wukong couldn't come in behind him.
130 staků má ten Smolder, to je taky hodně v tenhle moment. Kiana musí začít, no, aby to diveli.
This time, 369 and Kanavi do a pretty good job of kind of softening him up before they really fully commit into the dive. He's already missing a third of his HP. Kanavi goes in, really big chunk of damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hong can flash out.
Ta zajuška tady nedokáže nic udělat, no, chudák.
Jackie does have to spend his flash, so does 369, but they secure the kills, they get the tower, and as a result, it is going to come down to these objectives for feats, because BLG already won the feat of warfare. They're only one of these objectives off, whereas TES would need to get the next two.
Herald up in 50 seconds, that will be the first point of call.
2 draky mají ale. Herald za 40. Kdy začne hard vyhrávat Jax do Morda? Až na 2 itemech nebo už Trinity Force? Podle mě to bude strašně dlouho trvat, než se vyhrál do Morda třeba 3 itemy, ne? 2 itemy už?
Looking for a very aggressive option, whether or not he'll go into just like Zhonya's kind of tanky AP from here, or if he'll go into more traditional tank. I feel like if you're going Proto Belt, you're probably just going Zhonya's second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like that On did go for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage. So if you're just fishing with that Leona ult, and you can just be able to have cleanse on your Xayah.
Okay, Rakan Wukong engage, tohle je přesně to Bin, boom, one shot. Tohle je přesně co musí dělat, využívat toho Rakana. Hlavně 2 rychlý killy předtím, před Heraldem, a zase to back and forth. Zase to back and forth, tady se prostě perma fightí. Čína.
Nets them a couple kills and gets them feats, as you said. Even though
takže z toho mají co? Byli z toho budou mít boty.
Here once again, I feel like they're in a good spot. Feats is going to be a decent amount of combat
boty
power.
jsou
They're going to get
dobrý.
the Herald, which is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting farmed here, just continuing to try to scale up. 163 stacks right now.
Tak, kolik má staků?
Triforce, Cream does have the flash and has that flat.
Aj.
Strike out. Cream's gonna get
Aj.
Masters might coming.
Aj.
Cream back to your teammate.
Play safe, AD. Nebo play safe mid. Kámo, ještě to otočí, ne, Bin? Dívej. Bum, 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 bum. Ale to mohli... Když ne, jsou tady 4, takže možná ne. Jsem čekal, že poběží k svýmu týmu, jako byl v Morde ultimace. Ale že by to, víš. Ale furt 1600 goldů. Jako je vidět, že Jax mu jde tomu Binovi, no. Že by to měli vzít na top lane, toho Heralda. Poběží na top lane? Tak. Nebo na bot lane. Na bot lane poběží. To bylo chytrý, že to zabili. Ale měl to vzít dřív, no, aby mu to nezabrali. 1200 goldásků, musí flashovat. Right.
Quick exit with the battle dance.
They got all 5 down here, so TES needs to get something because Bin is going to be the inevitable problem. There's no TP, so no one can answer
Cream na Angel. Ale dává damage jak blázen s tím Smoldrem. 5 lidí tu je zase a Jax si split pushuje. Tady pokud dokážou udefovat tu retu, tak je to pro ně hard win. Engage, Zikiana, boom. Moc deep a Jackie to na Angel zase. Kámo, ten Jackie to ranuje, to je dog. Bacha na Creama. Jax mezi ním vzal top turetu, to je win pro Billy. To je dobrý win. Ale furt to není jako over, furt to není over. Morde Feedlay dostal shutdown, dokonce mám pocit na někom. Takže taky bude silnej. Než Jakey ho má problém s Rugeho si měl ty, tak to je GG, no, to je smolík. Smolder má 200 staků, tyjo. Ty vole. Tak to jsem zvědavej. Okay. 369 má ult, dobře to dodžuje, ale všechny ty spely Bin fakt dobře hraje. Okay, Kanavi to stylnul. A to je Worf, protože by měli 3 draky.
Cloud Soul is insanely strong, especially for a lot of these champions in particular. You cannot be giving that over. Hung is going to have to spend the ulti just to try to get away here from Knight.
Budu crazy, když řeknu, že Dogo mě ze všech ADC na Worlds zatím přesvědčil nejvíc. Ne, Dogo určitě nejlepší AD carry na Worlds teďka. Za mě. I když Ruler je taky hodně dobrý. Ty vole, Ruler je lepší než Dogo, no. Dogo hraje dobře agresivně, je to krásný sledovat, ale udělá tam chyby, no, někdy, no. Když to Ruler zase nehraje tak agresivně, ale hraje chytře. Viper taky. Viper si nepamatuju moc. Nevyplatí se mít co nejdřív Eldra pro ty, co prohrávají, to je největší šance na flip. No jak kdy jo, ale jako jo. Hodně lidí si myslí, že když někdo dostane soulu, tak je to over ta hra, ale není. Ale problém Cloud Soula je nejsilnější soula ve hře. Jako Cloud Soula je tak broken, že to je neuvěřitelné.
He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little bit bruisery or a little bit more tanky. Of course, if you can continually get out spells, it starts to stack up, works pretty nicely. Usually when people go Shojin, they still want rapid fire, which doesn't mean your IE is super delayed, and your kind of consistent damage is a lot lower.
Tak kolik má staků Smolder? 220, no takže další fight má ty.
Já na Smoldrovi třeba rád co dělám je, že nemám 225 staků, protože ty lidi si toho pak nevšimnou, že máš 200, oni si toho všimnou, až když máš jakoby ty staky, protože to pak dává ten fire. Takže když teďka má 222 staků a počká si na fight, anebo force no fight, tak oni nebudou vědět, že je silný a nebo nejlepší je, legit nejlepší za mě je, když máš třeba 200 staků, nebo 210 a oni to forsou teďka, přesně tak. A v ten moment, kdy máš tu fire, že to prokneš v tom fightu. Že v tom fightu prokneš to kvéčko. Už to má. Počkej, je silnej, to je free Atakan, pozor. Už to smajtnul, je to tam. Atakan. Smolderí to. Zajuška musí ultit. Pozor, tady Smolder. Ne, on se nechal hitnout. Ale pozor. Jako Bin tam solo kill v obě ADčka, halo? Díky bohu, že ne, vole. Už jsem se lek, že Bin dá 1v2, vole. Jak Korkio, tak Smoldra. Misnutá Kiana ult, to je velký problém. Hnedka forcnutá, Morde zahrál velice dobře, Free 69 posmurfil. Tady Cream, kdyby flashnul ten knock-up, nebo co to bylo od toho, dívej tady Cream, škoda. Jak solo kill, neš, jak vole Jax tam one-shotne Smoldra a málem tam one-shotne i Korkio, dívej, boom. Tak, vole. Kiana hodně mysla, všechno. Kiana, když mysne ult, tak je to vodhoven champion. Dívej, co poslal Morde. No, jak vypo. Ale za mě to je dobrý ten hexplat, experimentální hexplat. Na Mordem.
A mountain and an infernal and the feats of warfare for BLG. A 12 petal difference equates to about 700 gold.
On nejde rapid fire Cream, druhý item, ale Spear of Soujin, aha. A teďka pojede rapid fire, jo. Aby byl víc tanky v těch fightech, aby nedostal one shot proti Wukong Rakan. To je chytrý celkem.
Definitely the danger of using a defensive ult on 369. You really can't go for that because he'll just press R of his own. He's going to avoid that completely. You kind of want to be using it aggressively, with Honor Beishuan onto Cream or Jackie. That's really what they are looking for here. So I didn't love the way that BLG played it out, but still,
20 vteřin do dalšího draka.
Dragon fight here. TES taking position in the river, pushing up mid lane first, clearing out these wards now, and they are going to be pretty tough to walk into.
Mají vision control a Korky Smolder mají dobrý poke. Billy Gaming tady ideálně musí insta engagenout. Čím pomalej engagenout, tím hůř. Okamžitý engage tady bude potřebovat. Jackie poukuje. Jako ten poke je strašně nepříjemný pro Billy Gaming. Oni musí najít ten engage. Zatím to Bin má flank. Čím později to najdou, připomínám, čím později to najdou, tím hůř pro Billy Gaming. Takže tady potřebují rychle. Jackie Love už má dobrý pouk. A Smolder taky. A už jsou na poukovaní a už nemůžou fightit. Nenašli ten engage. Ale vidíš to, ten Smolder jak s Korkem jak poukou, ten nechutný. Musí najít, jako TES musí respektit Rakan engage s Wukongem.
They will have time for the Wukong to maybe get back in the area, but Knight has no TP. I don't think there's any real reason to get this, but they're still sitting in a dangerous position. And maybe they're going to try to look for something afterwards. Been positioning to try to maybe catch Cream as he does walk down. I like it because you also have
Bin ale furt hledá Creama. Oni ho našli možná. Ečko se roztočil moc brzo. Vrtulka moc brzo. Kanavituje taky. Mysnutý všechno od Zaji, ale nevadí. Free 69 zabil taky. Počkej, Kanavy má ale minus. Kanavy možná minus. Kanavy bude asi minus.
Tady zachumá jump a nechaj to tomu. Okay, Ben to má. Co z toho? Dva za jednoho. To je v pohodě, pokud nezískají něco víc. Barona z toho nezískají, nebo? Protože Draka už mají.
Zaya comes in, great pullback on the feathers to be able to finish him off, but at the same time, 369 has already beat down your Wukong, taking him out, and Jackie Love, he's the backup AD carry, he's still alive.
Kiana, guys, Kiana, jakoby, jak to říct? Už jsem vám řekl, že nejsem fanoušek Kiany na Worlds a že nechápu, že ty týmy furt pikujou. Že, proč bys hrál Kianu? To je ego pick pro junglera.
Between two of the best teams the LPL has to offer is really delivering.
And you're really seeing part of what top esports are trying to do in some of these fights, which is
to je prostě, když vidíš Kianu, hypo na druhý tým, co hraje proti Kianě. A jako Smolder Korky tady hrozně dobře poukujou. A to ještě ani neměl Rapid Fire, ten Smolder. Teď bude mít Rapid Fire. Takže to bude zajímavé. Zase si postavila LDR. Což jako, I guess musela, protože mají ninja, jo, mají ninja taby, no. Teď si mají všichni ninja taby. Okay, bin, roztočil to. Ult na 5 lidí, takže je tanky, ale bude to stačit? Ne, Smolder přežívá. Smolder papá. Počkej. Ne, Smolder. Oj! Tak kdo vyhrává, kurva? Dobře, Jackie Love. Dobré. Tak, už jsme se rozhodli, kdo teda vyhrál ten fight. Tak, spálně, ještě jednou. Bin to ale úplně najítí tím engagem, proč to nenechá Wukonga flanknout? Hlavně on má přijít ze zadu. Dívej. Ale jako musí engageovat. Boom, flash stun. Dostane knockout, ale nechytne Smoldera, nechytne Korkio, no. V ten moment je to blbý. Pak zabijou Smoldera teda konečně, ale je tam furt druhý AD, no. Ten Smolder dává raketu. Ty kokos. No a zabili Smoldera, ale ještě tam je druhé AD, druhý keríčko. Ten Shadow úplně.
On the faces of the BLG members, Shadow distraught as his team loses what could be the game deciding fight.
Kámo, to je hrozný, když jsi prostě trenér a díváš se na svůj tým jak intí. To je nejhorší pocit. Tak, Smolder už má Rapid Fire. Korky staví shield bow, aby nedostal one shot, to je smart. Jako mají damage strašně moc, Kiana, Morde mají hodně damage, takže Korky nepotřebuje stavit Infinity Edge imo. Líbí se mi ten třetí item LDR na Korkym.
If you bind them onto this backline, it does work. You have a cycle, you counter strike, hero's entrance, quickness, you have all of these tools.
Ale jako třetí item na Infinity Edge, třetí item na Korkyo je taky monster v pohodě, ne? Však krytuješ potom jako true damage, to zvyšuje. Třeba povolit jungle, protože Shadow intil. Hrál až moc agresivně a intil. Dělal chyby, víš? Ale jako ideálně tady by měl Rakan engagenout, do toho Wukong engagenout, do toho Rakan dát follow přes invis a Bin nějak přijít ze zadu a můžou to vyhrát. Ale pokud ty flanky nenajdou, tak prostě dostanou outrange. Hrali Flag West aspoň přijatelně, nehráli. Ne.
For top esport, no soul for them yet, but I'm pretty sure they're happy with the extra movement speed they're getting out of these three clouds.
Musí chytnout Smoldera nebo Korkyo, ale mají to brutálně těžký. No ideálně musíte chytnout oba dva. A ten Morde, on se to nezdá, ale Morde je dobrý peel champ, protože on zaultí třeba Wukong jde in, tak on zaultí Wukonga, aby nemohl engagenout ty ADčka. Nebo Jack se, víš, že prostě eliminuje jeden target Mordekaiser.
managing to pick up the win in the
Bude des draw dneska bude, no.
eliminated before even making it to quarters here in China, in your home country. Will be a disappointment, Hung. Zenith play dodged away with the battle dance. On takes a super scorcher breath.
Kdo má lepší scaling? TES. TES a hlavně oni nenachází ty flanky, no. To jsou v prdeli s tímhle draftem. Ten Smolder je tady fakt dobrý strašně, totiž s tím Mordekaiserem. Dívej, prostě on je ze soli, vidíš to, jak jsou všichni dead prostě. To je neuvěřitelný. Smolder byl mega smart pick. Co udělal ten Morde? On zahutil decoy, nebo co udělal? No, on chtěl flash ultnout. Ale dneska se těším na solo, chci vyzkoušet toho Korkyho. Hele, jako Bin to hledá, což je důležitý, protože, ale problém je, že jediný, kdo hledá ty flanky, tak je Bin. Počkej. Oj, malem, ale Smolder tady utek. Jackie to tady naintil. Bin to našel nakonec. Play safe. Triple kill, ty pičo, Bin. Dobrý comeback, našel to ten Bin. Ale furt dostávají outscale. Ty kokos, Gigabin. Co ti jebe. Buff top lane, guys, buff top lane. Počkej, tak ještě jednou. On tady najde Leonu Kianu, nabejtí ultimátku, neumře, skočí in za ultí, dostane exhaust. Jackie a Cream to tady trošičku naintí pozičně, kdy Cream teda musí pryč, Jackie to naintí, protože nemá pozici, nemá Valkyrie, nemá ult. On tady zabije toho, flashne tohle, jako Bin to zahrál jak bůh, kámo. Bin Jax. Ale jak broken je top lane, co ti jebe.
Catches the Smolder, knocks him down, and BLG, they're not dead yet.
I was having Bin on
Bin. A teď má, vole, Zoniu a má Frozen Heart, takže má kolik? 300 armor? Když zaultíš dobře, tak máš 400 armor? XDD. Bin nechce domů, no. Teď otázka, bude to stačit? Tak oni musí najít flank a zabít. Tak jak našel flank Bin, tak musí znova najít flank. Problém je ten, že ten Wukong ty flanky vůbec nenachází, víš? Jako představ si, kdyby Wukong Rakan hráli s tím Binem a byli tam v tom flanku s tím Binem. Tohle je elimination, ano. Výherce je top 8, ten, co prohraje, jede domů. Jako, já mám pocit, že Rakan nic nedělá. No Rakan s tím Wukongem nic nedělají. On to našel! Bin to zas našel! Ale Kana vyžije, zatím. On umírá, Morde umírá. Morde one-shotl Wukonga, jak broken to je. Počkej, Freeman Ečko. Jax. Zas, Jax. Jde in, hovado. Kam on je nesmrtelný, jde in dál. To přehání. Ty dole, on jde back in. To je hovado. Kamo jebe ti. Hej, buff top lane, on solo dává 1v9. Ten Wukong Rakan nic nedělají. Legit Rakan Wukong nic nedělá. Wukong tam dostane ult od Mordejho a Mordej ho zabije. To je tak broken ten Mordekaiser upřímně. Že víš co, ten Wukong chce engagenout, chce fightit, chce zabít enemy AD, ale Morde ho zaultí a čus a zabije ho. Morde ult Jax? Ty ale jako Morde, když zaultí Jax se tak zabije. Nebo Jax zabije Mordekaisera teďka už. Ale jako Bin dává komplet 1v9. Komplet. Pan Ližár, děkuji za ty jedničku, děkuji. Jako legit 1v9. Takový 1v9 jsem tady ještě neviděl.
Give over that Cloud Soul, you are probably both never finding the engage and never getting away after a failed engage.
Just never be able to escape.
Já jsem friend, ani ne, hele, jako jo, někdy ne. Počkejte, bude rozhodující fight. Wukong flank. Rakan už je zas napoukovaný. Musí najít engage co nejdřív. Pojďte, dívej ten Wukong flank. Ale zase to je ping vadnutý. Už ho vidí. Flash engage! Flash engage! Korky vzal soulu. A můj bože, oni nenašli ten engage. Oni ho nenašli. Bin? Ne, nemůže nic. GG. Kámo, Bin se snažil. Co ti jebe? Te jsou top 8. Ujaja. A byli favoriti na tomhle, že nebyli favoriti. To je ale dobrá série mezi Číňanama. Překvapilo mě. Že top 8. A teďka hřeb večera, nebo rána takzvaně, dopoledne. T1 proti KOI. Kolik má šanci KOI vyhrát proti T1? No. T1 jsou nemocní, hrajou špatně. Jaká je šance? Bin hrál sám, no.
Perfection from Kanavi in the end. Top esports, the ones that will go through to our final 8. For BLG, a disappointing world, you have to say. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Break down what? I freaking love League of Legends, man. That was the most skill we had in a game at Worlds. LPL versus LPL, that is all I expected here from a matchup like this, guys.
Yeah, we got to see BLG solo laners take over game 1. We got
Podle
to see
bookmakeru je šanci na KOI 7-1.
Top esports play a lot more controlled, and then we just got to see two
T1 jsou
teams
favoriti, ale
each
že by
other's
až tak
heads
velcí.
in for game 3 as BLG take their final bout. I'm so sad that we have to lose one of these two teams, right? Because I think neither team had the performances they would have wanted in this stage. These two teams have such talented players on them, and for BLG, last year they were at Worlds Finals, right? And for all of the rough times that they had this year, it's really, really sad to see them not go back to the bracket stage to try to kind of defend that position.
It's a situation where BLG didn't really show their final
No v T1, teďka jak bude T1, tak bude strašně důležitý, jak bude hrát Doran. Jestli Doran bude intit nebo nebude intit. Že Doran buď tu hru solo vyhraje, nebo solo prohraje. Za mě Galio byl špatný pick. Tam přišel strašně dobrý Smolder pick do Galia. Jako Smolder je mega do Galia.
But again, it also just shows the resilience of top esports, the caliber of these players. 369 bringing out his signature Mordekaiser, basically making it impossible for Beishuan to ever work with Bin to get onto the back line. But these fights were so neck and neck. God, watching
to bylo jako back and forth. To bylo fakt close, no, ty fighty.
Like, we know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this was just a beautiful demonstration of what this region has to offer.
Anyone Legends jsou nejlepší tým, no, ne?
Co nebyli tu nějací zlí gunery bez humoru. Ukousnul bych jim hlavu za určitou odměnu.
That's why we get the Mordekaiser from 369. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to our viewers at home who haven't been watching LPL,
Guneři přišli. 48 000 Smolder.
In these team fights from both of these top laners,
XDD
right?
Smolder.
And then, I mean, shout out to Cream.
ADC, to je, bro, to je midář, pozor, to je midář. To je midář, chat.
However, hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able to contest Knight this year. Like, he has improved so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
Insane.
And so I really hope that he can kind of brush off the nerves now and have a better performance going forward.
And this is a huge opportunity for top esports to finally change the narrative. They finally return to the quarterfinals. We heard the elation of the fans in the arena to see Jackie Love back at another quarterfinals. It's going to be an exciting one, and if they play like they did today, they are a scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage Jackie Love has entered Worlds 2025, but it doesn't stop here. It was absolute cinema in this best of 3 series.
and we have one last team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It is going to be Movistar KOI going against the world champions T1 right after this. Speechless. Absolutely speechless.
As well as Bin goes in for the counter strike, he lands it onto Kanavi, Supreme decided Tanner's gonna get him stunned. The cyclone for Base One, Jackie Love's already caught up on, and Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Base One trying to swing around with a cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2, Elk on the back foot, Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elk flashes, finds the route, finds the Feather Storm, Jackie answers, Jackie flashes in! Jackie Love for Top Esports! Pulls it from beyond the grave!
Jackie Love finds the moment.
Alešku,
Ne.
proč jsi z nás tady udělal tvoje houby, které jenom ždímáš o peníze? Přitom jsme mohli sloužit někomu jinému jinak.
GG Safari. Co to byl, SpongeBob? GG. Jsem unaven, budem potřebovat další kafíčko. Když si objednám odsaď, můžu si pak objednat... Tady mají 20% slevičku. Let's go. Minule jsem si dal špatnou adresu. Já jsem byl v kampusu a chtěl jsem se najíst a nevěděl jsem, že oni v 8 už zavírají. Že prostě v 8 už to je v piči a nemůžeš nic. A objednal jsem si na zastávce jídlo, aby mě to dovezli jako rychleji. A byl to průser v tom. Starbucks campus, můžu si objednat kafe? Že bych si k tomu něco objednal ze Starbucksu. Dám si kafíčko. Nadělím si. Ale ono je to tak drahé, to kafe. GG. To je tak drahé kafe. Cold brůčko potřebuji. Co je kurva Pink Coconut Starbucks Refresher? Dragon Coconut Starbucks Refresher. Kafe White Mocha, co to je? Však si sprav doma kávu, nemáme kávu. Já si dám cold brew latte. Hej, ale cold brew latte... Cold brew latte stojí 115 korun v shopu a na Voltu to stojí 135 korun. Objednávat kafe přes Volt bych si neobhájil. Já budu streamovat dneska celý den, protože budu hrát ještě solo queue, tak si chci, víš, jak udělat radost. A pak bude, když já tady zaplatím 135 korun, když tady zaplatím 135 korun, Safari,
kurva je,
kurva ježek. Dívej, tady mám do kafe. Tome, chceš kafe? Safari, si zaplatil kafe.
Počkej, já mu dám chlebíček.
Tak tady potom bude na dalších 5 hodin, na dalších 4 hodiny tady bude zábavnější stream o pár procent. Sice jenom o pár procent, protože já sám od sobě zábavný nejsem, ale když si dám to kafe, tak z těch 10% zábavnosti, nebo z těch 10% šance, že budu zábavný, to stoupne na 15. A to je 50% increase. Tome? Chceš kafe? Co chci za kafe? Iced latte? Iced latte, kde to najdu? Iced to ne. Iced latte. Iced kafe latte? Dobré.
My tu zábavu udělám s tebou,
Děkuju. Přijde tady krásný 2 kavče pro nás.
Já dneska budu, do kolika ti budu streamovat dneska, tyjo, já budu streamovat do... Tyjo, no. Protože teďka ještě je BL3 1, to záleží, jak dlouhý bude, a potom budu streamovat do 5 do 6 večer. No, jo, Safari postal opět se, že si můžem, že kásáme i pro tebe. Vidíš, Safari, že jak se to máš raduje, jakou jsme udělali radost. Kafičko! By the way, zkoušel si nový Mad Monk chuťové, za mě to překonalo 3-0. Ne, neskoušel vůbec. Ale mě ten poslední Mad Monk nechutnal chuťově, protože mě to tam štípalo to držka. Prostě si zdal Mad Monk a štípalo tě držka. Nebo já nevím, jestli mě to dělalo jenom mě, ale...
Once more into the fray at the Swiss stage of Worlds 2025, and what better team to close us out than T1 as they take on Movistar KOI. It's true.
To štípání bylo schválně za mě super. Brněl mě, rypák mě brněl. KOI! KOI! To bylo schválně, jo, tak to mě na to, no. To mě neimponovalo. Já bych chtěl vyzkoušet ten Zen. Budu muset napsat tomu Michalovi.
Hard or difficult is going to be today, but I wager, Maurits, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest about it. I know when it comes to T1.
To byla 4-0 a na povrch jsem to málem vypnul. Nejlepší byla 3-0. No 3-0 byla nejlepší, no. Ale to nový to překonalo, to agresivní chutí jak 4-0. Tak to budu muset zkoušet, no.
I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously
nezdražovali to nějak strašně ten Mad Monk. Mně přijde, že dřív to bylo třeba za 400 korun, ne? A teďka to je strašná raketa, ne? Není to 680 korun nebo něco úplně šíleného. Počkej, se podívám. 650 korun, no. To je hodně, jo.
Ahoj, Siox. Co to máš na sobě? Že by něco od Bruce Wayna.
A do prdele,
nechceš poznat i Batmana z jeho hračky.
Ty vole, já bych chtěl poznat Batmana a jeho hračky. Batmane, prosím. Batmane, prosím.
And do super well, like you said, against opponents that you wouldn't necessarily pick them in those matches.
Těma hráčkama nespamuj otazníky. Já těma hráčkama jsem jako myslel jako Batmobile, Batcave, nějaký jeho obleky, bang, raketky, shurikeny. To je mega cool.
Do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this position?
Okay, that is a loaded question that I will not answer as such. Leading question.
Jo, Safari, vidím. Oni to prostě jedou na ty předplatný, no.
What I want to highlight is that for T1, it feels like a retread of the last 2 years, and I keep bringing this up because I think there's a lot of people that will only tune in for Worlds and they'd be like, I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs, and I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance, which I don't know if they're going to be an issue for MKOI, but if you're a T1 fan, you want to see them fix those today because it is an important tempo in going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that 100 Thieves lineup, or 100 Thieves match yesterday, I think they would have wanted to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And something that I want to talk about is Keria, because Keria, to me, when he's good, and we saw that for multiple glimpses throughout this year, obviously many times in the last year, is the most impactful support in the world. It's really hard to put into words how much this guy does for T1, and I just don't think that does
I need to become more than a man. I need to become a symbol.
But what did you have in mind?
Ježišmarja, to je neuvěřitelný, ty koko.
Who are you? I'm Batman.
To je prostě po piči, to ti jebe. To je pič, jaký Batman byl.
Why so serious? You wanna get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
Who's the man behind the mask?
Ooh, Catwoman.
I got you!
Kačenky. Kamo, co ti jebe, to je absolut nejlepší hra roku. 12/10.
Counted him out, he's had better performances and I know he's going to want it today.
To je neuvěřitelný.
On the other hand is someone who
Tak
I've
dobrý,
always
actually.
found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar KOI. And I think Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good at Worlds last year, he was always the shining light. But is it all going to be enough is of course the question.
Říkal, proč vzpomněte kok?
I think that I'm glad you brought up support because I think support jungle is actually still massive right now in the meta, right? And I think when I think of this Movistar KOI team playing at their best, it is, sorry, I'm going to pronounce that.
No, it's cool. They're movie stars.
It is from Elyoya, who's kind of the heart of this team. He's been with this org for so long. And then Alvaro, who's been consistently stellar across
Reference na OG team Kačenky, jo.
I mean, I think the two of them working together, running the map, would be KOI's best chance to take this.
Elyoya still chasing that 1647 redemption. He wants it erased from his records, but let's see how the fans have voted at home. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GG on X. Well, not when we take a break, but you know, whenever there's matches. And they are calling the match for T1 with 73.8% of the vote.
Kdy bude další solo leveling to season?
We're looking at 80% normally.
A ten Lego Batman vypadá good, dáme příští rok na streamu. Možná dáme, možná. O rok teraz vyjde Bleach.
Eat my words, you know, because we've done that the last 2 years when it comes to T1.
Absolutely, I think
A Free Ren vyjde teďka, ne? Za 3 měsíce sezóna 2. Mám přičnou mangu solo levelingu, mám.
They don't usually get knocked out at this stage. In fact, they never do. So could a bunch of upstarts from the
Free Ren je banger, Free Ren je monster banger. Hlavně Free Ren je strašně dobrá. Jestli máte přítelkyni a chcete se na něco dívat, tak se podívejte na Free Ren. Kolik bys řekl, že je Shox? Kdybys nevěděl, kolik jí je? Přes 30 určitě. Typoval bych tak 34, no.
We show a normal, neutral amount of love to both sides. But I love everything that Des was talking about. Jungle support matchup going to be hype. Of course, for one of these teams, it'll be the last time we see them.
Definuj slovo přítelkyně, neznáme. No buď si vybereš, že to je tvá levá ruka, anebo tvá pravá ruka. A teď ta volba je na tobě.
That is T1, and it never is going to feel like a top 8 at Worlds if they don't make it. But MKOI could be the team to cut this run short. They would be the #1 most beloved team in the LPL if they did manage to make that happen, I imagine.
Doran vypadá celkem tilted, ale kde Oneru si sundává tu jacket na auru. Ale od té doby, co Oner nedává intro s tou jacket jako jak nějaký anime main charakter, tak nehraje dobře. Měli na sobě, ale neměli jakoby přes ramena jenom. Měl rukávy v rukávech, chápeš? A Oner potřebuje přijít na stage. No jako on si to sundá a dá si to u monitoru, Michare, to vím, to říkám, ale že musí přijít v tom přímo.
You know, true level really is at, because there have been shaky performances. We've heard about Supa, T1 obviously
MKOI může udělat tu nejvíc funny věc, no vyhrát proti T1 a vyřadit T1. To by bylo crazy. A může se to stát. Všechno je možný. Vyhrát loterii taky můžete, chat. A nebo max win na točkách. Hino, děkuji za 74 měsíčků, ty vole. No. Tak to je dlouhá podpora, chlape, děkuji. A G to může vyhrát v roce, no to si píš, že může.
I like starting with Ban the Bard. You know, it really is one step at a time, baby steps, explosive early game, and of course, for the EU fans out there, they're still carrying the
trauma. Tady ty neony se mi líbí, ale je to hrozně...
Look back to the 1647 era, that Mad Lions roster was ahead, Rob. We talked about this. They were getting kills in every single early game.
They got first blood every game.
If you watch just the first 5 to 10 minutes of all of the
Ty vole,
games from the
ten, on dostal
1647
nějakou
series,
mávátku, aby mu nebylo teplo, Mirvinovi.
Except for game 3.
Game 3, yeah, there might have been a little bit of mental boom after game 2. But again, it's not enough, right? And we have seen for MKOI, that was the story in the first series against KT. They got those early leads. They could not close it out. They could not bring it home. And even against Team Secret Wales, we saw some of that same shakiness. So hoping for that level up in performance to give us the series. 7 out of 8
Jo, co za děkuji za 10 měsíců. Tahle hra je taková dilema. World's Best T1 zní smutně, ale Evropa je Evropa. Ale už tam máme jeden evropský tým. Ale bylo by to fajn, kdyby vyhráli KOI. Bylo by to fajn.
Even when they were in LEC, one of the things we always talked about was their preparation. Now, obviously, much shorter timeline to try and get that preparation done, but still, this is a squad that tends to kind of
Čet, oni mají dovolený mít iPhony v Číně. Tam byla týka s iPhonem.
Team fights, whatever it might be. And I think in this sort of instance, when you looked at what 100 Thieves were pulling off yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for this kind of 1-3-1 style with the things like the Talia, the Galio, the Rise, try and find those picks and find those ways to get the game in their favor off of those picks. Because
Mirvinek, Dakery?
The individual performers on T1 will shine, and I don't know if Movistar KOI can keep pace.
Good question.
Bart, Poppy, Ambessa, Junara, Sayo. Bart first ban.
Powered by Omen and HyperX. Bard already banned away. Check. One thing off the to-do list on how to beat T1. Of course, there's about 50 to 60 other steps in the process, but that's one.
Yeah, step 2 and 3
Guma
is what's
shit,
happening
anebo
with
Guma
Oriana
God.
Nazir, because
Bude tu hru. Guma hraje nejlíp ze svého týmu.
So I personally, if I'm looking at T1, don't give across these here. I think that has been exceptional for Faker for an extremely long time. Although Oriana has been the stronger performer at this
Oriana je open.
The problem is whenever you say the name Faker and you say exceptional performer for a long time, you just could start listing
Faker Azir, poprvé.
A healthy portion of the
entire
League of Legends roster.
Co veme do Oriany?
It was Cassante mid last year, it was Nautilus mid.
Oni čekali, že vemou first pick Azira KOI a oni do toho vemou Orianu, protože Faker má raději Orianu, mi přijde. Víš? A teď jsou takový jako, že piknem toho Azira, nebo nepiknem toho Azira? Xante 1-2. Mirvinovi to musí vzít toho Xanteho, upřímně. Mirvin s tím smurfí, to je dobrý pikovej. To je dobrý pik. A Azir Xante 1-2. Ale debatovali hodně o tom Azirovi, jinak by instalovali Azira. Podle mě T1 tady nejsou spokojení, raději chtěli mít Orianu na Fakeovi. Upřímně si myslím. Podle jakoby, jak dlouho jim to trvalo, než to pikli, debatovali a tak. Co je open? Wukong je open? Wukong Zin je open. Zina místo Wukonga, OK. Zin Oriana, velice silný. Co k tomu? Top lanera teďka do toho Xanteho co dolů. Renekton asi ne, to dostane outscale. Co bych tady vzal ty vole do toho? Korkyho vemou raději.
A lot of early to mid-game power here across these last two picks.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, is that I think MKOI is saying, look, if we don't win early and win hard, we don't really have a chance here. So going for a very strong early game in the Xin Zhao, you don't have to wait for that level 6 on the Wukong. Try and find these early skirmishes with the strong power lane that you have in the Corki. But it was going to be answered by the Varus. We kind of expected this. Just a very strong lane and something that Gumayushi is exceptionally strong on. So
Varus, Azir, Gumayushi, Varus. Ajajaj. Tak to styl, Baron styl. Guma styl nebo nějaký objektiv. 100%. Nezačínat, hlavně, Koi, teď si musí říct, hlavně nezačínat Barona. Nesmíme začít Barona, pokud Varus je naživu.
Always a terrifying prospect. We might not be in, Caitlyn's support era, but it still haunts me at the very least.
Yeah, I'm also curious if we end up falling back to like things like the Gwen in that top side, like especially when you have the Zinzel there, you got the MC Hammer comp that can't touch this with both of those.
Tak jak je na tom moje objednávačka.
Because it does give you a very strong front line and something that is very good at synergizing with these engage tools from Alvaro, which has been his best style of champion. We'll have to see what the game plan is, because you haven't seen much Gwen at this tournament, so it may just be an
tak, chat, komu fandíme? Musím se vás zeptat, komu fandíme, nebo komu fandíte. Koi nebo T1? U mě tady je velice těžká debata, jestli fandím Koi nebo T1. Já jako upřímně tady fandím Koi. Jsem velký T1 fanoušek, ale ty vole, jako Koi mám raději. Koi jsou sympatiáci. A podle všeho T1 jsou nemocní, mají nemocný hráče. On v interview řekl, že 2 až 3 dny nespal. Mata vypadá nervózně jak blázen. Brown, Nico, Rumble, Rek'Sai. Nico v banu 4-5, to je konečně rozumný. Konečně to ty týmy banujou. Čtyři bany na Kerryu. Alistar, ok, Alistar je mega v pohodě tady. Co oni do toho vemou?
See what MKOI want to try and answer with.
Okay, MKOI. Playing with our hearts, perhaps.
Rakanito. Jako Rakan je broken. Mordekaiser. Morde je dobrý podle mě, Doxandel. Ale já jsem si říkal, že ten Morde je hrozně silný, že když to hrál po 2krát, že to hrozně vypadalo hrozně broken. Ne, Kianu je odhoven. Honor Jarvan. Honor Jarvan. Tady by ale byl Wukong nejlepší, upřímně, pro T1 mi přijde. Kiana, fuj. Nevím, nemám na to rád. Ale tyjo, mají tady hodně dobrý scaling comp T1. Koi taky mají dobrý teamfight comp. Tady to bude, kdo bude hrát líp teamfighty. Upřímně, kdo bude hrát líp teamfighty, no. Myslím si, že oba dva týmy mají dobrý drafty. Rakan Zin to bude hodně zajímavý, Morde to bude hodně zajímavý. Kiana, jsem zvědavý na tu Kianu, no. Kiana je tady strašně vodoven, no mně přijde, že Kiana je vodoven úplně. Vždycky.
Varus just looking to push waves consistently and kind of win out through that respect. So trying to find these moments to snowball.
Jak na hovno hráli Billy Gaming a FlyQuest. Billy Gaming byla dobrá série jak svině a FlyQuest hráli na hovno, ale bylo to zajímavá série taky. CFO hráli strašně pěkně. Kiana Vodhoven řekl Aleš a Kiana dá 1v9 hru. Tyjo, zatím to Kiana ani jednou nedala 1v9. Ne, jednou dala. Jedinkrát z těch třeba 7 head, co hráli Kianu, tak to dalo 1v9. Ale už si nepamatuju, kterou. Tak jinak zase opět zdravím na YouTube, je vás tam 300 diváků na YouTube. Čauko. Určitě dejte like, nic vás to nestojí, mě to pomůže, podpoří. Potom to vidí víc lidí na tom YouTube, na main page. A nebojte se psat do chatu na YouTube, já vás vidím, když mi něco píšete. Chat napište, na YouTube napište 1, 2, něco, smiley face, cokoliv. Šakulskoj!
Kurva je! Kurva je!
Děkuju Šakelský za další 500, děkuju chlape, děkuju. Ty vole, Safalej Šakelský, já za tyhle Worlds nevím, jak mám vám poděkovat. Strašně moc děkuju, že mě takhle podporujete a donatíte. Jste tady jakoby jediný reálně, kdo donatí, ale posíláte úplně rakety, takže děkuju moc. Děkuju moc. Teďka poslední 3 měsíce bylo, když jsem se díval na Stream Elements donaty, jako čísle donaty, tak to bylo zlý, ale jako teďka taháte, borci, teďka taháte, takže děkuji moc. Zender má dojebané auto, Zender je chudák, no. Typek se rozhodl, že si místo auto za 400 000 koupí auto za 50 000 a nasype tam 350. Kokot, prostě. Mohl mít nový auto. Pardon, jsem si tady musel trošičku, lulnul jsem si tady trochu. Si představ si, tak 400 max dáčin, to nechceš, ale tak za 400 koupíš, vole, tou ovci. 4kovou, nebo co to je? Scéna, pardon. Tak. Zvýšíme to. Jak jsme na tom? Korky Rakan. Morde mě zajímá. Mirvinku, pozor! Doran je dobrý, Xantovič.
With the Oriana, less 1-3-1 for this style of comp.
Definitely. But getting caught out on side lanes, a common story for a lot of teams at this tournament, right? But that's pretty far away. Currently still seeing.
Chceš mi povedat, že TP je bezpečné na AD? Je to v pohodě, když prostě budeš hrát safe a nechceš tradit. Což s Alistarem je. Alistar je neutralizovací support, ty prostě jako když hraješ proti Alistarovi, tak víceméně nejde vyhrát linka. A to TP potom je dobrý na swapy, že tady budou hodně swapovat. Kdo vyhrál draft? Oba ty drafty jsou good.
Just a little whoopsie. Oh, it's intense. Get it out of the way, and then it all goes good from here.
Yeah. Okay, I feel you.
On ho neviděl. Dal tam vardu, ale neviděl. On neviděl ten invade.
Pretty difficult for him to threaten owner, but can just go for a steal here.
Má ho. Dej mu! Proč neflashnul? Proč on neflashnul? Halo? Os! A ta varda, to bylo crazy, že Faker zavardil. Dívej, jak zavardí Faker a on ho neviděl. Ta varda, ona ho myslela o půl vteřiny. Neuvěřitelný. Neuvěřitelný. Tady mohl flashnout by the way celou dobu, nevím, proč neflashuje.
Yeah. 100% and really well played by the team overall. So unfortunate for Owner. He has the grass blade, which means that once he sees in, he should be able to go invisible, reset with the Terra shape, get the grass again, and just be out there, right? Be stealthy. But because he uses both charges, because he uses everything like gold, he's got nothing left to survive. And that's the bot lane prio paying off. Of course, for now,
pozor, Jojo, pozor.
Pretty far up. Water blade ready
Jojo,
to go.
halo?
Jojo, but he just does not have any health. Phase rush, he's gonna get him out for an extra second.
Jojo, já vím, že chceš reknout ty vole Fakera, že to je starý dědek, že mu chceš ukázat, že mladá krev je vole síla. Ale jo, nemůžeš hrát tak agresivně. Nabejtili tě. A ještě to neviděl. Jojo overhype, Jojo je nejlepší ty vole midař, straight up. Ale jakoby tady hraje mentalita roli, no, že hraje proti Fakerovi a chce hrát hrozně agresivně.
Faker and Jojo willing to fist fight for lane control here.
S tím draftem T1 je rozjedou, ne? Je to tak even, hej. Problém je, že budou dostávat outrange. Varus a Zerda outrange. Oriana, Korkimono. Oni budou muset potom engageovat s Rakanem, což je problém. Jako lepší draft, T1 má lepší draft, určitě, když nad tím přemýšlím. Co to je za otázku? Zažil jsi během pro kariéry zvýšený zájem u žen? Co je to žena?
It doesn't matter too much because that extra TP on Guma Yushi, so it means that he should be able to still come back in as he likes.
Komu místo G2 tady fandíš na Voroc? Já fandím Koi, jako za mě Koi je nejvíc sympatický EU tým. Level 6 vždycky dáš all in, by the way, vždycky. Xante, level 6 vždycky za ulti. Ty nemůžeš prohrát. Ten champ je tak broken.
Yeah, Mirren flashed over to hit level 6 as well, so ends up getting that ultimate available, which means he may be chasing Doran as that ultimate wears out, but...
Jsem slyšel od Marka Brázdy, že když v Koreji ukážeš fotku s fakerem, tak si... Jojo, little bro, kurva, to je průser. On jak flashnul a umřel, tak je to GG. Protože teď je level 6 shuffle. Oj.
Great timing there from T1. You can see MKOI were aware of the level 6 and the flashless.
Tohle bylo ten gank, který nebyl pohlídaný, tak vysno to, že flashnul, on tam měl umřít na tom ganku. Tak by přežil teďka, kdyby měl flash.
This is the matchup that MKOI opted into, and this is Jojo, who I believe has been the most consistent player for this team up until this series, where he's being targeted and really taken out of the equation.
T1 zatím hrajou clean, ale clean. Když nedělají nic extra, co musí, nedělají nic, co nemusí. Ukážeš fotku s fakírem a co? No prostě si vrzneš. Přijdeš do korejského nightclubu, ukážeš, víš, kdo to je, a je tam, jsi tam ty a faker. Tak je to jasněčka. Ale musíš jako mít fotku s fakerem. Nemůžeš ukázat jenom fotku s jako faker, chápeš? Nemůžeš ukázat jenom solo fotku s fakera. Kolikrát si tu fintu udělal, já jsem to nepoužil, ale prej to funguje. Prej to funguje. Ano, jdu dolů.
Looks like he will be able to take away the red buff, but Kuma is there to contest, has used the ulti.
TP. Alistar TP.
Looking to arrive to the party.
Bude to stačit, nebo je?
Steady retreat here. Zelioja gets lower and lower.
Tome! Běž dolů, za 2 minuty tam je. Ty vole, tohle se divím, že to jako Guma tady musel flashnout, aby nedostal zone od vlny.
Meaning that they had to invest this time, invest the time in getting that play in the tri-brush and don't get access to the wave on top side. So
chudák to máš, dostane kapšo. Marek povídal. Nevím, jestli to byl Marek, nemůžu mu to udělat, Marko. Nevím, jestli to byl. Tom je sluha, jestli je sluha, tak je velmi špatný sluha. Vemou 2, zdrhnou. Počkej, Keria. Oner tu má stun. Ale bude možná muset použít ten spell na stun. Nevíme. GG. To je dobré od Koi, Tam to trošku Keria naintil, nechal se strašně napolkovat.
MKOI, nice little advantage for themselves and even denying Gumayushi this reset.
Pretty big as Guma doesn't have access to that teleport.
Jestli to funguje takhle s faker fotkou, tak jak se pak musí holky chovat k fakeru samotnému. To jste slyšeli, ne? Když T1 streamuje, T1 releasenuli statistiky jejich streamů. Oni streamují a mají třeba 30 000 diváků v Koreji na streamu a podle statistik nejmenší procento žen, co sleduje ten stream v Koreji, je 86% a to bylo u Zeusa tehdy, mám pocit. Kamo, 86% diváků jsou holky, když T1 streamuje. Neřeš.
Thunder Sky will be big for Elioya, but doesn't have it yet. Now they're trying to make a play on Faker in the mid lane. He retreats back to the safety of the control ward, and Keria is here to cover. Level 6 before Alvaro, so no access to the quickness quite yet. Overall, Gold has
evened out. To hodně otřáslo tím e-sport světem. To bylo hodně funny, když to releasenuli ty statistiky. Ty máš taky 70% žen? Jo. Můj nick začíná s jménem H a končí na jméno T.
And Owner is very scary right now, Rob. Yep. Level 7, double buffs. Ready to get in there with the first strike. For now, luckily, he's focused on PvE, but I get a little nervous every time he pokes his head out in the mid lane. Guma only level 7 to Mirwan's level 9. As long as he doesn't get clipped by anything, it should be okay. But Mirwan's flash is going to be up shortly. Could be a problem.
Okay.
Keria now ready to respond, ready to support if need be.
It is still a little difficult to make things happen on this bottom side, because you can pop the ult as Keria and get out of the Mordekaiser ult, but you still then kind of want that for if you're going to set up the tower dive.
5 golďásku pro T1. Hra celkem even.
I think happy enough to just back away off of that one and
Co na mě zvoní?
push. But again, like Guma, this long range Varus is incredibly difficult to deal with, and he's been exceptional on this pick for such a long period of time across his career. And one of the things that he's become known for, I mean, even when you look back at stealing Barons at Worlds, so not exactly like he's off of any sort of comfort for himself.
No, definitely not, right? Those early item spikes for the lethality bars can be so cheap as well. As speaking of, he has now finished the Sundered Sky. Can be a big tool for sustain, although generally Kiana can be one champion alongside a lethality bars who can burst through that Zin if he's not able to get that ultimate down and really deny
Počkej, typíčko, co jsem mysnul? Varus typuje do Mordekaisera. Čau, čau, AD carry. Mysnul teda, mysnul. Boom, play safe. Play safe, brada. Ajajaj. To je první Guma int.
Caught a bit of sleep at the wheel. Risky proposition for Guma. Might have been a bit of a caster curse, honestly. Hyped him up just for a
Byl zavřenej do honírny a nemohl utíct. Kicker je taky dead. To neuteče, ne snad? To snad neuteče, ne? Ne, neuteče.
Finally going to use the unbreakable. This man is determined to live. Has a taxied off of Elioya, but no one else is coming. They're going to use the shockwave as well. Carrier will eventually fall. Surely Carrier will... Okay, Carrier has fallen. All is okay. Sorry, the EU fan came out at me for a second there. I gotta put him down. Put him in the back of the box.
Look, I understand. You've been hurt before, but he is dead. The cat was in the ground, and it does mean Dragon will also go and follow. But you're giving that kill to Jojo Pion as well, helping to accelerate the Orianna. So overall, it's nice for MKOI, and a big punishment of Gumayushi's TP and the overextension to try and save him afterwards.
Definitely. And for a team with a lethality Varus and an Azir, you would have loved to be the person getting this second Drake when you've already gotten the first, to start stacking those Drakes to guarantee a fight where MKOI at some point are going to have to fight into you. Instead, unfortunately, a bit of a flub from the bot lane of T1.
Guma play safe! Guma play safe! Bang! Morde broken! Sati jebe Mirvínek! Mirvínos!
Out of nowhere, MKOI starting to pick up a few of these kills. Yeah. And it's off the back of the play earlier where the flash was burned on Carrier and Mirwin just barely clipping Gumayushi after the
normálně
flash
palící 40% HP.
Important to note there, observers highlighting well. A wave is the cost of that play, but perhaps
jako Morde ztratil vlnu za ten play, ale mega worth. Mirwin smurfí jak svině. MKOI mají lepší late game. Nemají podle mě. Varus Azir dá outrange.
And now it's starting to feel less and less risky because the Swifties, Mordekaiser, it's scary. I'm just, you know, that is a hard man to stop from getting into your back line.
A Faker jede bomby. Faker okamžitě fightí. Flash za flash, ok. Dobrý flash za flash. Hlavně Azir nemůže dashnout in, protože ho pak zavře do dungeonu. Je to tak, kámo, jako Morde je strašně dobrý peeler. Ale Azir nebude dashovat tuhle hru in. Azir bude pouklat s dvojitým večkem, kvečkem auto a Varus kvečka pouk. Řešili jste soupisku SK? Co myslíš? Co myslíš, Ondro? Řešili jsme to tady?
For the team. Supa can respond, can try to get mid control for himself, but lethality Varus obviously one of the big strengths of the champion. Even when Corki has his Trinity Force spike, is that he can just clear those minion waves so effortlessly.
Neboj, v pohodě, Ondro, pojď, neboj.
Another bit of gold chipped away from MKOI here, courtesy of
ještě jednou bych to otevřel, to téma.
And our eyes are now on the next objective, 5 seconds. Jojo spots out Doran.
Safarič nevím, o kolik mě okrádají blerpy, no, jaký je tam cut procentní. Jako samozřejmě to horší než Stream Elements, no.
He's going to be relatively fine for the moment. But I think with the way T1 have established themselves here, I don't think MKOI can really contest. There's a big wave that Jojo wants to get top lane.
Morde na botu nemá TP, Morde nemá TP. Morde nemá TP, veme tu retu, bude ahead z toho, ale mají Heralda, ten Herald jim hodně pomůže. Počkej, oni ani nevemou tu tier 1 bot. Tak to je dobrý win pro T1 podle mě. To je dobrý T1 win. Ty pičo, dobré, Supa se probudil. Jo! Instantní Herald, ne? Boj! Ty pičo! Eloja! Eloja! To je frajer. To je frajer. Ty pičo, OK. OK. Play safe, Gary. Ty pičo, ale to je raketa. To je dobré, dobré. Jako já jsem říkal, že jako, jak někdo tady říkal, že tam je 1-7 kurz, nebo 7-1 na KOI, já říkám, hele, T1 budou favoriti, ale ty vole, ne tak velcí. Ne tak velcí, že bych typoval tak max kurz 2 nebo 3. Otočí to T1, nevím, fakt to jako intí, týpci, hrozně to intí. A tohle bylo jako clean od Elo, jak play safe AD carry, vole, mezi věžema choose, vole, buff, nejde hrát. Play safe, bro. Play safe, bro. Střelil jsem takový za 2K na ten 7čkový kurz, tak uvidíš, no.
In the context of this game. Keep an eye on the item completion, see when they can get a greater advantage, but can't afford to be complacent. MKOI clearly playing without fear here in this game 1.
Jako můžou to furt comeback, to je to 1500 goldů, to není crazy, div, ale jako Kerry a Guma hrozně to ranujou, no. Nebo ranujou, upřímně, KOI hrajou strašně dobře za mě. Jako to, co dělá Mirvin Eloja, ty týpci Turbo Smurfy. Skape, v donatech, určitě v donate. Ale borci, to není vyhraný, to jako hej, pocať. Abyste zase potom nebrečeli, že prohrajete. Boom, dobrý Kerrya. Našel Joja. Jojo to většinou intí na sidelane. To je comeback angle. Ještě tier 1 turetka z toho. Never bet against T1 actually. Never bet against T1. Never bet against T1.
So important for T1. So much time invested on the bottom side, and they are able to grab the pick. TP coming in from
Vemou tier 2 na midu za to.
Make sure that they have all members present. Mirwen lingers a bit in the darkness, debates if there's an angle. Thinks better of it as there's a bit of prio in the mid lane. Some minions denied and likely
já mám dilema strašně, já tady mám jídlo před sebou, ano to strašně voní, já mám strašně velký hlad. Mám to vydržet do pauzy? Asi jo, že? To já si to odsunu a budu, vydržím to. Vydržím to. Jakou oběť bych pro vás neudělal pro kvalitu tohohle streamu? Mirvin je nesmrtelný, kamo. Mirvin, ten morde ale vypadá strašně silně s tím buildem. Že jedeš ten Swifties, Riftmaker a do toho Hexplat. A jsi nesmrtelný, máš movement speed jak hajzl.
Mind trick na tebe použiju a ty jídlo teď sežereš.
Moje síla není tak silná. Nejde nic. Musím zajít najíst. Kamo, The Force se tomu říkáš v češtině jak síla? Síla nebo ne? Ty máš fakt přítelský otazník. Dobré. Síla je silná.
But if they can keep that momentum going, make the most out of the early power of something like the Trinity Force, could put themselves in a very commanding position. But as EU casters, and if there's EU fans out there, you might be starting to sweat, and you might not remember why. But it's that little timer at the top of your screen that says 10 seconds counting down. That buff is called Otacon.
Atakan throw. Kamo, Atakan je nebezpečný. Ten ti redukuje armor magic resist takovým stylem, že to vždycky naintíš.
Going to be a force to be reckoned with. MKOI are looking like they want to try and hard force this though. All 5 members on the bottom side of the map and no TP among them. So T1, as long as they can play this slow, keep the waves pushed, they're going to get value from Doran in that top side. Alvaro has to be careful though. Does have the barrier to keep himself healthy, but a bit of CC paired with the sheer amount of damage Owner can bring to the table can just take him out. They don't have control of that tri-brush. Crucially,
MKOI slowly trying to work their way in. They have mid lane control. They're trying to get control of the bottom lane. Alvaro going to take about 50% of his HP. Does have access to the redemption, but instead is just going to opt to reset. Herald used in the bottom lane as Owner finds Zupa. Face first, pushes him back to the wall, immediately CC'd. Flat forward with the shockwave. Excellent teamwork, but Owner's still going to be able to find his way out. Now Guma's moving in. Ulti is going to connect, but it's Elyoyo who body blocks. Elyoyo with the crescent guard. But the snipe from Guma. Dead center right between the eyes to find the double as MKOI are now on their tree in T1. Take the fight in the river.
The MKOI carries tried to combo, but it's T1 who were able to find the fight that they want with the positioning and the snipe from Guma. They managed to get the Otacon off the back of it.
Mirman going to stop any charge from the Herald in the bottom lane, but the Herald for Otacon, a damn good deal for T1. Supa, powerful individually in terms of what he could do in a fight. What he did do in the end, nothing. Stunned, finds a bit of a lockup, isn't able to finish the kills, even if the shockwave combo looked good for a moment. And Guma, despite that deficit, Supa was 1,000 gold ahead at the start of this.
And that's the downside for MKOI fans, the fact that you couldn't quite pick off Owner despite the play here and the Valkyrie getting interrupted by this great display of talent means that when Doran jumps onto here, he has zero escape left. Elyoyo jumps in front of the Chains of Corruption. But Guma knows exactly where he is. They finish him off. Elyoyo's gone too far forward. And the ideally for MKOI, they play this slow. They keep T1 separated and they can actually make play in the bot lane turret. But just with the way things went, MKOI get caught and T1 find their moment to fight back.
The sweeper giving Owner
Co to sakra bylo?
Já nevím. Prostě
to bouchlo. Sotva to ucítíme, co?
Ale no jo, pojedeme se tam podívat.
Já fakt nevím. Mě nějak horko. Mě je horko z toho jídla.
But we take a look at the goal. It's Owner who just continues to pull ahead. Has opted for the Umbral Glade.
Nejde nic.
Going to deny more of his vision away from MKOI.
It feels a little bit like that series yesterday from 100 Thieves, where the picks and some of the kills were going in MKOI's favor, but when it came towards the objective setup and how to play the map, T1 just ever so slightly ahead. Now MKOI, especially if they brute forced their way in through the mid lane. Faker is separated.
Hot Charm is there. Lock on Owner, but he goes invisible.
Oner, počkej, ne, Faker ne. Faker už našel jednoho, Oner tam zatím běhá, dodžuje Mordekaiser ultimátku, nakonec umírá.
And now it's Elyoyo versus the world. He goes into the Faker, but there's too many people. There's not enough Sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs a three-man shockwave. He just doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the items. Jojo keeps him low, but Doran wants to keep going. Q3 ready to pop. Pull through the all out. Looking for the path there. Confirmed. Tries to predict Jojo. It just doesn't work. Doran looks like he's about to fall. Nice sidestep on Guma's Q, but Doran just barely able to walk away.
It's the Canadian mid laner trying his best, but it's Faker who's better and snipes him out.
I don't even know if that was necessary. That was the insult after the injury, Rob.
Dobrý, nebudem Fakerovi dávat vole Oriana Azir, prosím, nebudem mu to dávat.
At the start of the fight, respawn. Faker's still sticking around like he might kill him again.
Ale dívej, Kiana, jak tady prostě běhala a dělala si prdel z Mirvina, to strašně dobře zahrál ten Oner. Jak tady skáče a blokne celou ultimátku, koupí strašně moc času. Rakam to najítil proti Azirovi, Faker se ho pohlídal. A do prdele,
Important to highlight in the fight, Doran perfectly calculating the path maker, the Cassante W, to catch Mirwin as the Death Realm faded, so that there was really nothing he could do.
Co je Steven? Oni chvilku vypadají, jak kdyby měli normálně, jak kdyby jim bylo 90 a měli 0 mechanics, 0 teamplay. Tu sérii předtím a teď najednou prostě úplně smurfí.
And teams at the top level in League of Legends so terrifying as it is one fight, two fights that can shift an entire game in the blink of an eye.
And it really does come down to like their ability to set up well around objectives in the team fights. Like looking at that Otacon, it was okay, we can catch members of MKOI out where they shouldn't be. MKOI, Supa and Jojo try to make that play, it doesn't work. And now, I mean, Jojo, to give him his due, is trying everything he can with the fancy footwork, but there's just too many members of T1 standing whenever he gets that shockwave and the's not enough damage.
Tolik, že já to dojím o pauze. Dojím to o pauze. Nebudu kokot.
Transition nicely into this mid game. Guma connecting on all those piercing arrows. Carry with a taxi play to make sure the knockups are connecting.
To give them their due, Guma usually did an exceptional job
teďka musí udělat, aby vyhráli.
The punishment on towards
Xantelovo 16, ta hra nám úplně utekla. Však Pape jinak je to jasný, ne.
You started to see MKOI finding picks onto Gumayushi off the back of that, but now T1, this is where they're dangerous as a unit, stepping forward.
Seš nahej? Jasně, jsem úplně nahej. Nebo jak to říkal ten politik.
5K, just about individual gold lead. Shadow Flame, the Verdant Barrier. 10 stacks, he hasn't even upgraded to the book yet, but honestly he probably could. That is a terrifying
Varus Azie Poke, kamo, ta hra je over. Ta hra je tak strašně jover. Oni mají outrange komp, oni nás prostě outrangeujou a týpci budou jenom poukovat s Varus kvéčkama a dvojitý Včko kvéčko od Varuse, teda od Azira. Guma je nejlepší Varus na planetě, kámo. To je šílený. Ale Safle, díky za ty 2 líťo, chlápe, děkuju. Nejde nic. Alda dělá reklamu na nový merch, kožík na zimu, jasně. Bude to normální merch, tričko z mojí hrudí, chlupatou. Faker Azir 32, no, Faker je jako crazy a má Banshee. Kámo, Banshee je tady hrozně dobrý, jo. Protože jak jako oni, víš co, Koi musí engagenout fight. Problém je tenhle draft. Koi actually dostali outdraft, protože Koi musí engagenout draft. Teda fight. Ale jak engageneš, když jediný tvůj engage je Rakan? To nejde. A ještě do toho má Azir Banshee. A mají Alistara, který prostě jakoby je kiteback. Víš, že oni mají fakt perfektní komp do toho našeho. Jsem si myslel, že to jako oba kompy jsou good, ale ne. To legit je outrange jak blázen. V late gameu teda aspoň. Oni se museli dostat early game fight. Oh, engage! Našli ten engage málem. Minus flash, Mirwin flash, ale Azir to prostě, Faker je too good, fucking good. Ten týpek všechno flashuje, všechno dashuje. Guma a Faker to dashli teda, ty engagey. Co dělají? Snaží se engagenout, to je jediný způsob, jak můžou vyhrát tu hru. Tohle bylo od Koi mega good. Tohle upřímně bylo good. To bylo v podstatě jediné, co mohli udělat, že takhle třeba Gumayushi neflashne a zabil Gumayushiho. Problém je, že Gumayushi flashnul a Faker taky. To je problém.
TP in for Doran, solo zoning
Play safe, AD carry.
Back through the wall. It's going to take all of MKOI to turn. Doran now trying to retreat back to the waiting arms of his team.
Ale zabili ho, Doran to nenchtěl. Klasický Doran. Kamo, o kolik byli lepší T1 se Zeusem. Mi vysvětli. O kolik. Legit, já vám to řeknu. Se Zeusem vyhráli Worlds minulý rok. S Doranem tenhle Worlds nevyhrál.
Other than Cassio, he's like the only mid laner who obliterates that objective. Any other mid laner, and you're not two-manning that objective while pressuring somewhere else at the same time. But T1, no strangers to rapid, early Barons. It was a signature move from all those years ago.
Kámo, dej stričko, kdo na to má koukat? To ne, to je... Nejde nic, to je za peníze se tady slíkám, jsem internetová štětka. Dobrý, Tomáš mi řekl, že si mám dát triko, jdu si dát triko.
Oh, hang on, Alvaro on the flank. Nice backstep from Faker. Able to get a bit of CC down.
Počkej, Ori myslela ultimátku. Kiana ultimátka, kajtujou.
I couldn't help myself. MKOI getting the objective bounty in the meantime. Looks like the tower did fall in the bottom lane. But they're just being zoned off, pushed away. May come down to the 50-50 steal if El Yo-Yo wants to poke his head in.
Zeus hrál dobře jenom na Worlds, ale tak Worlds to je jediný, co tě zajímá. Jako LCK vyhrávat je fajn, ale nemusíš, když vyhraješ Worlds. Doran byl právě jakoby... Doran byl jako dobrý v LCK, špatný na Worlds vždycky, takže to je prostě... Já bych si raději byl dobrý na Worlds, než dobrý jenom v LCK.
And mounting the comeback is now Owner sprinting through the jungle. Alvaro goes over the wall, but there's just members of T1 around every corner ready to lock him down.
Na Cloud Soula
really does not do enough
pro
damage to
Varuse.
Doran.
Mega opa.
is able to zone him away. Hex flash over the wall. Alvaro locked up and interrupted. Owner trying to one-pop him, but Alvaro lives for next second.
On musel flashovat, ale zase tady je důležitý Varus a Sir, nikdo jiný. Ty kvečka pouk, ty koko, jak tu dává tak velký damage ten Guma.
T1, now that they have the Baron, now that they have access to the bottom lane, will they just go for the
Varus, Kve, Azir, dvojitivé Kve. To jsou ty, musí zabít Varuse a Azira. Že problém je, že oni to respektí. Nemají flashe a sice, ale respektí. Max rangeou.
There is no damage on MKOI's side, and T1 are just kicking down the front door. Reset's coming through now, and they want to keep up this pressure. TP back out onto the map on both top and bot, or top and mid, but is this something?
TP? Faker feels good because he has a death cap, and oh god, he wants to use it! Redemption going in! That looks completely insane, but my man, did he do the math?
That was a display of talent. That was some damage from Faker on that play. MKOI kick to the curve.
Guys, mid lane je trošku broken, ne?
The brief moment where they thought they might do something. Oh, Faker's just gonna kill everybody by himself.
Guys? Ten týpek má 3000 HP. Má největší damage ve hře. Nejde ho zabít. Má playmaking. Má split push.
Relearning this particular lesson.
Very happy that Fearless exists in this series if you're MKOI, because you do not want to go up against that again. As T1 will siege down the Nexus turrets. The waves aren't here.
Blbý mu nechat Azira.
Can be.
Yep. Guma just continues to free fire. One wave coming in on the top side, likely the end here. MKOI some good looks in that mid game, some good picks. Some good angles on the T1's bottom line.
Našli ho, ale jediný, no, Keria hnedka disengage, Honor disengage. A sice našli Fakera, ale nemůžou ho followovat. Není tam follow-up. Doran, halo? Ty pičo, dobrá Kiana ultimátka, holy. Ale hrozně dive, hrozně deep. Pičo, ten Faker damage. Oj, to je damage.
It is long, it is drawn out, it is only getting more difficult, but Doran remains
standing.
Dobrý
Azir hráčové jsou hovada.
Only lost Keria, the Nexus exposed.
To je AD carry na steroidech, ten midař.
The defender's advantage is not really looking
like an boom, dash, launcher, boom.
End the game, Rob. They took their sweet time. They wanted a couple extra kills. The icing on top of this game.
To je crazy.
Baker looking for another, the double to finish it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
They didn't want to just beat MKOI there. They wanted to crush them. Finding those extra kills, making sure there was no man left standing. It was a close fought early game, but T1.
Tak dle výpočtů jsem došla k závěru, že jste kokt. Protože když i děděk, co nepozná řádek od sloupku a je na streamu prodejná kurva, najde holky dřív. Jak vy jste do nejde, nic, GG.
It's the long con. They play Orianna. They let him play Azir so that we don't get those two anymore in the comeback that's coming, right?
I mean, they are both off the board. You're right.
That is fearless. That is correct. Hey,
you're right.
Great game from T1.
Ale problém je, že Azirovi, Fakerovi nemůžu nechat Azira, Orianu.
Couple of kills too much or too many, I should say, in the early to the very early mid game. But you had that sinking feeling, didn't you, that it wasn't going to last?
Tome, co je nejvíc OP role za tebe?
But first, I do want to give some credit to
Kámo, Shakilský a Safari, já vám děkuju za Ty pičo, to je cinkačka.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, right, they want to go for that invade set because he's on this Kiana.
Něco mi říká, že Shakilskému se fakt líbí ten ježek emote, nebo ale.
Můžu být tvůj Bumblebee.
Ne, Optimus
everything for this team is Alvaro and it's Elioya. And I think their early to mid game really showcased that. They had a lot of really good setups and really good picks together.
I agree. I think Alvaro was kind of everywhere. It seemed like that he needed to be, and that created advantages for them.
Dobrý, možná musím přehodnotit, jakou šanci MKOI vyhrát proti T1.
But the thing is, when you've crossed that line, then you got to think
Pedro
about
tam je
anything
Zalíťo,
else. What do you think broke the camel's back?
Oh, I don't know if we can really point to one individual moment, but I think the larger theme for me, as is so often the case with T1, is that you don't get a lot of mistakes, right? We're talking about like Jojo getting ganked repeatedly in mid. Yeah. That's one of those. We're talking about when he walked up early on, we're talking about the fact that even despite them getting those early picks onto Guma and Keria, who in the early game did really struggle in this one, what did it actually lead to? Like, were the leads substantial enough for T1's team fighting not to come back? And the answer is very obviously no.
Yeah.
This is at Otacon, I think, or just before.
Yeah, this is just before Otacon, where T1 kind of find a window to be able to kind of clean up. And then after this, they were pretty much in the driver's seat, right? Because as you alluded to, Chronicler, after a lot of these fights, they were able to actually pick up a lot of objectives.
And I will say, I had a big rant about Movistar KOI last time they played. I don't think that is apt in this case. I think I really saw a good early game out of them, and I can't really blame them for the mistakes that they made against a team of the caliber of T1, because they will close the door a lot harder than anyone else, right, in their defense. However, if you're going to be thinking about winning the series, the thing is you can't make any single mistake. And Maurits, you probably can't leave up the Azir for Faker. Let's check out our HyperX Reflex replay where
Byl tam damage graph, já bych chtěl vidět damage graph v tuhle hru.
That was being signed for Movistar KOI in this game.
And this game was already kind of slowly starting to slip away from MKOI, right? We had the fight in the jungle where Ona got the catch, Guma got the snipe, the Otacon was taken. That's kind of where it felt like the tides were turned. This was the fight, actually, I take my earlier statement back. Yeah. This is where the game truly broke. And this is a stark reminder as why no single LCK team lets Faker have this champion. I am very confident. I think that Faker's laning phase just hasn't been up to par to what we've seen domestically. This is an ongoing thing, but there is one champion where you can be certain that he will deliver. The last time was a win for Sustenchi in July. It was the height of summer. We're well into October. It was hot. Everyone was out. This is on par with when we let Karius Bar go, but now it's not just Karius Bar. It's like, oh, the last couple of... This goes back, I don't know how many years.
He wins world championships on this champion, like with this champion.
He is currently in, I don't know, what is it, like the top 8 of most iconic plays of all time?
Yeah,
with his ruthless shuffle.
Put it between, like, leaving Bard up for Keria, leaving Draven up for Doggo, leaving Azir up for Faker.
This is the worst.
Yeah. This is the worst?
This is, to me, the worst.
This is the most egregious.
I mean, they knew, right? They knew. They must have known.
Yeah, it's just his most iconic champion. It also just allows for such amazing setup in these team fights. You see how confident he is going in,
jako Varus má poke damage, Azir má teamfight damage, to jsou dvě rozdílné věci, ale ty pičo Varus taky pumpuje.
Yeah, I mean, the other good news for Movistar KOI is that Azir is no longer on the table.
Orianna also not.
Yeah.
So,
big win.
Now we'll see it. I am not a game one Andy. I am not. I saw good things out of them in the
No, you know what? You're not mad enough. Every time we've gotten mad.
Had a great matchup versus...
This is not good.
Okay, I'm super pissed.
Zase temnou stranu Guneru.
I saw how dare you give up that advantage at Otacon. KOI's choose red side, I believe, which is...
Mastrioda tu cítí zase temnou stranu Guneru.
No. I think it's a cool move.
Jednoho Sifa Mastriodo, nebojte, jednoho Sifa jsem zabanoval.
As we saw in the last series, right, with TES and BLG, it's because you want to get really good counter picks for certain members of your team. In MKOI's case, either they're solo laners, because we know Mirwin and Jojo can both cook a little bit in terms of champion picks, or support for Alvaro, right? So
I do think it's telling that T1, despite everything and despite the early deficit, still was able to come back. Yeah. It's still that stability that the team is known for. The early game remains a little questionable.
And it might have been rough, but still they're one game away from being in those quarterfinals again. And then, what can happen then? Who knows? We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with game 2. Yes, that was implied, Emily. We'll be right back. It was rhetorical.
I'm at buzzkill.
Arm is there. Lock on Owner, but he goes invisible for a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the death realm up against Mir when Alti is really going to do nothing, but Owner's still able to retreat forward now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be super uncontested. Instead, it's Keria coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Elyoyo versus the world. He goes into the Faker, but there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo wants to make the difference.
Jako borci posílejte kok na Shox a tak dáje hod. Ale nebuďte úplný kokoti, nebo vás já AI zničím.
A co je kurva GLaDOS?
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem. It's ARAM.
Já jsem portál nehrál. Počkej, to je ten nový ARAM.
All the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
Počkej, aha, tak to je mega fun, jestli tam jsou augmenty.
Get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Je to dobrý, ta arena?
To je mi jasné, protože ty by si byl nejhorší testovací subjekt, co by neprošel přes tutoriál a ani by si nepochopil, jak Portal Gun použít.
Zmáčknu Portal Gun jedno, udělám první portál, zmáčknu Portal Gun po druhý, udělá se druhý portál a chodím skrz ten jeden portál. Halo? Určitě to tak funguje. Nechceš žvíkat blíž mikrofon, ať máme ASMR, no já se tak odkláním, aby to nebylo slyšet, já nevím, jestli to slyšet.
Ty parchante.
Co je to slyšet?
U CIA teď brousíš.
Hodně?
A co když do toho přidáme řádky a sloupce či samohlásky a souhlasky či dokonce a squeeze junior, otázky o vyzývatel radši pomlčíme.
Řádky a sloupce už znám, samohlásky, souhlásky furt neznám. AZ Quiz Junior, ten mi jde, ale ten AZ Quiz pro dospělý mi nejde. Vyzývatel je reálně jenom o tom, jaký si tam dáš otázky. Já můžu dělat, že jsem chytrej a dát si tam prostě otázky, které budu vědět. Ale nikdy jsem to nezakládal, to lobby. Nikdy. Bohužel musím tu lobby zakládat. Když mlaskáte, tak to je známka toho, že vám chutná. To je prostě... To je kompliment tomu, kdo to uvařil. Dělám se Japonci a mlaskají kokoti. Aziati hodně mlaskají, no. Aziati hrozně mlaskají, srkají a ještě něco.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 as MKOI and T1 face off for the final spot in the top 8 here. Next stage, best of fives, but after that first game, MKOI sent reeling. And we're gonna have to see how they recover as we get ready.
Bude zde na streamu unboxing Riftbound. Nějaká TCG gamba.
Unboxing Riftbound, co to je? Jo, počkej, to je ta karetní hra League of Legends? Jsem něco viděl. Ale ne. Kartičky nejsou pro mě, to je pro Tomáše, ten má ty Pokémon kartičky všude. Tak tyva, co teďka jakkoliv musí vymyslet, aby vyhráli proti T1. Že T1 vypadali, že to jako fakt myslí vážně.
It's hard to catch Faker sleeping, to be honest. This guy is incredibly strong when he gets his champions like Azir, and he kind of showed that. So I think coming into this for MKOI, it's going to be a case of you clearly thought you had a plan for Azir. Okay, that doesn't work. What's going to be the next couple of rotations? Because again, it feels like we're going to go back towards things like the Talias, the Ryze, these kind of picks. And is it a case of, hey, we're going to try and give across a Ryze, which has kind of become the next like go-to alongside Talia, answer with a Cassiopeia, or do we want to just try and pick up an early Talia for ourselves, which has kind of been a very strong mid-jungle pick for MKOI?
Yeah. Jojo certainly looked very comfortable on it. And again, mid-jungle support is where we generally look at for this team to really define early game. It's true of most teams, but I think it's just especially true of MKOI when they're at their best. It's because those three players are working
together. Je to JJ Faker medituje, aby posílili ještě víc papa MKOI. A vaka na ně
which is better than they did last year, but it's definitely not the road that they were looking for. Weren't able to take down a stronger opponent in terms of the overall tier list. Got a game off Fnatic, got a series off of Team Secret Whales, but would love to mount a comeback here against T1. Well, for T1, first time we've seen them drop more than a single game in Swiss or in groups back when we had group stages, but are certainly continuing to ramp up and rally. And now they're going to get their hands on that first pick, Wukong, Sion, Poppy, Yunara banned away, the Bard, the Talia, as well as the Nico taken away on MKOI. And I said that maybe Faker would be sleeping. MKOI want to make it a reality.
Yeah, I think it'll just be Trundle. And I imagine they'll either take the Rise here, or they will try and go for some sort of support pick here for Alvaro and basically say, look, you take the Rise, then we get the Cassiopeia and we can try and set up for strong team fights. But we'll have to see if that is the bait or if they want to just take the Rise for themselves. Like Jojo, it has been a pick for him the entire split.
Nebudu vám radit sásky už, ne. Do not gamble, do not get it twisted. Sadíte si a prohrajete. Ambessa 1-2, okay.
And again, if you're not familiar with Mirwin, he's known for a couple of things. The funny champs, as Otawamne would call them, the niche counter picks, the fringe characters. And then this year, really, especially in winter, Ambessa Cassante. Ambessa Cassante, whenever the option was there. So Cassante, of course, gone because of Fearless. Ambessa will be the option.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an exceptionally strong pick for him, and we saw Big Dokes yesterday.
Renekton do toho je dobrý do Ambessy, ale Renekton je Renekton, musí hrát agresivní early game. Ryze je klasa, Ryze Aurora ještě open. Faker, Ryze, Azir, Orianna, GG.
Backline threat when it comes with the Ambessa and the Trundle, and now the Cassiopeia try and play through the team fights. The only thing is, traditionally you'd want something like an Ornn in that top side to try and provide that front line for the Cassiopeia. So maybe they're a little unsure if they want to go for that here.
Can be a bit tricky.
Bude s tebou Tomáš na finále. Tome! Sobota, neděle, když to bude, tak ho zkusíme domluvit. Cassio do toho, Ryze se teďka nepikuje moc kvůli tý Cassio, ne? Trumble, Ambessa, Cassio, Rek'Sai. Doran, Rek'Sai, okay.
Keen up there as well.
Keen definitely up there. So Karma going to be the immediate ban. Obviously no attention from either side paid to that particular bottom lane matchup. Zig's an interesting one. Wouldn't have expected it, but I guess you already have a decent amount of AD coming through from MKOI's side.
So finále se snapem, taky můžu
just
domluvit.
Works very well with the Ambessa as one of those extra backline threats. So if Ambessa goes in with the public execution, throw then the Mega Inferno Realm off the top of it and try and pick it up. I do like the Caitlyn ban. That was one of the big things I was looking at for Gumayushi in that bottom side, especially when you've got decent side lane threat in both the Ryze and the Rek'Sai. Having that Caitlyn to start to snowball
Karma, Ziggs bany, okay. Ziggs je dobrý ban vždycky s Ambessou, protože když Ambessa zaultí, Ziggs zaultí, někde je mrtvej, 100%. Nejde to obehrát, je to dobrý kombo.
Both Wukong and Rek'Sai, they can be those dive buddies for the Kai'Sa in this sort of fight.
See what the angle is here, because you're right, there is so much dive on the side of T1. This is usually where you
Brown,
want that
blind,
kind of follow-up.
okay.
Sometimes you see Jhin, although...
Co do toho? Bart je minus, Karma je minus, Nico je minus, Rakan je minus.
Would both be mad at me for even mentioning that, but it is... You either want the champion that can follow the dive, or the
champion
champion
that can
support
vzít
from a
Lulu.
distance.
Lulu Wukong je vždycky dobrý kombo.
Hovers, we have the Braum now locked in. Really good against so many short-range, dive-focused champions, but when you look at the
gameplay, budu hrát potom, jak se bude se dělat draw, jakmile se udělá draw na semifinál, na čtvrtfinále, tak pak budu hrát solo queue. Dneska musím vyzkoušet Korkyho, jak moc to bude dobrý se scaling runama. Ještě trošku Tristanu jsem vyzkoušel dost. Lulu. Pike by byl taky dobrý do Brauma. Jak broken je Braum, že prostě blind pickneš Brauma a týpci se sami counter picknou. Safari, budeš končit, tak ahoj, ahoj. A děkuji za tu podporu, chlape, děkuji. To over v draftu není. Proč myslíš, že to over? Vayne! Jo! Vayne, Braum! Vayne je tu ale monster dobrý pick, upřímně. Vayne je tu monster dobrý pick. Bro. Bro. Dobré, okamžitě. Tohle byla zábava. Vayne bych si mohl jednu zahrát. Ale problém s Vaynou je, že nemá wave clear. Musí někdo jiný mít wave clear.
More game, but this is two hyper scaling carries on the MKOI side with honestly only Braum as that real protection tool. So for people like Doran, for
moji 0-2-5 Vayne, už mám 1-5.
Nervous if I'm MKOI trying to keep our carries alive.
Yeah, Supa certainly some tools to protect himself, but Jojo gonna need someone standing next to him.
Olda poslal donate na Vayničku a s Oldovým donatem jsem vyhrál.
Yes.
I think the difficult thing is, and I'll just put a little asterisk next to this game, is because both these comps are relatively short range, if one team gets a, let's say a healthy early to mid game lead, we might see a rather quick deflation of the hype that we're trying to build, but for all of our sakes, for the viewers at home as well, I hope we have
jako Koi mají dobrý draft. Ty máš, hraješ Casio do short range kompu, oni nemají hraje si short range, Wukong melee, Rek'Sai melee, Leona melee, Sivir má 500 range, takže odhoven. Jakoby. Já jsem zvědavý na tu Vayne, jako Vayne Braum to je dobrá jak svině do Sivir Leony. Vayne Braum od 6 bude hard vyhrávat. Nebo ne hard vyhrávat, to říkám špatně, ale budou mít kill pressure a budou mít šanci zabít. 2v2.
And we have reports of a hardware issue on T1 side, so there is a bit of a brief delay heading into game. We'll let you know as we have more information. In the meantime, we get to take a nice look at Keria, contemplating, thinking, should I have picked Pyke? Would it have banged? And the answer is yes.
Lulu nebo Pyke byl lepší.
Yeah, I mean when you're playing into a Cassiopeia and a Braum,
ale Pyke je
really good disengage. I don't know if Pyke is exactly what I want to be playing.
But it would be a flex if they won with it, because playing against as Pyke against a miasma is a nightmare. But here we are. Okay, issue resolved. We're now into the game.
Tak, jsme tu.
I got the T1 fightings. Okay, a lot of T1 fighting. I was waiting for the where's the MKOI?
T1 fighting. Jako mají ale dobrý draft, jo.
I hear it. There it is. Gaining some momentum there. Oh, it's the knife grab.
Ale problém je, že když T1 zase najdou třeba Wukong flank, Rek'Sai flank, tak si taky nezahrajou. Keria vyzeral trochu sick, oni říkali T1 hráči a i v interview to říkali, že jsou nemocní.
I think a large portion of this again is going to be on eyes on Elyoya and Alvaro. They got a nice invade off the last match, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get a similar story here, because when you look at Doran, should be able to punish Mirwin in the early stages. Faker as well should have decent push against the Cassiopeia, unless he can go for this hyper-aggressive trade with Jojo on level 2. And in that case, I think it's a little bit more difficult for MKOI to try and like brute force their way into T1's jungle.
Ale jako minulou hru moc nemocně nevypadali.
You can see here on the top side of the map on your mini-map, Faker of course trying to take space in mid lane, but on the mini-map you can see Supa wandering into the top lane. Pinged out though.
Tak, insta trading mid.
Ward here coming in from T1 to spot this swap. So Supa will be able to play
Supa
really
swapuje s Vayničkou. Tenhle swap se mi moc nelíbí, však botlane vyhráváš, nevím proč swapuje. Jako budeš o půl levelu ahead, ale většinou z toho swapu je ten topař je víc v piči.
From the MKOI side, nice swap and good timing to prevent T1 from being able to match it.
Yep. Fury, it's crucial, right? It's why this champion is so obnoxious in those melee matchups. Champion going to connect the Noxious Blast, but not in a position to Twin Fang. Faker giving the respect. No stranger to this matchup, right? Through all the eras of Rise, Cassio has always been an option, always been a counter. So we'll just back off and
knows that čekali swap od toho, ne. Rek'Sai nechce swapovat do Ambessy.
Curious what happens with
no, uvidíme, jak moc bude Vayne ahead za XP oproti enemy AD a jak moc behind bude Ambessa proti Rek'Sai. Že Ambessa jako zrovna chce scalovat s levelama, ty nechceš být moc behind s levelama, víš? Nedá se nastavit ještě větší kvalita přenosu pro YouTube? Možná jo, horší, možná jo. Já na to potom mrknu. Je to špatná kvalita na YouTube, nebo co?
Will try to chip away, but does need to respect the potential for an instant flash knockup. Try and turn something back. Alvaro and Carry matching each other here around the mid lane, and again we have a situation early on that it feels like
se pýtá, či je lehké hrát short-range ADC do Wukong? Jako Vaynu do Wukonga. Vayna je v pohodě, protože máš invisibilitu, máš jump a budeš stavět hexplat, podle mě. Protože Vayna by měla stavět Kraken hexplat. A pak to bude mega good. Jinak všeobecně, hrát jakýkoliv AD carry do Wukonga není plebo. Počkej, tak já jsem mrknul na to, jestli nemůžu posílat na YouTube hnedka lepší ten.
One of the long-time struggles of Vayne, as long as she has been a champion, is general lack of wave. Easy for Guma to just sustain a push here on the top side. Will cost him a decent amount of mana, but of course, absolutely no AoE in the kit. So Supa just going to be accepting his position under tower here for now.
Nice call here from Carry. It kind of ends up as this ward to spot it exactly what Ilya Navarro.
Teď to nepůjde udělat. Větší kvalitu. Ale možná by to pak šlo. Fajti se. Vayne. Boom. Boom. Level advantage. A to neměl bariéru. Ty vole, solo bolo je huge, hoši. Solo bolo je huge. Ale proč se tady fightil Guma?
The 5v5 Sivir can be a powerhouse, but in the 1v1 Vayne so strong here early on.
Kámo, Sivir není dobrý pick už teďka, oni to dostal nerfek svině. Tak, Doran knock-up, Wukong, Ambeska, double, bum, oj, 3v3, hard vyhrávaj. Oj, a ještě další knock-up od Rek'Sai. Pane bože, a daj Wukongovi double kill. Tady ale vidí, že oni ví win kondici, nechávají tomu Wukongovi nechali double kill. Že to nevzal. No ale Vayna je full level ahead, to je hodně.
Real credit to T1 for the quick pulling of the trigger on that bot lane counter punch. Mirwen can use his TP to reset on the top side, of course, flashless now, which might make things a little bit trickier as he tries to race to that level 6. Supa moving down to the bottom lane, has the recurve bow, will feel really comfortable.
Jak to, proč to tady Guma fightil upřímně? Proč? On si myslel, že minioni dají damage, ale nedali.
And again, it's just this silver bolts. I'm pretty sure he's put 2 or 3 points, or 2 points into that there, rather than going for the tumble as with the amount of damage that was coming off those silver bolts. So that dueling power incredibly high against the silver in the early stage.
Yeah. Honestly,
I know it's just tumble, yeah.
Just the tumble. Yeah. Additional damage, right? Huge steroid if you dodge out on the boomerang blade. Ricochet again.
Ale hodně ho ignoroval ti minioni, no. Tu Vaynu. Taky jsem se divil, že ho jako ignorujou. Vayne je na hovno champ. A když máš wave clear, tak není. Vayne tu není na hovno. Vayne to je dobrý pick. Jediný, co je annoying je ten, je Wukong. Ale Wukong je, ať hraješ jakýkoliv AD carry, tak Wukong counteruje AD carry. Wukong je broken do ADček.
And you're kind of putting your eggs into that super basket, right? He's got the level experience over Guma. You should see Guma.
Ten overstay na botu rozhodl hru, no tak jako 700 goldů není rozhodnutá hra. Ale 2 killy pro Wukonga jsou strašně moc. Wukong vždycky, kdykoliv hraješ Wukonga, tak se ta hra má točit kolem Wukonga. A je to vlastně v podstatě, pokud se feedne Wukong, vyhraje Wukong. Pokud bude even, tak to asi nevyhraje. Ale jako on je 2-0 před 6. Teď jenom prostě farmit a nepříjemný.
Expensive, but when you get accelerate into it, can do a ton of work. Jojo and Faker continue just to trade blows here in the mid lane as Mirwen, Doran do the same. No kills really to be had, and now that Mirwen's ticked over that level 6 threshold, does have the vamp, is able to kind of match the sustain that Doran brings to the table.
And the one thing that this moving around actually did was it
takže Guma je půlku levelu behind. Mirwin je půlku levelu ahead, what the fuck, actually, jak?
Mirwen has kind of been carried through this early stage alongside Supa being in a decent spot.
Podle mě je Wukong vodohoven do kasy, jo? Ani ne.
Jako Casio dobrá do Wukonga, ale... Pohodě. To, co Wukong dokáže engagenout a zbytek týmu na to dá follow, tak je to good.
Definitely a solid option as Doran gets a little tricky with the tunnels there. Luckily does not take a tower shot, but now it's Owner coming in.
To omylem jsem miskliknul, ne? Nabejtili. Nabejtili, počkali si až za ulti a pak to.
Two spins coming in, but Mirwin! He gets a kill back onto Doran! A catastrophic miscalculation!
That's the second time T1 have tried to dive and are better this weekend, and it's the second time.
Ale kámo, Mirwin to úplně dojebal.
Caught out briefly, cleanses, goes invisible with the final hour.
Proč dělal to?
Guma immediately using on the hunt. Supa now debating if he can chase, but that's the
Počkej, Supa je dead?
Takes over to level 6 extra time, and there's no cleanse this time around! Alvaro comes in to try to put him on. Flash over from Supa to the bush. Guma not afraid to flash forward, but now he's face first to Elyoya. Concussive blow stacking. 3. Alvaro desperate for the 4th, but it's Faker coming in from behind. Jojo also on the way, but he's just too far away. Alvaro locked up. The hubris of Supa once again punished.
Kámo, ale Doran to zas naintil, on prostě tradoval a dostal 2 turret hity předtím, vůbec neměl tradovat a potom mistimenuli ten dive zase, ale jako dobře nabejtili Ambessa ultimátku. Ale Doran, kámo, Doran musí jít, Doran legit musí jít. Doran je tak bad, to je hrozný. Dívej, tady, Doran tady měl mít 70% HP, tohle udělali dobře, že to nabejtili. Teď Doran pulkuje.
And at this stage, they think, okay, that's the execution, but the shield from Mirwin really well played, and then picks up the kill here. But
a nevím, proč tady Supa se snaží fightit jedna leva.
On the Void Grubs, not coming top.
Leona had balance, bro.
Was getting some vision down in the enemy jungle. Super thought he had the support, but definitely did not. And the flash from Guma into the bush means he can get the auto attack before any stun comes through.
Tebe nebyla to jeho chyba? Co? Ten dive na botu? Byla, protože týpek měl 75% HP a dal tunnel do turety a dostal 2 turret hity předtím, než ten dive udělali. Kdyby nedostal ty turret hity, tak by tam diveli. A neumřel by.
Supa still not able to complete that blade of the
Supa.
ghosting and looking for the lock. Supa no cleanse. Going invisible courtesy of the final hour. Now
Supa. Flash Wukong, play safe AD. 3-0 Wukong, kam, to je GG, ta hra je GG. Ta hra je GG, play safe AD. Play safe AD. 0 counterplay, play safe AD. Počkej, Keria, ale to prohrajete, kuci. Ne, chaseu. Actually, ne, chaseu. Díky bohu, že Casio má first move.
Not going to overpush into Guma, but Keria a little overconfident continuing to push forward there.
Nice job by the MKOI duo to pick him off. Could have been a bit more, honestly, but the Trundle Pillar not quite a back up off good, and now Mirwin training against Doran doesn't want to look for the.
Ale Mirwin je smurfito.
But still, it's very back and forth. T1 are slowly pulling ahead as they did get the extra kills in that initial bottom side play, but still MKOI, they are fighting every step of the way.
That they are. Oh yeah, opting for the Sundered Sky this time around. Given how many short-range champions there are, I think it makes sense, but it is compared to the completed Trinity Force of Owner. So Owner much more burst damage, but a bit more sustain for Elyoya.
But I think that's the terrifying part, because burst damage against things like Vayne and even this Cassiopeia, who hasn't gotten towards like the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs yet, is going to be a bit of a disaster.
Píše do all chatu proti T1, Mirwin vždycky píše all chatu. Je mu jedno proti komu. Mirwin je GOAT. Mirwin prostě je frajer.
Infinitely wave clear mid, deny Supa for any opportunity to force those 1v1s. Here now is Elyoya and Alvaro on the top side. Doran with the tunnel network. This man's played Zerg at some point in his life. I feel confident saying that.
Yeah, it's only not quite a 6-pool available in this game, but MKOI is going to be happy to take away some of these plays on the top end of the map. In return, T1 going to be getting that dragon, so looking for these trades, but again, T1 kind of playing around. Oh, hang on.
Doran ne.
Potentially a little bit overconfident. Slowed up, he's just going to get taken out.
Doran musí jít, fakt jako legit musí jít. On bude důvod, proč T1 nevyhrál Worlds legit. Kámo, jako prostě. Ale Doran intí každou hru, kámo. Já jsem se nedivil, že oni měli nástup a Doran byl tak tiltlej. Když bych takhle hrál, tak budu taky tiltlej. Jojo, ne! Jojo Inti. Dobrý sidestep. Teď ta... Počkej, chytli supu, ale Keria umírá. Wukong, má ult, nemá? Má flash, nemá? Počkej. Oj! Proč nešel do Trundleho? Ale dobře ho tam sendnul. Ty pičo, Guma flashnul od Mirvina. Bacha Mirvin, dobré.
That ultimate is so close to getting off the cooldown. I think Miro wants to fish for Faker, but it's a bait as Doran finds him in the bush. They're going to continue to push forward.
4 seconds on the public execution. Guma, does he have access to the spell shield? Jojo and Mirwan hesitating for a second. Tunnel interrupted. Mirwan still walking.
Ty chceš, aby T1 vyhráli znova. Já chci, aby CFO vyhráli Worlds, upřímně.
14 kills, 14 minutes. That's a pace of game I like to see.
I mean, this has turned into an absolute banger and it
Tady jako Faker dobře sidestepuje. Tady jsem si říkal, proč Sivir Wukong měli first move, proč Sivir nešla s Kerio. Kdyby tady víš co, kdyby tady Sivir byla s Keriou, tak je to hard win. Ale i tak je to hard win, protože tam dá úplně mega dobrou Ryze ultimátku. Faker. Ale tady neměl vizi na to. Ty vole, no, to je mega close, že neměl vizi na to, na Trundleho. Tady dobře Guma flashnul od té Ambessy okamžitě, že to dodgenul.
Solid fight for T1, but the gold's still close. It's really the objectives where T1 are starting to pull ahead. Mountain Drake next on the menu, 2.5 minutes, but 10 seconds on that Herald.
The nice thing here for Super though, Blade of the Rune King now completed, so is in an okay spot if Albro doesn't get caught here on the top side, where you
Faker to neportlo, to víc, ty když dáš v Ryzeovi recall back, tak ti to neportne. V Ryze ultimaci, ty to můžeš mini jakoby channelnout, aby to nedalo, aby ti to neportlo. To je takový trik s Ryze ultimátkou, který je mega broken. Třeba ty zaultíš s Ryzem, jo, a sedneš tam 2-3 týpky a chceš, aby tam šli bez tebe, a ty seš v té Ryze ultimáce, tak dáš Bčko. Na mili vteřinu předtím, než to jakoby portuje. A tebe to tam nepošle a je to tam pošle. Ty vole, dobrý Quečko od Sivir, dobrý ten. To kdyby to nebylo nerfnutý, tak je mrtvý ten Bram. To jste nevěděli, že? Asi. Koukám.
Not quite. T1 happy to have the objective, and MKOI slowly losing advantage across the map.
Riptail put down immediately. The cavalry from MKOI is here, but T1 are here on
tak já jsem neviděl, co udělal Faker, ale předpokládám, že udělal tohle. Pokud to. Ten Trundle je hrozně broken s tím Heraldem. O! Rek'Sai Freeman knock-up! A do prdele. Ale všichni přežívají. Díky bohu. Jojo musel ultipnout pryč, že Faker vyhrá. Kamale, Faker vyhrává 1v1 proti Cassio, jahau. Týpek dodžuje. Jako Cassio se bere jako counterpick do Ryzeho, ale přímě, když je ten Ryze dobrý a dodžne kvéčko, každý kvéčko od Cassio, tak vyhraje. Faker začal smurfit, Faker vždycky smurfí na Worlds.
Now 2-0-2. We complained about his Azir, but there's also a Worlds music video where he's this champion.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
Tam je Ryze, Azir, Orianna. Ty fandíš Koi? No jasný. Tak se podíváme. Dodgenul tohle a dodge teďka kvéčka, no. Jo, on týpne Eve, aby nedostal.
This cast we will be praising Faker. This is what we've decided. He doesn't probably need any more, but just in case you forgot.
This is the first international event I got to this year.
Mě blbý, že oni nemají nikoho lepšího než Dorna, bohužel. No Zeus, ale dojebal je ten agent, dojebal Zeusa.
So I respect that we're saving it for first stand too. T1
Tenhle rok to vyhraje Genji Imo, jako jsou favoriti. A vzhledem k tomu, jak hráli proti TES, tak to bylo insane. Jako to Genji TES sérii, na to se podívejte, to bylo ty kokos. Na YouTube mám živý záznamy, mám záznamy z toho a Neon Legends vyhrá, Neon Legends hrál dobře, no. Zeusovi končí smlouva, Zeus bude fakt končit smlouva. A na jak dlouho podepsal smlouvu? Na 1 rok jenom? S Hanvou? Myslím, že podepsal na 2. Ale když si podepsal jenom 1, tak a bude mu končit smlouva, tak se může dostat zpátky do T1, no. 1+1, co je 1+1? V Hanvě všem končí smlouva teď. 1+1 rovná se 2. A jo! Čet, už jsem vám řekl, že jsem málem propadl z matematiky.
Either side has that top lane tier 1 to play around, and Jojo for now just focus on getting pressure in the bottom side, getting closer to that second item.
T1 though, at least for now, being a little bit slower when it comes to setting up the vision control.
Víš, proč má Graus ban? Čekaj, a Vojta už ban nemá.
There to make sure he's not spotted until he leaves on the to get his vision down, but again, like, this is get pressure made, get that push with the Sivir, slowly but surely eke control.
Kde jsou ty záznamy? Na mém Freeze YouTube kanálu musí dát live živě. V živě kolonce jsou záznamy, protože já to live streamu, že jo? To mají tak divně udělaný, že to moc lidí jako neví, že tam je živá kolonka a tam jsou ty záznamy, že to jako nedají jako normální video.
In terms of overall gold, and you can see Jojo there, as much as he would like to 1v1 Doran and force a greater advantage, he really can't. Doran just walks away, gets the push.
Ta Sivir mě mrzí, to nerfnutý kvéčko. Sivir mě strašně bavil. Nebo jako champ mě to bavilo, ten champion. Teď hrálo G2 byli, tak to si asi nezapol ten YouTube, lebo ten záznam tam není. Jeden den jsem live streamoval na YouTube, protože to máš vysílat. A to máš to nezapíná na YouTube. Co nerfnuli, kvéčko 15% damage. 15% damage na kvéčku na Sivir je strašně moc.
Guinsoo's Rage Blade is a big item spike, but we don't get there.
Okay, počkej. Gumon musí flashovat. Ambessa je moc deep, ale přežívá celou dobu a Doran to naintil. Tady chatu něco, co psal ten Daredevil.
T1, do they want to chase?
Public execution of Mirwin, he's going! We're gonna go back on
Ty vole, spell shield. Play safe, AD! Play safe, AD! Já, dodžnul to. Faker je full HP. Oni běží. Běží. Ale Oner to naintil, nevzal on nevzal Rise ult. WTF? Kamo, ale dobré. Na to, že T1, víš co, byli v této pozici, tak Koi to jako vyvařili. Problém je, že za minutu, OK, znovu koukám, že oni začnou tady, Oner jde in na Trundleho, a Trundle je nesmrtelný. Dobrý player, Guma musí hned flashovat. Tady nechápu, jak Ambessa neumřela. Ale dobrý fight, Doran šel moc deep, no. A tady v té pozici měli lepší terén, jak by řekl Kamil. No tady co, ty vlastně ten spell shield to bylo. Ale tyjo, týpek Guma zahraje perfektně, ale nejde nic, je slabý, prostě je hraní čaj. To by potřeboval být vyšší level víc i temu. A proč to nevzal, ne?
Supa has so many tools to stay safe, to dive in, to use that stealth. So the second the fight gets crazy, the second
on zase dal to Bčko, mini Bčko.
He is an absolute powerhouse. He is still so vulnerable.
On třeba nechtěl jít, víš, že se klikl mimo Rise ult. To nefunguje, že klikneš mimo Rise ult.
A lot of that resource into Oyoya, but T1 resources well allocated here. As Adakan just going to go down because they're trading this for Dragon.
MKOI presumably know this is happening as they set up around the Drake. Just
byl mimo range o milimetr, aha. Kam ale Faker jako vzal svůj prostě klasicky vzal svůj tým na záda. Aspoň vemou tu soulu, že nebudou mít soulu.
MKOI buy themselves a few more minutes. You talked about it before, 3 items, 2 items. Maybe they feel like they just need a bit more time, and this does give them time. This is a tough
ale
thing
Faker 3000 goldů, level 14. Guma je taky level 14, Carry level 9, to je crazy.
The time bot is actually a win for MKOI. Like again, Riley is going to be massive for Jojo Pyun in these fights, and kiting back from Owner, kiting back from Doran, even making the fight difficult for Guma Yushi if he has to walk over a miasma, and then as well for the Vayne, who Quincy's Rage Blade now is a big spike for Supa, so can be much more of a threat in these fights. And we just saw.
To je crazy, mi přijde jako kdyby Supa měl mít 3 itemy, má jenom 2.
MKOI can find their moments in these engages.
Definitely can, right? In the extended fights, once owners use those ultis, once Carriers uses initial cooldowns, Braum passive becomes so oppressive.
Fukung 2 itemy, jakmile bude mít 3, tak je to průser, s tím on si postaví GA asi, ne? Nebo Black Cleaver? Kdo má lepší late game?
Right? We saw good fights, but the problem was those good fights
never
turned into good objectives.
Ambessa je Ambessa, no. Rexa je taky dobrá v gameu, Wukong je lepší než Trundle v gameu, Ryze Casio je even. Nebo Casio je lepší, ale Ryze je musí, když bude Ryze Morphy, tak je lepší. Sivir Vayne, Sivir je lepší v gameu podle mě než Vayne, ale...
1-3-1, a very strong push for T1. We talked about in drafts. Now they're starting to use that to clear out waves. Look at Owner constantly hovering mid. He wants this pick onto Supa so badly.
Počkej. Vayne je late game beast? No, ne tak docela. Ne s tímhle buildem.
T1 though ready to collapse. The tunnel is all set up by Doran. MKOI, again, there's no major objective on the map quite yet. Baron, in 12 seconds. It looks like they just want to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of prio on bot side to make it easier for them to access the...
Tady má value dobrou Vayne, má jako dobrou value, ale... Wukong je Wukong, kamo. Jakýkoliv AD carry, co hraješ, tak proti Wukongovi brečí. Tady bude strašně záležet, jak zahrajou ty fighty, no. Sivir rozdá 10krát víc DPS než Vayne, jako jo, no. Že má crit build. Plus 2 TVčko. Má cenu stavit Blade na Vayneu.
And if MKOI had just sent it there, they probably would
tuhle hru máš Ryzer, co má 3000 HP. Wukong bude high HP také.
That play could turn on them in an instant. So really good awareness from Guma to understand what MKOI can and cannot see.
Mně se teda víc líbí Kraken do Hexplatu build. Že postavíš Kraken first a pak Hexplat. No, Honor staví GA. Jakmile jako GA na junglerech je tak broken, kámo, tak broken. To je šílený.
That you do is Mirwan starts to trade blows with Doran, and you can tell that MKOI feel like they're behind when they're using their control wards in their own side of the jungle rather than neutral place, although they finally push that vision line up. We do finally have the Rylai's for Jojo Pyun. The third item completed. It will make
na Severiuntal nebo Essence River záleží, jestli chceš mít CDR častěji na kvečku do tým večku, anebo DPS. Proti tomuhle kompu si myslím, že je Essence River lepší, protože ty nemůžeš tradovat autoataky a spíš je to o kvečkách hodně.
You have the 1v1 potential as Mirren to force that objective by yourself.
Definitely seems that way. Owner drops a control ward. Slow, steady choke out of vision.
Ale T1 hrajou hodně jako clinically, pomale clinically. Snaží se nedělat chyby.
So really want to wrest control back from T1 here. Do have a pretty fast Baron once again, Rise amongst the champions who can really shred through that objective. But it's the same for MKOI if they can find an angle.
MKOI very slow and retaking, but it does give these little windows where Carrier resets, pick up a bunch of wards, Doran able to reset as well. If you're looking at Supa, he's completely tapped out, and this is where T1 trying to get aggressive, knowing that Albro doesn't have the vision to contest them if they can clear it.
I'm not sure if the observers.
Soula za 25 vteřin budou mít first control. T1, first vision control. Ambessa už má 3 itemy, ale Ambessa už má ty 3 itemy. To je nebezpečný. Tady musí dobře polkovat. Sivir jako dostane one-shot, to je v pohodě. Rice je teda jako hrozně silný teďka. Rice má level 16, má 3200 HP a pushuje, a když tak... Okay. Dvojitý Včka, ultimátka, našli jeden, target, to je deep, to je hodně deep. Ty pičo, book on behind, play safe AD, one-shotnutej s Ambessou. Oner tam 1v3 nabral tolik času, WTF. Level 17 Rice už. Kam ten Wukong tam byl dlouho sám, 1v4 dlouho. Faker to bejtí. Faker tady je šíleně silný. A Faker jde, bum. Teďka Eloya veme toho draka, ale umře. Já, vzal ho, dynajnul ho. Ale umře a z toho je Baron. Jungle? Málem ještě zablokuju. Kámo, ten body language, co Faker dává v těch fightech, je neuvěřitelný. Týpek ví, že je nesmrtelný a že si prostě dovoluje rakety. Chtěl Barona a nedal ho. Toho Barona mají taky, mají 25 vteřin, nemusí spěchat. Proč týpnul na Barona? Myslel, že to rašou. On chtěl, aby to rašli s týmem, ale oni neměli HPčka a někdo v týmu řekl, hej, stejně ten Baron je free, stejně je Torandl 15 vteřin mrtvý. Ty vole, ale jako ten Wukong tam byl 1v4 v tom fightu a byl tam snad 20 vteřin naživu. Že tam přežil strašně dlouho. A Ambessa teda taky one-shotla Sivir, že jo, v tom fightu klasicky. Hledá. Mirvínek hledá. Našli ho. To je Mirvin Smurfy. Krásnej play Mirvine. Jako Mirvin fakt jede bomby. Myslel, tam byl 1v2? Nebyl, byl tam proti Vayne, proti komu tam byl? Doufám, že ukážou replay. 3 lidi tam určitě byli. Skoj. Byla tam Vayne, Braum a ještě tam byl podle mě Cassio nebo Trundle. Vayne, Braum, Trundle tam byli proti němu. A týpek tam 20 vteřin přežil, no. Ne, byli tam 3 lidi, co jsem koukal na replay. Ale nevím jací. Ale ta Vayne mi přijde hrozně useless. V tom kompetitivu. Víš, že ta Sivir prostě dělá víc. Sivir jednak má wave clear a druhá ty vole v těch fightech prostě to dvojitý Včko dává rakety. Supporti v 30. minutě furt jenom jeden item, no a jsou level 11. Ale oni, supporti jsou ve situaci, kde oni jsou broken kvůli tomu Celestial Body, nebo co to je. Že ty jsi nesmrtelný, ty máš Alistara ultimátku, nebo Crown of the Shattered King, nebo jak se to jmenuje, ten item, tak to máš prostě jako support item zadarmo. Takže ty si můžeš dovolit být level... Guma! Ty vole, tak to je catch, Guma úplně turbo intnul. WTF? Co dělá Doran? Kamo, Doran. Bro, já nevím proč ulti back in, ale jakože Doran must go. Kamo, Doran must go. Kamo, to je jakože... Ty pičo, to je extrém. Kamo, já absolutně nechápu, jako... Guma poprvé v sérii intí, a to je nezvyk. Guma většinou neintí. Doran viděl angle, no ty vole. Kamo, Doran, nevím, co mu dávají do pití, ale vidí tam angle, který nikdo nevidí. Chudák Faker, kámo. Týpek dává takovou 1v9 a pak vidí, co dělá jeho AD a top lane.
need to win here and win again, or they will be sent home.
And I do think this, if Super resets here, is the adaptive helm finish for him as well.
Je malo, děkuji za ty jedničku, chlapé, děkuji.
6-3 and 4 in the vein. We were questioning whether it would work if he could hit this late game, and now with 50 seconds until that dragon, this could be the picks that MKOI need, and a potential third dragon, mountain dragon for them makes them very tanky, which is exactly what you want against this
Ambessa, ty vole, už má 3400 HP a bude mít čtvrtý item za chvíli. Jakmile Ambessa postaví čtvrtý item, on jede Last Whisper. Proč staví Last Whisper s tou Ambessou? Tady by byl mnohem lepší třeba Sterak nebo něco.
Flashes up across the board except for Alvaro. And it is just Gumayushi missing his barrier alongside it.
Super má 4 itemy, má no, ale Sivir má taky. No nemáš. Last Whisper na slow, jako já vím tu seriu, máš damage jako kokon, protože se ti stakuje armor pasivka z jeho ultimátky a armor pasivka z Last Whisperu. Okay, Doran má flank. Tady toho rozhodne možná hru. Ne, Jojo, ne. Ty vole, netrefil Ambessa ult. Tak to je huge. Tak to je lost. Mirvínek netrefil ult a Cassio netrefila ult. Můj bože. Ale Guma stejně umřel. Vayne spotting. Nejde nic.
Finishes off Super and holds the game for T1.
Ale proč mi Vayne přijde úplně odhoven? Ten týpek jako tam smurfil s tou Vayne, zahrál to jak blázen, ale nemá absolutně damage, víš? Že to prostě hrozně dobře zahrál, zachránil ten fight, ale prostě pak stejně nemá damage.
T1 holding the line, MKOI so close, a
tak
few too many ultimates going awry.
Tady ten miss Cassia ult, ale jak myslel Mirvin ult, by mě zajímalo. Boom, tohle je mega bad. A teď jak Mirvin missne ult na Sivir. A jak to, že to nehitlo, tak to bych pouznul. No a teďka Supa běží. Boom, zabije Gumu. Ale dívej, tady nemá damage prostě. Vidíš, že prostě nedává damage. On tam rozdá třeba 10 autoattacků a nemá damage do Rek'Sai Wukong. Ty vole, 8,6 damage. A hodně velký tu damage. Škoda toho Cassie engage, no, oni si to pohlídali. Mají Mountain Soul.
3 seconds till they can take that objective. The Soul making him that much more tanky. The true damage of Silver Bolts still has a lot to
ale
work
jak to, že ta Ambessa ult netrefila tu Sivir? Když to bylo on top of head, normálně na ní to bylo a netrefilo jí to. Já bych pouznul hru a dal bych remake. Kámo, kdyby tam ta Ambessa connectla s tou ultimátkou, tak je to hard winning fight podle mě. Jako furt Koi může vyhrát fight. Najdou Gumu s Ambessou a Ambessa ho one-shotne. Počkej, Guma inti. Ne-inti. Mirvin neměl ult? Proč neultil Mirvin?
Nobody wants to overcommit. MKOI know that their hopes of sticking around at Worlds lie in the balance of this next fight.
Tady mohl ultit na Sivir. Spell shield neměla spell shield. Faker v klasika, flash engage. Faker, playmaker, bro. Faker, playmaker. To je hajzl vyjebanej. Ty až každý Mirvin nezaultil tu Sivir, to by vyhráli. To byla tak jako, on si možná nevěděl, že nemá flash. On si podle mě myslel Mirvin, že nemá flash. Teda, že má flash.
Faker not afraid to walk face first in the JoJo, trusting his reaction times to just dodge the petrifying gaze. And it feels like this Red Bull Baron power play.
Ale jako mají to těžký, ten engage, tam musí Mirvin nebo Jojo najít nějaký monster engage, jinak nemají engage, víš co?
this from being a problem that stopped the Baron from getting full effect, but they're completely on the back foot this time around.
And that's the thing, it's no longer about where you are in your build or what items you can try and hit. It's the fact that again and again T1 have been able to find those fights, have been able to spread MKOI thin. They're picking off Jojo at the start of these fights, and then it just becomes Super versus the world. And Vayne sometimes likes those odds, but in this sort of situation, T1 have been able to shut Super down every single moment.
I don't think anyone's playing odds against T1, brother. No matter how good, no matter how fed.
Sympatický od KOI. KOI jsou strašně dobrý tým. Za mě KOI hrajou líp než G2 prostě, jako je to blbý, ale... Nebo takhle, hráli líp než G2. Ale hrajou líp než G2. Nevím. Super mé, no. Vayne vegan build. A co by měl stavět Vayne? Tam buď jedeš tenhle build, anebo jedeš Hexplat. Kraken Hexplat. A tenhle build dává větší damage než Kraken Hexplat. Ty nemůžeš jet crit build na Vayne. Jako ten Vayne build je nejlepší, co má. Blade build. Ale prostě nemá to damage, protože prostě bohužel. Halo? Halo? Oner, tom počkej, Oner inti. Mně prostě chybí damage na tý Vayne. Nemá damage. Ten champ late gameu. On má nejlepší damage na to, aby, nejlepší build na to, aby měl co největší damage. Jako nemusel stavět Jack Show, mohl postavit Phantom Dancer místo Jack Show. Aby měl rychlej attack speed. Ale z Vayne je těžký dávat damage ve fightech. Ten jeho tým musí udělat strašně moc space makingu. Ambessa musí, Casio musí najít nějaký dobrý Freeman flash ult, jenže oni si to hlídají, protože ví, že to je jediný engage, co mají. KOI. A Ambessa musí najít Sivir ult. Teda Sivir ult na Sivir. No, Braum tu není moc dobrý pick, no. Si myslím, že tady by byla Lulu nebo nějaký enhancer lepší.
Once more into the abyss, once more from Movistar. KOI, owner locked up for a brief moment on the hunt used.
Okay, Sivir ultimátka, Elo je tady trošku splitlej. Elder, guys, Elder. On se healuje. Má Casio flash, Casio má flash. Hledej Casio flash. Kámo, Doran, Wukong šel in. Moc in. Oni cancelou base. Počkej, tady je to all or nothing. Keria. Wukong smite. Co se děje? Wukong to smajtnul! Ty debile! Ty debile, tak to... What the fuck? What the fuck? Ty vole, mají dobrý ty jackets a mají dobrý ty dresy, ale ty kokos. Ty debile, no.
Outmatching in this best of 3 to qualify for the bracket stage. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Chat, bude se losovat, nikam neodcházejte. Bude se losovat a pak jdu hrát solo queue, trénovat, potřebuji vyzkoušet Korkyho na streamu Clash. Kámo, problém je, že tí One čím díl hrajou na Worlds, tím jakoby se víc zlepší podle mě, ale Doran je hrozný inter, kámo, Doran je hrozný inter, Doran musí go, musí jít hoší. Ty ale pěkný showing od KOI, pěkný showing. Je nasranej, Eloja, mega nasranej.
No, tam je taková, tak
škoda. Šakilský, děkuji za 500 další.
Kurva je!
A vy se furt předháníte s tím Safaričem o to top dono.
Kurva je!
Děkuji, pánové.
KOI went out fighting like they wanted to, right? Like they did not deviate
225 000 lidí ukejdrala, dobrý nesmysl.
They locked in a draft that was difficult to execute in my opinion, but something that they felt really comfortable on, especially with the super main pick, right? Like we do know it is one of his pocket picks. Effie's looking at me like she's like, I don't know.
I thought it was great.
Oh yeah,
except like they had the one snafu, but I
think
Faker
hrozně gapl Jojo v obou hrách. Kamo na Jojovi bylo vidět. Jojo byl nejlepší hráč Koi, ale ne tuhle sérii. A na Jojovi bylo vidět, že prostě ví, že on prostě dostal mental gap od Fakera.
I absolutely did as well, but on the other end is of course the fact that T1 had complete control of all the objectives, of everything on the map, of all the dragons, of all, like, practically everything. And I feel like you make it very difficult for yourself if you put all your eggs in the basket of we're gonna win that big team fight. You just have to take a look at the rest of the map and you cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, T1 put me in a really awkward position here because compared to domestically and even what we saw at MSI, I think we're still seeing a lot of the issues for this team that have plagued them, I think, in the later end of summer, right? T1 summer is a meme for a reason. But then they also just keep winning. So it leaves me in the unfortunate position of like, what does this really mean? For T1,
Doran musí přestat intit.
It just keeps happening.
Doran to hrozně běhá.
But you know what remains the same? Faker in the mid lane. He is your Oppo player of the series for his Azir, of course, in game 1. But also, I think, probably
to je hodně velký push, jako to bych se netvrdil.
But that game-winning flash onto Jojo to kill him and to get the
byl to dobrý
advantage in that late
TP
game
play,
that was
ale
becoming dicey. He's just a goat.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, we already talked about why you don't give Faker this Azir, right?
Myslím si, že Faker vyhrál celou tu sérii.
I mean, I think the big thing...
Ale na Jojovi to bylo vidět, no, že jako dostává mental gap, že hraje proti Fakerovi.
From MKOI, who wants to separate, who wants to make picks, right, and get you down with the Casio,
Tady tuhle sérii bylo fakt problém to, že Jojo prostě dostal mental gap, že hraje proti Fakerovi. A že se snažil až moc jako být něco dělat. A nechal se ovlivňovat těma emocama a tím pádem začal intit, víš, nebo začal dělat víc věcí, než měl. Že lolko taky funguje tím, že když děláš až moc věcí a až moc forcuješ, tak je to špatně. Big Vide přejezd to byl, ale nebylo to crazy.
Keep getting away with it. And for Faker, it's like, when does the plot armor run out?
Never.
We keep going, you know, even me.
Aldo top 3 AD carry pick do solo queue. Ziggs, Kartus, Hevej.
I don't know, little shit. And then he has the undisputed, like, best performance of anyone, I think, on the Rift today. 13-0-14 in a series.
The plot armor at this point is just an
accessory. Já to myslím seriózně. Borci, já to myslím seriózně.
It's really, really crazy.
To jsou nejlepší botlane picky na botlane.
They went up against Movistar Core, who put up a fantastic fight, but they were heavy favorites. But we also have to take into account, we talk about T1 in this manner, and we know that they're going to power up, but this was an incredibly easy run. So the fact that we have question marks with their performance, I think you have to kind of qualify in the fact that some of their opponents weren't the number ones in the world.
Smolder, Junara a co dál?
Near the bottom end of those AWS power rankings.
Vidíš, jak těžce se mi přemýšlí o ADčku, co je dobrý do solo queue. Ash, Smolder a Junara. Caitlyn taky good.
The saying is Gen G, you know, you don't really get to play the game, but you just kind of sit there and you watch the game happen in front of you. T1, they will
super debata se snad je nutná. Kam to by byl banger content. Když bychom prostě šli debatovat, snad je zastánce to, že Ediger je broken a já zastánce to, že Ediger je useless. A byla by to politická super debata.
Are you worried about Doran?
Extremely, yeah, because Doran, unfortunately, as we all know, I think actually had a solid MSI, had a really good ramp up to MSI. I think is also one of the big reasons why T1 is even in the position that they were in the first place, because domestically, he was their rock.
No, jako domestically vyhrál.
I was really hoping that we would get, you know, one of the flashes, or like one of the moments that we've seen have really plagued this player internationally. But it hasn't passed yet, and it needs to pass going into quarters, because against a lot of the teams,
no, jako Doran jim prohraje, hele, jako Doran bude důvod, proč nevyhrál Volos, pokud někdo.
1v2.
G2 mají šanci dostat 33% Genji, 33% Hanwha, 11% TES, 11% Oyster, 11% T1. Okay. Teraz bude slosování, ano.
A wonderful championship that they won back in spring. They had things that they left on the Rift internationally.
By the way, kdyby Jojo byl Doran, hned mu nadáš. Ne, mám problém říct, že Jojo prohrál tuhle sérii. Říkám to furt. Jojo byl důvod, že prohráli tuhle sérii, protože se snažil a dostal mental gap od Fakera. Snažil se až moc dělat playe a týpci věděli.
And I think it goes back to that KT series. That to me was the one game where you just so very clearly felt like they were the ones that were in full control and they weren't able to make it happen.
Okay, I believe I do see the interview set up.
To je skvělý. Karel Koudela, děkuji za kilečko. Karle, ty jsi z YouTube, že jo? Děkuji za kilečko, děkuji. Sivir 47 000 damage, co ti jebe, ty dvojitý Včka na ten melee range comp. Protože Ambessa 40 000 skoro, ty kukus. Melee range comp, no, Trundle, Ambessa, Cassio, Vayne, Braum, short range comp do Sivir. Sivir dá 5 men dvojitý Včko.
Again, knowing where they wanted to try to make those picks, I do think that's actually another reason why it took a little bit longer for T1 to close this out is because they were really looking to try to ambush. So
42 minut to mělo.
Sad to see them go, but we'll see what T1 can do towards the future in the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sad for Movistar KOI indeed, and I do believe that Lore is now standing by with Elyoya in the Verizon post-game interview.
Já vám to říkám furt ven,
thank you so much for joining me after this one. I'm sorry we have to meet in these circumstances, but talking about this series, talking about your preparation and everything, we know that when it comes to T1 especially, it's only going to come down to details. We saw that in game. What do you think you guys were missing today from the draft and what happened in game?
Yeah, I mean, I think game one, we were lacking some, not sure what to say, if it was confidence or I'm not really sure. As of right now, I think we were in a really good position. But again, when the Atakan came, we struggled for this sequence. They got some good picks. They got Atakan. Then the next fight, I mean, we got, I think, we misplayed overall. So mostly I think it came up to details today. So, yeah.
It's crazy because you say confidence. I feel like you had that confidence, especially coming into this game too, especially with this Vayne pick, with the aggression that you guys have been able to put in game. Looking back at the Worlds run that you had overall, what do you think you could have done better as a team?
Well, we can think of many things that we could do better, but I would say mainly was the mid-game sequence. I think around Atakan, around these moments we struggled. In the game into KT, in the game into G2 we also did, in the game into T1 today. So I would say for sure it's this one what we should have worked on more, I guess, because it was still not good enough. So I would say anyways, these Worlds we did a pretty good job in terms of work and everything. I think we need to reflect more on the summer season that we didn't use as well as we could have used, and we didn't come as prepared as we had to.
Something that I admire, and I told you this many times, is the hard work that you guys have put all year. The fact that this bunch of players, you believed in them from the get-go. You sticked with this team, and you knew that you could take it as far as you could. And looking at the LEC, you were always a top team. You managed to win Spring. The improvements that I see from MSI to Worlds, they were there. What are you going to draw as positives for MKOI this year and the progress that this mix of players has made?
Yeah, I mean, positives, I can think of many. I would say this roster has what it needs to win Worlds, and it's what we are gonna work for coming into the next year. I mean, I love every one of my teammates.
Ne, Trovalde, Doran je disgusting bet na Worlds. Disgusting bet. Říct, že tě sere, že flaming Dorana, že není tak špatný, ten člověk je vypustěnej jak kokot. Každou hru zahazuje, každou hru intí.
Just some individual things we need to
Ano,
change.
LCK potahal, ano, regular split v LCK je důvod proč, Doran je důvod proč jsou na Worlds, protože smurfil v playoffs a zařídil 4. seed pro T1, ale na Worlds hraje tak hnusně, že ty kokot.
I mean, let's put all of our support into G2 because they are the last hope of Europe, obviously. As of right now, I think they have done an incredible job. I mean, I think it's one of the first time I'm complimenting one of my rivals, but honestly, how much they improved during summer and how much in a good shape they are right now. Even Skumont, I think, coming from a rookie level he has right now, it's pretty mind-blowing. So yeah, I would say do as good as you can and make Europe proud. Come next year stronger, because we will challenge you and we will take everything if you guys don't.
I believe in you, Yoya. Gracias por todo. Thank you so much for sharing those words. Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. We will immediately go over to the draw show. Just as an explanation, 3 bowls on stage right now. The teams are grouped together in the bowls consisting of their record. The first bowl is the 2 teams that went 3-0. The second is the teams that went 3-2. And the final one has the teams that finished with a score of 3-1. Of course, the 3-0 team should be on different sides of the bracket, so the first draw we will see is to put those teams on either side of the bracket. Important to know is that the first matchups that will be drawn for 3-0 will be out of the pool of the 3-2 Then whatever team is left from the 3-2 pool will be put in a randomized draw with all the 3-1 teams. And we'll get our final 2 matchups from there. That is all the info. Any hopes and dreams?
I'll
let you take this one, Emily.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at KT being a 3-0 team, thinking about how
we knew
a 3-0 team has never made it to grand finals, I don't think. So
why?
just being like, okay.
This is just a normal KT fan experience.
Yeah, okay. But here we go.
Anyone Legend jsou na vrchu, okay.
Anyone's Legend from the LPL. Shaping up to be the hope of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did look like the most solid and stable team, right? When I think of AL as a team overall, I'm more curious to see.
Dole KT.
There we go.
A teď to začne.
The other side of the bracket. They are a team who kind of like always punched above their weight due to their coordination, due to their drafting, and I still don't think we've seen that strength yet.
A teď ty 3-2 týmy nechcou dostat 3-0 týmy. Máš tam CFO TES T1. Jeden tým vyhraje z těch 3-2 týmů. A teď záleží, jestli to bude T1 TES nebo CFO. Koho my chceme dostat? My chceme dostat TES, anebo Oystery, anebo... Jak se klepe týpek, nechce, aby tam byl čínský tým. Nechce, aby tam byl čínský tým. T1. Joj, ty kokos. AL T1. Oj. T1 proti Číňanům. Here we go again, bro. T1 proti Číňanům. A do prdele. Oni jsou v piči, ti Číňani proti T1. A KT? Oystery, ne, chudáci Oystery.
I did hear, I forget exactly who on CFO said it, but they said,
Kamo, proč to jako TES vyhraje, vole? Že prostě nedostala 3-0 tým. Oystery vyhrajou? Je to možný, že vyhrajou. Je to možný. Kamo, ale T1 jsou zabijáci Číňanů. Oni fakt, to je kryptonitský prsti Číňanů.
I have to say, Broken Blade did say he wanted to play Genji, and I'm gonna say I don't want them.
Tak hoši, teď se modlíme, aby G2 měli dobrý ten.
G2
chcou hrát proti TES. G2 chcou hrát proti TES. Už nemají Oystery, tak chcou hrát proti TES.
I agree. Yeah. So of course the first matchup drawn will go into
G2 TES.
In the other, that would be ALT1. So that's a pretty, I think if I have to look at how to compare the 2 halves, that's already shaping up to be pretty intense. So let's see. G2! Here it goes, European friends. You're holding on to your breeches. This is
Prejge, spamujte Prejge, kurva, Prejge.
Take a deep breath.
That was the 2020 quarterfinal.
Potřebujeme test.
G2 back down 3-0, then what's it gonna be?
I don't want to see it. Come on, Ty, do something good for us, please. No.
Yeah!
Genji!
So there's a LCK.
No! Let's go! Kámo, G2 mají mega štěstí na draw dneska. Co ti jebe, to můžou vyhrát G2. To můžou vyhrát G2. Jako je to těžký, ale můžou.
Are you not too happy? What a phenomenal matchup though we're going to be seeing, but it is a team kill for the LCK.
Proti Hanvě.
Yeah,
Ten lucky.
Yeah, I'm
not happy.
Well, I mean, this is a position of luxury. Obviously,
G2 mají fakt dobrý draw.
Not ideal.
Nejlepší, co mohli mít.
But what you're gonna do? That's the risk you run when all 4 of your teams make it through. This was, of course, the LCK finals that we had very recently in Incheon.
Kámo, jako G2 dostali FlyQuest a teď TES. Tak jako hej.
Honestly, right? So
můžeme být top 4.
G2 TS, that side of the bracket.
Oh no, the LPL T1
ale T1 zase mají oba čínský týmy na té své straně. Kámo, co to je za scripted, že T1 je prostě vždycky proti čínským týmům?
ALT1, G2 TS.
A T1 vždycky vyhrálo proti čínským týmům. Vždycky. Vždycky.
No, I'm saying even if... Oh, like this you mean, yes? Yeah. Oh my god, my hubris!
I was like, what? So you're just calling T1 going to finals?
That's insane. I can't believe I
to je
just said
pravda,
that
skoro,
because
neměli do
I'm
rána
fully
to play, no.
indoctrinated by what they've done the last 2 years.
I mean, I think that's valid.
It's not valid.
Well, based on the plot armor we saw today, that Faker is still sporting. That said, though, actually, if anything, if they can best their eternal enemy, I think that LCK versus LPL, unless CFO can have the run of really...
It's actually very likely.
I know, it's kind of insane.
It's extremely likely, actually. Hey, I think EU could have done worse. When I say EU, one team region, G2 could have done worse.
Yeah, what was the result again for G2 versus TES, the most recent one?
Exactly. What was the result when Fnatic played IG before the knockouts at that World Championship in 2018? They beat them. They beat them 3 times and they lost in the final. So, are you saying G2 can't lose to them and then beat them in the best ofs?
No, because I'm referring to when they 3-0.
Counting 3-0.
They 3-0 TS. I was trying to throw you the phone.
He was setting up from the bus. I was like, what?
I thought you were talking about
Kdy
this
se hraje ve středu? Ve středu v 8 ráno to začíná. A středa, čtvrtek, pátek, sobota jsou ty.
Just final thoughts. I mean, KT, CFO, I know it's not the hardest draw they could get, but CFO, they're looking to take that scalp, you know, in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me with KT, I think KT are a little bit relieved with this draw. I definitely think if they had gone up against T1, for example, I would have definitely called that for T1 based on the way these 2 teams have matched up more recently. And that would also be a little bit of a seeding grudge match from the LCK, right? So I think, like, it's going to be really interesting, especially with the way that mid lane is evolving to also be super, super important. Hongq, I think, today he was really good. I think this tournament, though, we haven't seen the same highs.
Na YouTube já jdu pokračovat na Twitchi, Twitch TV, Freeze.cz. Sekl se mi to? Haló? Vůbec teďka nejsem v solo queue, guys, nebojte. Takže já se loučím s YouTubem, jestli chcete sledovat dál streameček na Twitchi. Na Twitchi. Zapínáme to. Takže papa YouTube a můžete za mnou na Twitch.